All right, Baldur's Gate 3. It was released in 2023 by Larian Studios after 6 years of development time. I looked up a couple of interesting facts about this game, almost exclusively on Wikipedia because I'm a wiki warrior. Uh, Fun fact number one: Larian requested from Wizards of the Coast to make Baldur's Gate 3 during their production of Divinity 1, but Wizards of the Coast cited their inexperience as a reason not to, which I thought was pretty funny. Shortly before the release of Divinity 2, Larian was approved to make Baldur's Gate 3. The development of the game was affected, obviously, by COVID, but also the invasion of Ukraine led Larian to shut down their St. Petersburg office, which I thought was pretty interesting.
I remember when that happened.
As well, since Baldur's Gate 3 takes place a century after Baldur's Gate 2, Larian worked with Wizards of the Coast to make a campaign module to fill in the gap of time for the setting, eventually becoming Descent into Avernus, which shares tie-ins with Baldur's Gate 3 via the tieflings who fled Elturel after its descent and the repeated mention of Zariel. So for Sesh especially, if you keep hearing all these tieflings talk about Elturel and you're like, what the fuck is that? It's because Wizard of the Coast made a campaign module like 4 years ago that was supposed to be a simultaneous release with this game that did not happen.
I will say that as a certified and stamped boomer, this game actually does a really good job of standing alone from the original Baldur's Gate trilogy. I thought, fast forwarding 100 years, and still finding ways to do some fan servicey stuff. I think they did a really fucking good job.
Yeah, I agree.
I can say from the other side, I'm someone who hasn't played the first two, that they do a great job of you not needing to know those things.
Yeah, you really don't. There's almost no context that is important or necessary.
Yeah, for sure. All the fan service is not necessary for the enjoyment at all.
Yeah, I don't even know the fan service parts that happen in Act 1 at all.
There's not many. They're mostly in 2 and 3, especially 3.
Yeah, it's a lot of winks and nods with only a couple things that ascend to greater plot points. But just to make sure I mention it right off the bat, I'm sure Thomas and Ben are already aware, but I just want to throw it out there just to make sure. We will only be discussing Act 1 today. That means anything that occurs within and around the Nautiloid crash site, the Underdark, Grimforge, and the Mountain Pass. We'll have to be particularly cautious of Act 2 and onward spoilers, but we can discuss anything in that range even if someone else didn't experience it. For example, Sesh played Tav, and I also played Tav, while Thomas and Ben played Dark Urge, so all Act 1 Dark Urge plot points are valid discussion topics. I wrote that down, but Sesh, are you okay with Dark Urge stuff being spoiled?
Okay. Yeah, I don't care at all about different route stuff. If anything, that's just more that's that's a cool thing. Obviously, the future stuff would be a little bit more of a bummer, but even then, I'm not gonna be super sad when Ben says something that he shouldn't say.
Very true.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure, but it is mostly the Act 2 and onward stuff that I definitely want to make sure we don't muddle.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to be pretty easy with the Dark Urge stuff because I played through this game twice, but it's been a long time, and neither of those playthroughs were Dark Urge, and I've somehow managed to avoid pretty much all Dark Urge spoilers, aside from the one that's very obvious if you played the original Baldur's Gate games, so I won't even be able to discuss the later stuff.
Well, with that being said, let's just jump right into gameplay. I have some questions written down for sure. If you guys have anything that you want to start off with, go for it. But otherwise, I do have some questions we can start with.
I do have to commend them, at least for the controller, the console side of it. What they've designed for how players interact with the game world and combat is extremely accessible to the point where I got my sister to play this game, and it's she the type of gamer she is the one that played Monkey Island and Full Throttle and Day of the Tentacle. Those are that's the bulk of her game experience, which I guess when you think about it from a really abstract view, it's not much different from Baldur's Gate 3, other than the fact that there's combat. But the fact that they were able to also do it with a controller setup as well, and in some like I would say that I greatly prefer the controller setup. They did like the fact that they made it like this success in the fact that they made it like so easily enjoyable by so many different people is like pretty commendable and very rare to see.
Yeah, I've only played on mouse and keyboard so far, but I want to go to controller specifically just because of how much like praise that you guys have given to controller. Because I still just don't believe that a game like this could control well on mouse and keyboard. But after playing it on mouse and keyboard, I was like, well, they didn't make it for this, so surely the controller's good.
Yeah, I was gonna save that for the next section, but for sure, like
Yeah.
I wish I had started this game on controller because like I also just played it on mouse keyboard, but it is so fucking annoying
Yeah.
sometimes.
It's kind of funny for me. Like I feel like I have a pretty unique story of exactly why I got into Baldur's Gate 3 because this game came out like right around the time that Cass and I started dating. And what basically happened is that it came out. She would come over to my place all the goddamn time at that point, just because she also wanted to play Baldur's Gate 3. And I think she had an Xbox or something that she was playing it on in her apartment. And there was one point where she was over at my place. It was like 10 p.m. We both wanted to play, but we had to go back to her place because she had to work in the morning. So I was like, oh, well, okay. I guess I'm going to pack up my PC and I'm going to bring it over to your place and I'm going to just stay over at your place with my PC and use your
Okay.
TV to play instead of my monitor. And we're both going to play Baldur's Gate 3. And that's also the reason why I started using controllers because with the setup that I had at her place, I couldn't use keyboard and mouse, and so I was very fucking happy with the controller setup for that reason.
Yeah, that's fucking sick.
Yeah, for me it was the reason why I played the game because um I guess to go like all the way back in time, I actually supported this game on like the early access or Kickstarter, whatever the fuck, but I never played it even once. And that's at first it's because I was just very anti-Larian. I just but there's a long history between me and Larian that is not very positive, and I just didn't even consider playing this game until not only after it came out with the controller update where it was released on consoles, I think. I can't remember how long after the PC release, but it was definitely was not simultaneous release. It took the or like the console release and Thomas convincing me that the game was good for me to like actually finally play the game for the first time.
Yeah, actually, I remember. I mean, you and I were on the same page, right? Both very like big original trilogy boomers who saw Larian was making the third game, and it was just kind of like,
Yeah,
bleh.
because it looked exactly like Divinity Original Sin 2, and I was just
Yeah.
like, I, I just don't even want to play it.
And I'll mention something towards the end of this, but yeah, I have good memories of finishing this game like really quickly. I fucking nerded out on this game when it came out, and afterwards I was like telling Ben how good I thought it was and having to convince him that yeah, I know it's Larian, but it's good. Promise me, or I promise you. And I think there were a couple nights where you were just playing it. I was like, dude, I'm just coming over. I'm just gonna watch you play on your fucking PlayStation or whatever. And
Yeah,
I think I just like drove over there after work, and I was playing Baldur's Gate 2 on my work laptop over remote access while watching you play Baldur's Gate 3 on your PS5.
yeah, I remember that. It was really frustrating because that was like like the game was out for like a couple of months, I guess, but like there weren't like legitimate guide makers yet. So anytime you wanted to look something up about this game, it was always like this fucking AI slop that was like wrong like
Oh
80%
yeah.
of the time. It was a horrible time to play this game.
But that like particular method of playing the game where it's like you and a friend, or in my case me and Cass playing it at the same time, is so cool because especially when like you have very different play styles from the person you're playing with, you're just going to see them approach a scenario and have a completely different fucking outcome from yours. That was always a really cool experience, is just seeing that side by side.
Yeah, to me, it's really similar to like watching someone play La Mulana for the first time, where like you have preconceived notions about the game because you've already played it and you know what your approach was, but then watching other people's like fucking cognition wheels turn and trying to like suss out the ways that they're approaching a puzzle is just like honestly super fucking fun.
Yeah, that's an interesting comparison because I feel the same with Outer Wilds. And despite being in a time loop, that game has a similar quality where like they could just come to a planet like 5 minutes later and have a completely different experience than you, even if it was the same planet you went to.
Oh, Baldur's Gate 3 is a Metroidvania.
It's
Or
an immersive
Metroidvania,
sim.
sorry.
Yeah, it's also an immersive sim.
It's everything. Baldur's Gate 3 is the every game.
It's also
Okay,
a racing game.
jumping into the gameplay here a little bit. In my opinion, I think the gameplay of this game is fucking just drop dead incredible. Like some of the best shit that's been crafted in the last 20 years. I think the only more faithful adaptation of 5e is a game that only Ben and I have played, I think, which is Solasta.
Solasta.
Yeah. But that game has a lot of issues in other regards. So I actually think that they did a really great job in this game of taking what 5th edition built and modifying some things to make it a little more palatable, but also keeping the like core roleplay elements kind of like right there in tow. Like for anyone who's played Dungeons and Dragons, like it's actually fucking insane to me that they managed to craft a faithful experience to that just because of how by design open-ended Dungeons and Dragons is. It's fucking crazy to me that this game is what it is, like while being faithful to those mechanics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I remember when I was playing through this game the first time. I think I might have remarked upon this when we were like talking about it amongst us, but like I remember thinking that like because there's so much emphasis on like the environment and the things and the ways you can interact with the environment and other living creatures in the game, like it's the closest you can get to like having like the Chris Smith fantasy of like doing like the most like retarded like Superman
Plus
shit,
one.
and like you could actually try to do it, and like sometimes it works, but usually everything just explodes.
Yeah, like that's the beauty of this game, right? Is like I don't think there's never been another game where you can have an idea and as long as it's like legal within the framework of the rules, that idea will do something.
Yeah, and I think like because I've played tabletop 5e for the last I don't even fucking know how long, like 4 or 5 years or so regularly. And I think the most fun that I have in this game doesn't even actually come from the combat stuff. It has come from when I took one of the characters that I played in tabletop and made them in this game and role played them in this game, and it was so much fucking fun every single time because the slew of options that this game gives you, from character creation to role play to dialogue to whatever, is just so wide that we might get into it later, but like, yeah, maybe you can't go like crazy deep like you can in something like Wrath of the Righteous, but you can do fucking anything, and that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm curious. So obviously, three of us here are like big Dungeons and Dragons nerds going back like fucking years. But I'm curious what your experience was like with this game, Jordan. Because like I remember when this game came out in the first week or so, like if you weren't familiar with Dungeons and Dragons rules, a lot of people were like saying that the game was too hard, even on like Explorer mode, and people were like super fucking like on the struggle bus with it. So I'm really curious how Act One went for you in terms of like difficulty and just I guess the overall experience.
Yeah. I have like no idea how to interface with D&D combat at all. Like, and the game does an absolutely dogshit job of like telling you. Like, you basically just need to come in with a background of D&D, or else like you're just fucking lost. I don't even think it tells you like what a long rest is or anything. So and like for me, it's like, oh yeah, long rests are a thing. Like I did, like it was basically just trying to like piece together what I know from D&D, which is like very 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 little. And I just think it does a terrible job of like basically showing the player how to play the game and basically how to play Dungeons and Dragons. So for the beginning, like I didn't like it at all for like probably the first like 10 hours. Just like didn't enjoy it because it was just like just it felt like XCOM was basically what like I felt like I was playing, but like XCOM on like a harder difficulty because I'm trying to kill like level 2 goblins, but I have like a 55% hit chance. So like they're hitting me for 2 damage and I'm just missing for like 4 turns in a row, and it's like, can this combat just fucking end, please? I ended up turning the game down to Explorer just because I think it was more fun to fucking hit things and like not have to deal with all the fucking like bullshit that I don't know how to interface with. And I actually had a lot better time once I switched it.
I'm not even gonna lie. I actually kind of feel that like on a spiritual level, because like I mean, I was also like super high when I was thinking these thoughts that I'm about to express, but I was like just thinking about how it was when I was messing around with like the karmic dice setting to see like if it really was effective or not. And the entire time I was just thinking like, there's just something about like JRPGs where like it's kind of like deterministic, where like you're going to take damage unless you like apply a blind debuff, and it's just kind of just knowing that it's just gonna happen. And I just kind of appreciate like the briskness and like the pace of that kind of gameplay versus the well, and this is also 100% self-inflicted, the save scumming that I do to make sure that I get the best possible outcomes in D&D combat. And on top of that, I think it was actually a mistake to let people save during combat in this game. If I were to make the game, I wouldn't do that because I think it leads to just degenerate gameplay that I am guilty of.
I agree. I didn't even know that you could save in combat for the first couple hours. Like, it didn't even occur to me that they would allow you to do that because it just felt like something that wouldn't be allowed. And then when I found it out, I was like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah, you can save during everything. You can
Yeah.
save in the middle of dialogue.
Yeah, I learned that one too.
And I think that experience that you had of like just trading misses with something and being frustrated by that is definitely a broader problem with 5e, which I guess does have to be applied to this game. Because like to draw an example, like what are everyone's or like a lot of people's favorite spells? First level, magic missile. It
Yeah,
can't
of course.
miss. It always hits.
Yep.
Third level, fireball. Yeah, they
Yeah.
can pass the save, but they're always going to take damage no matter what. And I that it is like a very pass fail system, especially in Baldur's Gate 3 compared to tabletop. Because, for example, if I'm playing tabletop and I'm doing a skill check, I like in my head as the DM, I might have in mind that this check is a DC 15 or whatever, like they have to roll a 15 or higher to pass it. But if they roll like a 13 or a 14 and it makes sense for their character, I still could like decide in the moment to have them succeed in one way or another. But because of how this game works, like with skill checks, just as an example, they never really have a partial success that I can think of.
Yeah. Agreed.
And yeah, to your kind of broader point, Jordan, I think a lot of the criticism that people had coming into this game is that they don't explain fuck
Yeah.
all to do with Dungeons and Dragons. Like, maybe I turned off tutorials somewhere. I don't know, but I don't even know where you could go into the game to even understand like how rolling to hit works. Like, it's got to exist somewhere, but I don't know where that would be.
I can tell you that every time I attack with Karlak and she's about to hit and it says like, do you want to do a relentless attack? You need X to hit or whatever. I'm like, I don't know what that means. Do nothing. I have no idea what that means.
You
And
should
it
always
shows up
use
every
reckless attack
combat.
for what it's worth.
No idea. Sometimes I would click yes. It felt like I still missed. Like, I don't know what the fuck's happening. But eventually I was just like, whatever.
I'm not going to explain it here, but I will say if you just Google like 5e's to hit rules, it's a lot simpler than you might think.
Oh, well, sure. They just don't
But
explain
yeah,
it at all.
yeah, they don't explain
Oddly
it with
enough,
shit.
Oddly enough, the most complex gameplay systems in this game are things that Larian added from 5e, which is pretty funny to me. Like damage riders are the thing I'm thinking of when I say that.
Damage what?
Damage riders. It's not a thing in honor mode, I think, like at all. But it's hard to explain. But basically, if you have a source of damage that adds a d6, so for example, there's an item you can get in Act 1 called the Spell Sparkler. That gives you lightning charges. When you have lightning charges, you deal a d6 of lightning damage when you hit with a spell or whatever. That d6 that it does is considered a damage rider. So I believe how damage riders work is anything that affects your, like say you're just doing an Eldritch Blast or like a Firebolt at something, that's going to roll a 1d10 plus your Charisma modifier if you have the Eldritch Invocation for Warlocks. If you cast an Eldritch Blast and you have Spell Sparkler, it's adding that d6 of lightning damage, but because it's a damage rider, it's adding your Charisma twice.
What the fuck?
I didn't even
It's very
know
confusing.
that's how it
Fuck.
works.
Oh,
But
yeah.
Tough.
okay, now so here's the thing, because like I'm playing with the auto mode rule set, so I know that damage riders are removed, but that's literally the extent that I knew about it. It's like that superficial vocabulary. I knew that it
Yeah.
was removed, but hearing that explanation, I finally understand like what it means.
And then they there's no like real limit to them. They stack with each other, so I believe you can have a damage rider proc from another damage rider, and it just goes fucking bananas.
Yeah, I think honor mode launched with damage riders, and like with them there's like tons of like infinite damage combos, I think, or like infinite turn combos. It's fucking crazy.
But in any case, yeah, I definitely don't think that the game teaches you this stuff very well. But I might have turned tutorials off when I started, so I honestly don't remember.
I have them on. They don't tell you shit.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah,
Like literally nothing.
I definitely didn't turn them off the first time I played the game, and I remember reading people's complaints that they didn't explain D&D rules to people who weren't coming in with that foundation. And yeah, like I said, the first time I didn't turn tutorials off, and I could tell. I was like, yeah, it makes sense that these people are fucking struggling.
Yeah.
So the first question I want to ask you guys, kind of in relation to this, is regarding the action economy. And Ben and Thomas, I would kind of appreciate if you guys approached it from the perspective of other CRPGs you've played, like comparing to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, with whatever the fuck combat system they have, and whether the action economy of 5e fixes that. And from Sesh, I would be curious, just since you haven't really played a lot of CRPGs with heavy combat like this, if any, what your feelings on it are. And to be clear, when I say action economy, it means that I'm referring to the fundamental limitation of your combat turns as action, bonus action, movement, and basically nothing else outside of things that give you like 2 bonus actions or 2 actions or whatever. Yeah, do you guys like it? Do you feel like it's too limiting? How do you feel about it?
You want to go first, Ben?
Sure. I personally really enjoy it. Fuck. Maybe you should go first because I was thinking about a couple of things. Maybe mostly because when you mentioned like older CRPGs, and then you brought up, or maybe I started thinking in my head about Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and I just think about the old boomer opinion that I have that real time with pause was basically just like a post-birth abortion. Like it's just shouldn't exist really.
Yeah, no, the real talk though, because that's a problem with Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 that Baldur's Gate 3 solved, which is that was how they had to like gamify it, right? Like it was the only way to take the rule set for like second edition or advanced Dungeons and Dragons at the time and actually turn it into something that would convert itself into a video game was real time with pause. And I am going to do all of you the favor of not explaining exactly how a quote action economy would work in like the older CRPGs, like the Infinity Engine games that were on the 2E rule set, because um, you wouldn't like it. Let's just say that. And so compared to that, 5E is like fucking like heavenly
Yeah.
because second edition is so complicated, especially when you start getting into the nitty gritty of the actual like action economy and like trying to take multiple attacks per turn. Now that is like much like fifth edition. Doing that in the older games is like the absolute most powerful thing that you can do. Like any extra action that you can take or any extra attack that you can take is like a huge force multiplier on everything that you can do in a turn, much like 5e, but it's so much more streamlined and easy to understand in 5th edition. Like to me, 5th edition it feels much more modernized in the way that something like what's like a good comparison, Ben? I'm thinking of comparing it to something almost like Shadowrun, like the newer
Oh yeah,
Shadowrun.
yeah, yeah. No, I agree with that. It's definitely way more interesting than that system.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe where fifth edition goes a tiny bit wrong is when you kind of get into like the nitty gritty aspects of like what is or isn't a bonus action and what you can or can't do with a bonus action. I think that they kind of get bogged down in some unnecessary complexity there. But as far as like actually playing it and actually like playing out a turn, it feels so much better in fifth edition than pretty much everything, honestly.
Yeah, and I guess to give some credit to the accessibility, and this encroaches a little bit on UI, but I think it's so important for like a maybe like learning for newer players that I feel like it should be mentioned in gameplay. In that when I was teaching my sister how to play this game, like it was so much easier for me not to explain it using the Dungeons and Dragons rules, but like explaining it to her like using like the color coding that they used in the game, where like the main actions all use like that was it the blue color, and
Mhm.
bonus actions are the orange color. So that's the way I explained to her. Is like you see these like circles down here. If these colored circles are there, then you can do one of those actions per one of those circles, and you just do that until you run out. And that's basically how I got her to learn how to play the game, like kind of legitimately.
Yeah, I think that in a way is the best like non-verbal communication that they do in this game because it's like the same for class resources. Like sorcerer spell points have that blue rectangle thing, um, and it's the kind of thing where every now and then I would accidentally use a bonus action without using it, like jump, for example, because on controller it's
Oh,
bound to up on the D-pad, so I would just accidentally use my bonus action when I started playing. But then I saw that it wasn't there in the bottom, and then you can look at the action and be like, oh, okay, it uses the orange triangle. This kind of makes sense. But what did you think, Sesh?
What was the specifics that you asked me?
Um, just since you don't have very much experience with like CRPGs, and obviously 5e. What did you think of the combat system specifically related to the action economy, which is the delineation of turns based on action, bonus action movement?
Yeah, it was really confusing at first to like not know like because again, I don't think they even tell you like what an action or a bonus action even is. And if they did, then I somehow missed it, but I don't think I did. And it's just like which one's an action? You have to like hover over shit and then like I didn't realize that like jumping was even a fucking thing for like a while, and so like I wouldn't even look to jump, or like I still don't use like all the blue actions, like I don't dash or anything like that, just from like forgetting that they're there. I kind of like movement being like its own separate action and everything. Like everything feels good. It's just like there's so much there that I feel like if you know all the systems, it's probably fucking fantastic, but like it's very like overwhelming and like specifically, I don't really like spell slots being tied to like long rests and long rests being tied behind like can knock out like some side quests that you can do or something like so that kind of because that just basically gives me anxiety of like I don't want a long rest fucking ever, so I don't want to cast these spells. I'm basically like just saving up 40 mega elixirs for like because I don't know when I should be using them or anything. So I think that that's not really like your question, but I think it's like an extension of your question. But in terms of just like
Yeah,
how
yeah.
the actions work, I think it's fantastic.
Did you? I'm curious. Did you lock yourself out of any side quests by long resting?
I don't know.
I'm
I didn't
pretty
long rest a
sure.
lot.
I'm pretty sure. Uh, I'm pretty sure there are only. There might be more than this, but the two major quests in Act One that are affected by long rests are. Oh fuck! What was the first one I was gonna say?
harpies.
Oh, I actually didn't know the harpies were. But I know
Yeah.
for sure if you when you get to the Grimforge and you hear about Nier being stuck behind the rock wall, long resting can affect that. He can just literally fucking die back there. Oh fuck! What was the other
That
one? I
sounds
totally
sick.
forgot it.
That one's a good one.
No, I
Oh,
knew
it's
about that one in harpies and that.
Counselor Floric is the other one in the burning building. If you get there, you talk to them, and then you long rest, she will die.
Oh yeah, but that's I don't know. That's I guess that does count technically, but it also counts if you just wait there for like literally like 2 minutes, like in real time.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I think that timer starts once you bust the door down, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I think if you just like talk to the people about her being stuck there without buzzing the door down and you long rest, I think that will still kill her. You'll get back there and
Yeah,
it'll
that
just
would
be
make
like hand
sense.
bruise.
I mean, that one makes sense. It makes sense if you hit a flag and then you long rest that that flag like
Yeah,
expires. But if it's just
I
like you long rest and then that it advances the world time past when you could interact with things is what I didn't like.
Yeah, I think, and I think they did this intentionally, so it might be an interesting discussion. I feel like one of the biggest mistakes that Act One makes is it imposes what feels like an artificial time limit on you so many times that makes you not want to long rest, and it actually doesn't react in the vast majority of those circumstances. The two major ones that I'm thinking of is the tadpole. Constantly,
Yeah.
especially if you're playing Tav, you're constantly going to be reminded that you have a fucking tadpole in your head and you need to find a healer, and you're going to fucking die if you don't find a healer. But you can long rest a million times and it's not going to affect you for lore reasons. And the second one is, I believe, once you get to the Druid Grove, no amount of long resting actually causes the ritual to finish. There might be like one particular flag that you have to hit, like Kaga with the Shadow Druids. Maybe, I don't remember, but you'll hear it several times, and long resting usually won't affect it.
How does Gale's like magical item suckery work? Is that like just plot based checkpoints?
Kinda. It's like it happens 3 times and then it moves on to the next part of his quest line and you don't have to deal with it anymore.
That's what it seemed like, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was another thing where it was like trying to impose this like tension on you that doesn't actually exist, which sounds like it is.
I mean, I feel like I long rested so infrequently that I missed out on content from not long resting.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. You actually get punished if you don't rest enough in this game because there are a lot of like certain cutscenes that only trigger from long rest, and you can miss a lot of those if you just try to like min max your resting.
Yeah,
I'm now realizing in this conversation that I probably missed a shitload because I only long rested maybe 4 times.
And it's actually pretty fucked up too, because there are way more long rest cutscenes than you think.
Oh,
like there are all kinds of fucking triggers for it. Like the Ben and Thomas don't know about. There is one for if you long rest as soon as you get to the beach without talking to Shadowheart.
That's funny.
I never.
There is a cutscene specifically for if you long rest at that point that doesn't make any fucking sense.
That's crazy.
I didn't know that. Yeah, my opinion is don't be afraid to long rest. Honestly, like when it's obvious that long resting is a bad idea, the game does a good job of communicating that to you.
And there's one more thing. You do not have to use food to rest. Like you could just rest.
How does that work?
Well, you can do that, but it won't regenerate your short rest. It won't regenerate spell slots, but it will trigger cutscenes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
okay, gotcha.
Cutscenes.
Interesting.
Otherwise, because I feel like the reason you don't want to rest a lot is because it's using resources. So that's why I just wanted to let you know that you can just rest without using them.
I just didn't want to. Basically, what Seth said is 100% true. Like the game basically feels like it's telling you like time, and it's like long rest makes time go by. So don't do that. But then to know that it's the opposite of like, hey, long rest to get access to more content is kind of frustrating.
Yeah, and that's why I bring it up. It's very strange that they just have so many fucking triggers for that in Act 1, and then they just have so many fucking characters telling you to
hurry the fuck up.
Yeah.
And it's so weird because there's actually like an in-game mechanic that they do sometimes. Like they have like you forcibly rest, and it's like just do that a little bit more often, and it's not a problem anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like every now and then I'll use fast travel to go from like the Underdark to the Mountain Pass, and suddenly my characters are full health, and I'm like, what? Why?
Yeah, because I think they coded that so that's technically like you do a long rest in between like traveling such a long distance or something like that.
That's crazy.
Wait, does that cost food? Or is that like a life hack?
I think it's
free.
Hack. Yeah, I think it's free. Because it'd be kind of fucked up if they just did like minus 40 every time you did that and you just weren't told about it.
Shit, it's fucking minus 80 on auto mode.
Where did my food go?
Well, how did you guys feel about the classes and subclasses? Do you feel like they were pretty unique, played differently enough from each other to stand out?
Very much so.
So yeah, I mean, I feel like the classes in this game are like super fucking unique and stand on their own big time. Like playing a martial class is so different from playing a wizard, which is so different from playing a rogue. And I think the subclasses do a really good job of delineating between that as well. At least the ones I'm familiar with. I don't think I've touched any of the newer ones, although I'm thinking about respecting someone into a swashbuckler rogue because it sounds kind of sweet. But no, I think everything stands on its own super well in this game.
Yeah, and there's also so many like things that you can do if you have like knowledge of like the 5e systems. Like
Oh yeah.
for like Lae'zel, every time I use her, I always try to find a way to make her some kind of spellcaster because I know that the Githyanki race just naturally has they have proficiency for wearing medium armor just by virtue of being that race. So it's just like a cool like min-max thing you can do that I guess can sometimes break immersion, which is something that I always like. It's a criticism that I levy against this and more so third edition, but for some reason I've grown more like tolerant of it, of kind of like that immersion breaking by like being able to like min-max all these weird traits that like if you were telling a normal story about like a regular fantasy character, they wouldn't like you wouldn't be like a fucking rogue that also like that also like acted as a cleric for like a couple of months and then you became a barbarian. You know what I mean? Like just like this weird like multi-classing thing that I find sometimes distasteful, but I just get over it by just controlling my own multi-classing, I guess, and just let people do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, my shadow heart right now is like I'm basically just biding my time until I can recruit the next companion that I want in my core party. So I just have her set up as like an ultra healer. So she's like something ridiculous. She's like two cleric, two druid, two paladin or something stupid. Like basically just like a heal and buff bot that makes absolutely no fucking sense to her character.
I actually disagree with that. Like, just from the perspective of Shadowheart for future lore reasons, but I think that all of those can apply to her character in one way.
A druid? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I can't
I
say
don't know
it,
what the
but
fuck you guys are talking about with multi-classing.
You're playing
oh,
on Explorer. They I think they turn off multi-classing.
I
Really?
didn't know what the fuck you guys were
Yeah.
talking about for the 8 hours that I played not on Explorer.
I wouldn't worry about it too much if you're already feeling overwhelmed, but basically you can level up like any of the character classes like independently. Like I think a common one is what like 10 warrior, 2 rogue or something like that because if you get 2 levels in rogue it gives you access to an extra attack basically. So there's just like a lot of like small little ways that you can dip into other classes to kind of min-max stuff. But like I said, I wouldn't worry about it unless you want to start like Googling builds or some shit because
Absolutely not.
it gets overwhelming quick if you don't already kind of know everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like this. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I think it's actually a good thing that they turned it off for Explorer difficulty because like if you don't know what you're doing, you could really fuck up your character and just it's just yeah, just like an unusable character.
I mean, there's an achievement for getting to the end of the game with one
Oh yeah,
level in every class.
Jack of
Yeah,
all trades? Yeah. I don't know if people like legitimately do that because like there's an exploit to like just get that achievement, which involves not actually doing the challenge.
yeah.
So is it just like when you go to level 4 and to level 5, that's like you can pick to be paladin instead of whatever you are or
So,
whatever?
like, basically, the way it works is every single time you level, you are taking an additional level in any class of your choosing. Typically, the
Oh,
default is to go into the next level of the class you already have. So if you have the second level fighter, you level up to level 3. Now you're a third level fighter. But instead of going into third level fighter, you can be a second level fighter with a first level of rogue, meaning you would get, I believe, rogue gets sneak attack at level 1, but you wouldn't get the third level fighter features.
but you're level 3 as a character.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like your hit points and stuff all
Okay.
scale to that.
Gotcha. Makes sense. It sounds fucking super cool if like you're deep in the systems on like multiple playthroughs, or if you just are super familiar with D&D and want to do crazy shit. So sounds fucking sick.
I will
But I
say
don't want to interface with it.
my first playthrough, I don't think I dipped into anything other than maybe 2 rogue or whatever level of rogue gives you access to extra attack. I think it's 2, it might be 3, but I pretty much just went like 12, 12, 12,
Yeah.
10, 2 or something just because I didn't want to have to think about it. So it's not something that's necessary. And I think the game actually kind of hides the fact that you can do it a little bit. Like you got to click in kind of a weird spot when you level up that isn't necessarily super intuitive if you didn't already know you could do it.
Yeah, it definitely hit it to the point where I didn't know because yeah, like I forgot. It was something like 8 to 10 hours of playing on the normal difficulty, and yeah, didn't even know that was even
Yeah,
close. I thought I needed to talk to an NPC or something.
yeah, I know for a fact that I'm pretty sure they do not give you a tutorial for that at
Oh,
all.
definitely not.
Literally at all.
They don't
Yeah,
teach
'cause
us for free.
Kind of like what Thomas was saying, though, I think this game does do a really good job. I mean, 5e as well, but especially Baldur's Gate 3 does a really good job of just making those 12th level characters feel fucking great. Like legitimately, someone will ask, man, like on Reddit or whatever, someone will ask, how should I build my fighter? I really don't know, like what subclass dip I should go. And the vast majority of responses will be, just go 12 levels fighter. It's very good.
Is
Yeah,
12 the max?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the level cap in the game, yeah. But yeah, like 12 wizards fucking awesome. Like once you get access to like the highest level spells it gets and you got a bunch of spell slots, like yeah, 12th level wizards in this game feel extremely fun.
I mean, that's the only reason why I want to keep Gale around because of fucking Wizard Elms. I didn't know I could switch my other characters to be wizards.
Yeah, so here's another
Fuck.
thing. You know about Withers right in your camp and how he can respec your
No,
class?
I thought he only rezzed people.
Yeah,
Nah, he respects.
you can also pay him 100 gold to respec, and you could just select which character you want. So while you're in the camp, just switch to like any character. So you're not just restricted just to respecing your main character. You go talk to Withers, give him 100 gold. You do the respec, and you can also pickpocket him. And if you fail to pickpocket, he will not get mad, and you can just keep doing it over and over again until you get your money back. So it's free.
That's
Do not
funny.
get in the habit of doing that with regular NPCs, though. Withers is very
Yeah, no,
unique
just
in not
Withers.
getting mad at
Yeah.
you. Just
Yeah.
Just
Withers.
Withers.
That's funny.
Yeah. I think Withers is currently sitting on a pile of like 3,000 gold from me right now, so
Can you respec everything about a character?
Yes. Well,
yeah.
not
Except
their race
appearance.
and appearance. You cannot respect that.
I
You can
think
for your
with
you can for
the-
your
Oh,
tab.
in the mirror, magic mirror, you can respect your appearance, but
Yeah,
it's not related to Withers.
just for your tab, I think, right? I don't think you can
Yeah, and you
change.
can't change race or gender. You can only change like the superficial features like hair and stuff.
Can you change stats of your companions?
That's what I was about to ask.
Yes, if you do the respec of Withers, you can change
Okay.
their
Yeah.
stats.
I'm about to
Yeah.
change Shadowheart into a wizard and then fucking
Yeah,
blow
exactly.
Gale up as soon as I can.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
and I
why.
mean, like a very common
Oh,
reclass for a lot of people is Astarion into Bard because he has the best lines for Vicious Mockery.
I'm sorry.
that's funny.
I know this is technically narrative, but I have to bring it up. One of my favorite parts of Dark Urge is that I respect Gale from Wizard into Tombstone. Like just instantly. It's the best part of Dirge's playthrough.
Yeah, literally, the moment that portal opened and his hand came out, I was like, "Nope, you're staying there, bud." And then I had a hand and nothing else.
The difference between that and my first playthrough is I was just constantly embarrassing Gale as much as I possibly could until I just murdered him at the end of the game, basically.
Oh yeah. So Jordan, we were talking about like before this whole thing whether or not you should play Dark Urge, and my reasoning for trying to steer you away from Dark Urge and why I thought you would hate it is that I'm trying to think. There's one compulsory action in Act One. There might be more, but there's one for sure, and that is the first night that Alfira stays in your camp. You fucking murder her in cold blood that night.
Just cause?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just like
it's
a
kinda
part of the
Dark
Dark
Urge,
Urge.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just a kind of a part of the Dark Urge storyline, and I was like, Jordan would fucking hate this.
And that is one of the most difficult possible forced deaths to avoid if you're playing Dark Urge. I actually don't think it's possible to avoid it without some like serious game breaking shit. And it's also kind of cool with Alfira because if it's like say you kill Alfira or you like knock her out, if you knock her out and then you progress to the point where she would join your camp and you would be forced to murder her, it's not Alfira that comes to your camp. It's someone else entirely that you are then also forced to murder. It's like some random fucking dragonborn character. And that's actually, we might talk about it more in narrative, but that's a very common thing where like Zevlor, for example, is a pretty important character in Act 1 and following. If he dies in Act 1, there are characters that will replace him in the narrative, and there's like a whole like fucking daisy chain of characters that will do that if it happens.
Guys, who's Alfira?
She was the bard that was like you could either like be kind to her or make fun of her for being bad at being a bard, and that's about her character. And
Yeah,
I
like
acted with this NPC.
in the Druid Grove. Did you do the Harpies quest? Like, did you kill the Harpies?
I remember killing harpies. That was like one of the first things I did. I don't know if it was the harpy quest.
I think there's only one encounter with Harpies.
I went,
Yeah,
I
they're
went
the
to some
only
part of the
harpies.
grove, and there were So yeah, I did that.
With the kid that is lured into the water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So near that spot, like in between the Druid Grove and where that spot is, there's a Tiefling Bard who's just kind of sitting there playing tunes, and you can interact with her. And she's kind of like a sweetheart character. Like you don't recruit her into your party, but she does join your camp.
Can I still get her? Is it too late?
Did you
No,
already enter into
no, no,
Act
no,
Two?
no. She only joins your camp in the Dark Urge storyline. She does
Oh,
not
really?
a
I
regular.
didn't know
Yeah,
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if
Oh.
you save all the tieflings, she'll still pop up in Act 2.
yeah. You'll see her in Act 2. We're not going to
Okay.
say more though.
By saving all the tieflings, I mean killing the goblin camp.
Well, today I learned. I thought
Gotcha.
Alfira joined you in regular playthroughs too.
But yeah, she's just a very well-known side character because of that forced murderization in the Dark Urge playthrough.
She just
And
sounded sick. Yeah, she sounded like a sick
Yeah.
character. So I was, as you guys were talking about her, I looked her up and I was like, why didn't I get this bitch? So
Yeah, the
people have
main.
a very strong desire for her to be like the bard companion because there isn't one.
exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I was like. Fuck! Did I miss the bard companion?
yeah. She was like. I get the sense that she was meant to be a companion, and they just kind of like ran out of time or budget or something. To be honest.
Was there no bard companion?
No.
No,
Damn,
not
that's
a single
crazy.
There's no bard companion. Is there any other missing one? There's technically no sorcerer companion unless you count Dark Urge.
Sorcerer, not wizard.
They're
No, sorcerer
different.
is a different class. Yeah.
They cast spells differently. I'm trying to think, and I'm trying to think without like saying names to
Ranger.
spoil stuff.
Oh wait, no, no. Well, never mind.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
ranger.
There's a 6 wisdom ranger.
Don't worry, Saj, I don't think you've missed anyone except for technically Astarion, since you booted him the fuck out like I did in my first playthrough.
I got him. He just left.
He didn't leave. Yeah, he got escorted off the premises.
The Gale almost did too. He's lucky I didn't know you could respec other people into wizards, or I would have found out he had a bomb in him. He would have been gone too.
So I'm curious. This is kind of a discussion point I wanted to touch on. What did you guys think of the Nautiloid as like a tutorial / kind of tone setter? For me, and I'll kick this off. Like, as far as tutorials go, I thought it was like palatable, mostly because it's super short. And if you know like where to go and what to do, it's only going to take you like honestly like 5 minutes to get through the whole fucking thing. But I think it definitely feels a lot more stale in comparison to something like Chateau Arenicus, for example. But that might be kind of a hot take because Chateau Arenicus is super fucking long. But I think it does a really good job of like setting the tone, whereas the Nautiloid feels a little bit like disjointed because like the fucking mise en scene is so incredibly different from the rest of the game outside of it just
Yeah.
being like pure spectacle.
Yeah, so I agree with that. That latter part where it's Chateau Arenicus fits the rest of Baldur's Gate 2 better, as opposed to like the fucking like action scenes that you're introduced with
Yeah.
in Baldur's Gate 3, and then the rest of the game is, well, not too much like that. But I definitely prefer the intro to 3 way more than 2, to the point where when I play 2, I usually just use a mod to skip that one. Whereas like in 3, I'm like it's, for one, the most important thing that you mentioned is that it's short. That's like the biggest thing about it that I like. And number 2, I like that if you know a little bit more about the game, there's like this little situation that you get excited about doing, which is if you know about it, you get that dude, that Cambion, to drop his fiery sword, so you can like just pick it up and beat him with it, and then you just start the game with a cool like really strong two-handed fiery sword that it just looks cool and feels cool to use.
Yeah, there's an achievement for that. I think. Pretty sure.
Yeah, the when they did the whole like opening action sequence thing, I was like, what did I sign up for with this game? Because this is not what I thought it was going to be, and then it never did that again. To the point where like I forgot about that until you guys were talking about it. So yeah,
Which point are you? What are you referencing specifically when you say that?
like in the beginning where like all the fucking dudes like it's basically like a Game of Thrones battle scene with the Nautiloid and like the fucking dragon shits that show up and you're like, what the fuck? And then just like it's like this huge like grand setting of like what just feels like it's about to be some insane action game where I'm gonna like try to bring the ring back to Mordor. And then basically after you get off the Nautiloid, it's like, oh, this is what I was expecting to play, not some fucking like crazy ass like fucking city siege kind of game.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. As Thomas asked the question, I was thinking it feels like a pretty terrible tutorial in the sense that it's almost non-existent. But other than like, I guess it's like kind of linear. It gives you some forced narrative options that have consequences then and there, like with Us, for example. But I think it does a fucking stellar job at setting the tone. Like, I don't know how much of it will make sense until we get like towards the end of Act 2 and get into Act 3, but I'm trying to figure out how to say this without spoilers. But this game goes for grandiose shit often, and I think that nothing sets that better than the intro of the game, if that makes sense. Like fucking Mind Flayers and Mind Flayer warship fighting dragons in Githyanki. Fucking sick. I'm in there. Very good hook. But I think Sesh is kind of correct that the pivot of that to just like being a little level 1 shitter on the beach is kind of jarring.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I was saying too. I think
Yeah,
the
it's
word I
crazy.
used was disjointed because yeah, it definitely feels that way. I think
But
like in a vacuum, it's super cool for sure, but it
Yeah.
just it's a very Larian intro. Let's just say that. Like every
Yeah.
fucking Larian game starts this way.
Especially, oh my god, the fact that it started on that beach, I was like, this is what PTSD feels like.
Literally looks like
In the
DOS
original
2.
Sin 2.
Yeah, DOS2 literally starts almost the exact same as this game.
I will say, I think as soon as you get out of the Emerald Grove environs, which is like the Goblin Camp, Druid Grove stuff, like once you get into the Underdark, Grimforge, Mountain Pass, it starts to feel a lot more like what the Nautiloid sets up for you. Do you agree with that, Sesh?
It's definitely more than the Emerald Grove stuff, but it's still like nothing feels as fucking epic. Even like 1/10 of as epic was what they showed me in the beginning. Like even when you run into the guy with the dragon whose name I can't remember on the
Kithrak
bridge.
Voss.
Yeah, even when you run into that guy, you're like, this is gonna be epic. He just flies away, and it's like, okay, it wasn't epic at all. So like, I still don't think that there's that level of epic that they match, but definitely like the settings kind of match a little bit more as you do, like specifically like Grimforge, for
Well,
sure.
You did,
to be fair to that specific setting, dragons and Dungeons and Dragons are obnoxiously powerful. So if that dragon stayed to join that fight,
Yeah.
you would have been like it's a 10-0 matchup.
That's what I thought
So
was going to happen. I thought I was going to have to figure out a way to not do combat with them, but then he flew away, and I was like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like thematically, like and narratively, I thought that was dumb as fuck. But
Oh, did
that's not the section
you
we're in.
have Lazel with you?
No, she got left
Okay.
there.
I feel like that might have affected that experience, maybe. I'm not sure.
every single Githyanki encounter is very different without Lizelle, that it's hard to even like compare.
She was
but
there.
just to Thomas, she was
Oh,
there.
she was? Okay.
Yeah, she was like there. Like that's when like I don't know if you could find her again before that, but that's like the first time I find her after being off the Nautiloid or whatever. Was that encounter with that guy with the dragon? And then
wait, she shows up there if you don't
Wait,
find
really?
her beforehand? I didn't know that.
yeah,
Did you never find her in the cage?
no, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's
wow.
crazy.
I
What the hell?
actually didn't know that.
I had no fucking
Yeah, me
idea that
neither.
works that way.
So yeah, so I just to be clear, like it's like to the on your way to the mountain pass, it's that encounter with that fuckhead with the red dragon, right?
yeah.
There's
Yeah,
only
yeah.
one. I
She was
believe.
just there talking to him, and then she's like, "Shut the fuck up, I got this." And then I was like, "You shut the fuck up, I got this."
That's
But
crazy.
yeah, and I
We,
never encountered her before that.
That's funny. She's just like near that monastery where you get withers. She's kind of near there. Like she got
Oh,
caged up and she's just getting harassed by like two dudes who, since I'm Dark Urge, I just unceremoniously murdered and let her out of the cage.
Well,
One
she
of
got
my,
out of that cage somehow, but I don't know how.
It actually has one of my favorite single lines from Lazelle, which is when she's in the cage and she's like yelling at you to let her out. And one of the dialogue options you can say is only if you say please, and she just goes never.
Yeah, that one's great. That one's great.
It's one of my favorites. It's very Lazelle. Sesh, so you did the creche, right? The big monastery.
The big monastery. Can you tell me what happened in it?
It had all the Githyanki in there. You may have found, if you don't have Lazelle, I don't know how much you would have done, but it has the Zathis where you try to have the tadpole removed. It's just a big ass monastery, like you would remember it by the word monastery.
Did you?
I don't think so.
Did you speak to a gigantic goddess?
Hell no.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
I feel like you did what
interact with
Thomas did in his first playthrough.
that. I don't know
Oh
what
yeah,
the hell you guys are talking about.
Did you get to Act 2 through the Underdark or through the Mountain
Yeah.
Pass?
Underdark.
Okay, so did you go to the Mountain Pass
okay.
wall?
No.
Okay, yeah, you did what I did.
Yeah, that tracks. Yeah,
So I should go back?
you can't go
can't.
back now, buddy.
I don't think you can. Wait,
can't
no,
go back.
wait.
I can
Is that
teleport
true?
back.
After
I
Act
think
2,
you can.
cannot.
I thought you could go back to the Mountain Pass specifically. I thought
I can go
that
back
was
to Act
true.
1 area in Act 2.
Yeah, but I don't think that the NPCs are there anymore.
Oh, okay.
I didn't think you'd get back to the Mountain Pass at all. I might be wrong though.
I don't know about Mountain Pass, but I can go to the
So
area.
this is a minor spoiler. I'm gonna try to keep it to like 0 spoiler. But in Act 2, you can go back to the Act 1 areas, but it's how like you have an issue with long rest breaking up quest lines.
Sure.
If you go back to Act 1 from Act 2, you're going to have a cataclysmic effect on certain quest lines.
Really?
Yes.
I don't
Okay, so I'll
remember
go
this at all.
back.
I can't say any more without spoilers.
Well, so the only reason I was going to bring this up, and just to kind of facilitate what we were talking about with the tone of the Nautiloid, is I think kind of supporting that point, but kind of disagreeing with it, is that the only other time that I think the game sets that kind of epic tone in Act 1 is when you get the blood of Lathander from the monastery, if you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
know.
I put a
Mhm.
video of it
Yeah.
of you destroying it with a laser. I do think that you should maybe Sesh, I feel like you should look up what happens in the crush because I feel like there's, even though it's optional, which is really weird, I feel like some really important story stuff happens there.
It seems like it.
I will say I did the exact same thing you did. Like I totally missed the crash in my first playthrough, and I didn't really feel like I had any like gaps because and I've gone back and done it since.
Really?
So
Talking
yeah.
to
I think it works without it.
Yeah, for
Really?
sure. I
Damn,
mean,
that's
it's
crazy.
super fucking cool to talk to you know who, but
Yeah, but it's not just
it's
that,
not
but
like
also
important.
it's also talking to the Dream Guardian.
I mean, that's
I've talked
just
to her.
context.
Oh, well, not in. Are you talking
It's a
about
very. I mean, do you care about what we say? Like, if we just say what happens in that encounter session?
No, if it's our like Act 1 thing, and like I won't if I can't experience it anyway, then yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, what happens if you go to the creche? Then you talk to Lazelle's like fucking god queen Vlakith that she mentions all the fucking time. She like speaks to you in like an astral projection kind of thing. And Vlakith asks you, or tells you, I guess, because she's a fucking god queen, she tells you to kill your dream guardian. So
What
you
the
can,
fuck?
so you go into the astral prism. You can either try to kill the dream guardian or not kill the dream guardian. And I guess I'll just say, if you try to kill the dream guardian, it doesn't work. Dream guardian still sticks around, and there's a lot of like weird dialogue options there that I won't get into, but that's basically what happens. And then you leave, and then you murder all the fucking Githyanki for reasons. But yeah, I think Ben is bringing it up because it might be important context for the Dream Guardian later, but I think it works without it.
Oh no, I find that very strange. I feel like it adds a lot, but that's just me personally. Like to the main storyline.
Maybe we can talk about it a little more later when we get into narrative if we want to. I still just
Yeah, I'm
kind
sorry.
of roll
You're
through the
right.
rest of gameplay stuff. And
Yeah.
again, I just think that the epic tone that it sets when you set off the like fucking light drill or whatever the fuck it is with the blood of Lathander, and then the entire monastery collapses, and you're like trying to escape, and a bunch of your characters will die if you don't cast Featherfall on them. I think that's really
Jesus.
cool.
Like die permanently?
They die, but their like souls are right there, and you can res them.
Oh, okay.
And I think in any event, if a character dies somewhere and you forget where their soul is because they like jumped off a fucking cliff or whatever, Withers can res them at any point.
Yeah.
Do their items come back with them if you do that with Withers? I assume they do.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure they do, yeah.
Pretty sure.
Okay.
Well, in any case, did you guys have anything else you want to talk about with gameplay, or do we want to roll on to the next section?
I have so much I could talk about.
I mean, to piggyback more on Tom's previous question of like it being a tutorial, I think like the opening tutorial is super sick in the way that like it ties all the characters together, not so much as being a tutorial, but I think like the opening setting of being on the Nautiloid is way better than if you just woke up on the beach.
Yeah, if you just woke up on the beach, at some point I feel like the game would have this like weird Final Fantasy VIII plot twist to it that would be very
exactly.
jarring and weird.
I mean, you could
Whoa,
still...
we were all on the Nautiloid? What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's definitely better with it than without it, for sure.
Yeah, so I'm curious what you guys think about this take. So I famously hate open world games, right? And to me, this game is like an idealized version of what I think an open world game should be. So like rather than making me run around and like accomplishing absolutely fuck all in order to pad the game length, I feel like this game it does a few things. Number one, it's got a lot of weight like fast travel points, so it cuts down on that travel time. But at the same time, it's also still jam packed with content in a way that still like makes it conducive to a dozens of hours long experience. Like no matter where you walk in this game, something's gonna happen. And unlike most, i.e. 95+% of open world games, like there isn't just a bunch of air like between you and the next thing happening. And to me, that feels like a super core part of Larian's design, like their design philosophy between like this game and also Divinity Original Sin, where they love to put you on the critical path and then just put a fuck ton of distractions, i.e. side quests, like along the way. And so one thing I'm curious about is if you guys find that to be like overwhelming at times, or do you feel like it kind of like empowers your sense of exploration?
I'm not sure if I would call this an open world game though, but I guess I can see why. I think of it more like it's more hub based.
So again, this is like the point I'm trying to make is I wish open world games were like this. Definitionally, is this an open world game? I mean, not really. If you could travel between the acts, maybe. But this is like what I want an open world game to be, which is take something like the map of Grand Theft Auto 5 where people want to fucking jizz all over the goddamn floor because they made like fucking 250 by 250 mile grid of Los Angeles where 90% of that space is fucking useless, and then just compress it down into something where like there's always something happening around every corner and it's not just like wasted fucking time.
I mean, the parts that I like the least is when you just like walk somewhere and then suddenly you're in like a random encounter that doesn't matter at all. I think that's like a little patty. I think that's the only patty stuff the game does, though.
I think that does that really happen? Because I feel like each encounter is kind of handcrafted, where it's like it's pretty novel. At
Happens
least
in the
my
Underdark.
opinion. Oh,
It definitely happens a lot in the Underdark.
There's
Yeah,
a couple.
you're
There's
right.
a couple of times where it happens. Notably, like Jordan didn't even do this one because it's in the Mountain Pass, but like that Death Prophet encounter, which is a fucking pain in the ass, by the way.
I mean, there's a bunch of them in both the Underdark and the Grimfords. Like just off the top of my head, Minotaurs, Bullet, the electric slimes leading up to that one Deep Rock Gnome.
I don't know. I kind of like all those fights in that they all feel like there's more effort put into their design than just like trash mobs, especially compared to something like Wrath of the Righteous, where that is in my
Yeah.
opinion, like the epitome of what you're complaining about. Where
Oh
it's
yeah,
like
that's bad.
it's pretty awful.
Yeah,
To be honest.
that game's fucking egregious. God, combat encounters in that game got so tedious.
Yeah,
I-
I'm really using it to like to sing its praises. Like that's the only part that feels patty. Like and like I would just hate when I would walk up and then it would be like the initiative rolls would happen and I'm in a fight. I'd be like, what the fuck? But when you walk up and then you talk to somebody and then that could lead to a fight, it felt so much better. But yeah,
Yeah,
So I actually
it'll
agree with
stick
that a
out
lot.
infrequently it happened.
yeah, very much felt like for every like quote unquote random combat encounter like that, there were like
Oh, yeah.
three interesting like social
not
encounters
more.
that could be combat or whatever else. Like that, yeah. There's so fucking
Yeah,
many.
if not more. It was so much. It was so much to the point of where when it didn't happen, it would be like fuck, and rather than just like which one's this gonna be?
And
I was
honestly, most of the time, if you like go down a hallway or something, and that hallway is like miraculously empty, it's just because of like a former consequence that made something
Sure,
not be there
exactly.
anymore.
Yeah, I was actually curious, Sesh. How did you feel going from like the first few combats to the first time you reach the grove and there's like that siege from the goblins, and then when you see the initiative rolls and you see like 20 fucking goblins appear in that list? Like, how did you, was that like overwhelming? Like, how did you feel?
So like yeah, so when I got to that part, I was like, surely these guys are going to be pussies, right? Because this feels like kind of like where the game was railroading me towards. But when you fuck up the goblin, like the goblin camp, and then you go outside, and then there's like 35 that hit you, I was like, is there any way I can avoid this fight? And later I learned I think you could just fast travel away, but I didn't even know that fast travel was the thing. Like free fast
Oh
travel
my
was the thing at that
god!
point.
Wow.
So I just fought them all.
To be fair, I usually like when I do that, when I do the good playthrough of fighting the goblin camp, I usually also just kill them all for the experience.
Yeah, that's why I
I
was
do want to
basically like,
say I'm pretty sure like every single of my playthroughs after the first like probably after the second one, every single goblin camp in all of those playthroughs has been I try to stealth kill one of the leaders. I end up like triggering the karma system so that the entire goblin camp hates me. I finish killing the leader. I fast travel out. Okay, no problem. I do some other shit. I forget that I aggroed the entire goblin camp, but you can still fast travel to the one right outside the goblin camp, and I immediately start combat with all of them right
Yeah.
after my fast travel, and I'm not rested, and I have no spell slots. So many fucking times
Yeah.
that happened.
So yeah, it feels intimidating, and anything if it's just annoying when you're like, oh, these motherfuckers are gonna have to like move one by one. Like it's basically like the torment problem every now and then. But luckily, this game sometimes if they all want to do the same action, they all do the same action at the same fucking time.
Yeah, I wonder what triggers that, because like it only happens usually with like the smaller minion types
Yeah,
where it's
that
just
use like dash at
I
the same
think
time and
it's
shit. Yeah,
yeah. I think if it's just like a big group of the same enemy and they're all just gonna move is when it does it.
I think what is way worse to me is when this happened in my second playthrough when I was playing an evil character and I was playing a necromancer wizard. So I had like a million fucking summons, especially towards the end of the game, because you get this like grimoire that lets you summon like 6 zombies, and it was like super overpowered. The only time I truly felt that was when I had to control every single fucking one of those zombies individually.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
that
it's
shit
actually
sucks.
funny because they actually nerfed that, but the nerf actually improves it because you don't have to control them anymore. In my opinion, it's a buff. Um, Going back to a gameplay thing, there is something that pissed me off that I would not have found out until this playthrough. Because not only is this the first time I'm playing Evil, but it's also the first time I'm using Druid. I wanted to make Lae'zel Druid literally just to choose one fight, and then also just to experience what Druid is like. And I actually love Druid, especially like Wild Shape, like like as a mechanic. Like there are so many cool things you can do with all the different shapes. They all have utility, but one problem that the Wild Shape has is that the Druid's hitbox conforms to, like the size of the animal, which can be pretty big, and it makes it difficult to click on the enemy if you want to
Yep.
attack them. It's so
Yeah.
fucking annoying.
I hit Halson before for that exact reason. When he was a druid, when he was in his bear form, I was like, "Fuck!" and I had to reload because I was like, "I don't want to hit him. What if he's gonna be pissed at me?"
Yeah, there's a lot of examples of that because it won't ask you for confirmation if you accidentally highlight a team
Yep.
member, for example. Happens all the time.
Yeah, like I actually think maybe maybe one of my bigger complaints of this game is how punishing misclicks are and how
Yeah.
easy it is to misclick.
I've
Yeah.
firebolted the ground so many times.
Dude, especially like in the Nautilus, because I've done it so many goddamn times with all the playthroughs I've done. The amount of times that I've misclicked a firebolt on those little imps that fly around because they're so fucking small. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
It's kind of silly that they wouldn't add a confirmation of like, are you
So
sure you want to do this? This seems dumb.
so I don't think this would be possible in a controller UI, but in keyboard and mouse, can you not select the enemy portraits in like the timeline bar
Oh, I
as
never
like
You
a
even
can.
tried.
target? You
You can.
okay? Because that would I need to see if you can do that with controller because that would just solve my problem kind of.
I never even thought to do that.
I can't
I
remember
didn't either.
if
That makes
I
sense.
can't remember if you can just like select an ability and then click the timeline bar, but you can definitely like hover over it and see like who is who, and I'm pretty sure that you can click an ability from there. I'm not 100%, but I'm
That
pretty
feels
sure.
very counterintuitive, but it'd be cool if it works.
Oh,
Yeah,
speaking
it's not intuitive. Oh, sorry, you can go.
speaking of the timeline bar, Jordan, do you remember the pro tip that I gave you about it? That the game also does
Yeah,
not
you could
explain.
switch between like what characters can act if they act on the same time or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I went through like the vast majority. I think most people when the game came out went through the vast majority of the game not realizing that you could do that, and it's like it's like a big fucking thing.
hmm
I think Stash mentioned something earlier that is like critically important that they don't highlight, which is jumping to get around everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually, even though jumping in this game is like really like fucking tedious in a variety of ways, I actually love the fucking verticality in this game
Yeah, it's great.
because
Oh yeah.
to me, I think that a lot of the verticality in this game comes from like lessons learned from Divinity Original Sin 2 because that game's combat encounters are so fucking similar to Baldur's Gate 3. Like there's tons of verticality, there's a lot of complex environments, and those environments are really good at creating these occasionally like difficult scenarios just with regards to like movement and setup and all that shit. And they did and do a really good job of creating like really unique combat encounters in a way that is like it relies a lot more on the environment and what's around you like in the battlefield and what's above and below you rather than like the by and large kind of normal way that CRPGs work where it's just kind of like flat tactical scenarios or whatever.
Yeah, and something I wanted to bring up a little bit. I would like to move on to the next section soon, but I did want to bring up like some of the emergent gameplay stuff. I'm thinking of like how you can cast create water on people and it'll make lightning do more damage, or you can chuck explosive barrels at people, or like grease is flammable. There's a lot of like when you fight the wood woads, for example, and you have to use fire on them. Did you guys think this game did that emergent gameplay stuff well? Where like, oh, this is a spell that would make sense to do bonus damage to this thing or whatever. Do you think this game did that pretty well, or has done it pretty well since we're only at Act One?
I would say I would say that they did it well, and specifically in comparison to Divinity Original Sin 2, I think that they did it way better than that game because I remember being really frustrated in that game where like it felt like the floor was lava literally like all the fucking time, and every attack every enemy did just created more lava on the floor. It's so annoying in that game. Whereas in this game, it's way more toned down, but it still exists to the point where like after I played Baldur's Gate 3 and I play like any other game where there's like exploration, if I see patches of fire or like embers on the floor, I don't try to step on them. I just I just don't. Even if I'm not playing Baldur's Gate 3, it's just I don't want to accidentally take like 1 point of damage. Even if that mechanic doesn't actually exist and those embers don't actually damage you.
Yeah, and I actually agree with your point about Divinity Original Sin 2. So like when I said that they like took lessons learned, that's like specifically the lesson. Now, granted, I think that game is like much more like designed around kind of like that like interplay between the different like elements and like shit on the ground, but it would have sucked fuck in this game if they tried to do that.
I didn't really interact with kind of what Seth is saying enough because kind of I play thing. I don't really have that like creative mind when it comes to these kind of games. So yeah, I don't. The only thing like that I even like ran into was like in freeing Nier, like from I think that's his name, the fucking asshole in Grimforge or whatever. I was throwing a smoke powder bomb on the ground, and the ground would leave fire behind. And then when Nier and the asshole would run out, they'd run on the fire, and then the whole place would aggro to me. And so I was like, "What the fuck am I doing wrong?" But then I had to throw the bomb like up on the wall so it didn't leave shit on the ground, which I thought was annoying more than anything.
Oh, are you talking about the part where you have to like blow up those rocks? Because I
Yeah,
had the same thing happen. It pissed me off.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
like I blew up the rocks and I was like, yeah, it's time for me to run in, and then everyone aggroed.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
I'm like, what? Did I do something wrong?
Yeah,
And I guess I did, so I had to reload.
yeah. No, I reloaded like 3 times to figure out what the fuck was happening, and then I was like, "Oh, this fucking dumbass who's like running out is running into the embers," and then they think since I created the embers, the whole place just gets pissed at you. It was annoying as fuck.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing that can happen on account of like the weird interplay of different mechanics in
Yeah,
this
exactly.
game, which is also why honor mode can be quite frustrating at times.
Oh yeah, speaking
Oh
of,
yeah, that button
uh,
sucks.
where did you lose your honor mode playthrough, Ben? Wait, did you do honor mode?
No, I did not. I did a tactician with honor
Okay.
rule set from the beginning.
Wait, Seth, did you start honor mode? So I thought someone started it
Yeah,
with me.
I
Are
did.
you are you still going?
Oh hell no! I was very overconfident when I went to Ethel.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, what happened to me was I knew I wasn't going to get through honor mode unscathed. Like I just don't have the game knowledge to do it. Like I just knew that going in, but I still wanted to try. And as soon as I got to the Underdark and I stepped outside of where you meet Raphael and I forgot where the observer is and it aggroed, I just died. Like it fucking one shot I think half my party, including my Tavern Brawl monk, like before I even took a game action. The thing just like totally fucked me up.
Oh, that thing had a
So,
bullshit legendary attack.
Yeah, that thing
Yeah,
is
it
fucked
was
up.
insane. It was so hard to beat.
is that the thing in the Underdark or whatever,
Yeah,
Spectator
it's
or
the
Big
whatever?
old
Yes.
beholder.
eyeball. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
beholder.
Yeah, so in honor mode, it gets this legend. Every boss basically gets like a new legendary attack, and this one in particular punished people that took lots of actions, which generally, if you're trying to min-max your gameplay, you're taking a lot of actions. So you just kind of get obliterated.
Do you want a quick pause, Don, before we keep talking?
I was gonna wait until we move on, just for the sake of like ease of editing, but
I mean, we could just like very briefly, since session do honor mode, just briefly talk about some of the honor mode mechanics, because I think they're kind of cool.
Yeah.
The bullet is so fucked up in honor mode. You what is it? You have to do at least 20 damage to it to do any damage to it, and as a like 100 temporary hit point shield.
Yeah,
That thing is fucked up.
Huh? How
yeah,
are you supposed to kill that?
it
It's
was.
oh my god.
You have to basically have certain character builds.
Wait,
Yeah,
but how
you
does it
like
not? How do you keep it in the battle?
I don't think you
Sometimes
have to kill it.
you never actually have to fight it. You could just let it just keep going.
Oh, so but would it stick around if you can't do damage to it? It would be like, oh, you guys suck, and then it wouldn't. Because every time like I would hit it once and it would just leave, and I'd be like, how the fuck do you kill this thing?
My experience was that it would always shortly run away after I killed the shield. I'm not sure what actually triggers it.
I think it's probably
Especially
health
normal.
damage, is my guess.
Probably. I'm pretty sure. I never actually like fucked around with this. I know you can kill it. Like I think it has some AI that triggers it to run away, and sometimes it doesn't. So I think on my first playthrough,
I killed
it
it.
never ran away from me. Oh, you did kill it?
Yeah, I killed it, but it was only because like I think I got to it was either like level 5 or 6 or whatever, and then Karlak was just fucking Truck City, and then so it was
Oh yeah.
fucking it was hit once and wouldn't got a crit, and then second attack, and then got the bonus action. So she literally did like 80 damage in one turn.
Yeah.
Classic.
Speaking of that, how did you feel about like kind of like the power spike that you get when you get to like 4 and 5? More so 5.
So because I'm playing with Gale, Shadowheart. My main character is a paladin, and then Karlak is a berserker. the other characters feel like they don't do fucking anything, and then Karlach feels like she's the final boss of everything ever and just kills everything.
Yeah, and did you especially when you got that extra attack, right? It's like
Yeah.
it just feels like fucking god
Between
mode.
that and then what is it, like great weapon mastery or
Oh
whatever the
yeah,
fuck?
Yep.
I see people like talk about like how great the other subclasses are. I feel like that one is obviously the fucking best one.
It's insane.
Or specifically the one that says like it's just like you need a 19 to roll a critical. I feel like that one subclass is just better than all the other ones that have like all their different abilities. Just give me the 19 crit and it's literally I'll get more out of it.
Yeah, but I mean the power. I could see like the power spike being huge. It also feels pretty good for Gale too. But I feel like Karlach just does so much for me and doesn't require like spell slots or anything. That yeah, like she just fucking just absolutely destroys fucking everything.
Oh,
Yeah, I think a lot of the like, especially martial or half martial classes, subclasses, they tend to have a lot more power imbalance, in my opinion, than stuff like just straight fighter or straight barbarian. And like with spellcasters, as another example, spellcasters are like very linear typically in how powerful they're going to feel. Like if you hadn't picked it up, Sesh, it's on every odd level that you get the next
I had no
level
idea.
of spell slot.
That
So
makes
like
sense though.
like 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11 is when you get your next level of spell slots, and so they always feel very powerful when you hit that next level.
Mhm.
But there is something weird with the marshals, especially if you're doing multi-class builds, where at least in my experience, I always had one character that just felt entirely useless while everyone else was one-shotting everything.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it feels the opposite, and then I have one character that feels like at the end of the, and then the other three characters are basically just the supporting cast for that one character.
Yeah, which can definitely be a thing. Like concentration as a mechanic. It
Yeah.
means you can only have one concentration spell, and
Yeah.
oftentimes the best way to spend your concentration is haste on
Yep.
your fighter.
Exactly.
That's interesting.
I've always been pro martial supremacy in all CRPGs. I
Oh
think
yeah.
it's so much more efficient for beating the game than like doing all this like fucking like spellcaster like
Yeah.
calculus. I'm like, that's cool and all, and I like the idea of like the like it's like super powerful mage fantasy, but like I'll like if when I'm playing through these games, I just want one of those guys, and I need like three dudes with axes, just kill
Yep.
everybody. Or in this
Yeah.
game, two people with axes and one person with two hand crossbows. That's what I
Yeah.
want to do. I want
Or
maximum killing power.
well, you can't forget about the tavern brawler open hand monk, because that is the
Oh yeah,
definition of
yeah,
a
yeah,
power fantasy right there.
yeah. And that okay. Never mind. This is the narrative. I was about to talk about Minthara, but I haven't respec yet on certain characters because I was waiting for Minthara because I wanted like my final like party composition. So I don't have a
Uh,
tavern brawler yet, even though I plan on it.
Uh, Also, counterpoint to Marshall's filling the like power fantasy is Throne of Ball. Mages in that game are the sickest fucking shit
Oh no
of
no
all
no no
time.
no no no! The power fantasy is amazing. I don't think there's any power fantasy with marshals at all. Like I like
Well,
the
I
passive least
guess
resistance.
I guess a way of rephrasing that is I guess it's kind of tedious in that game, but god damn are they fun to play when like shit's going off and you're just like sitting there slanging fucking ninth level spells for like five
Yeah,
minutes
and
straight.
that's why I
I
like having like my DEI token sorcerer, but they're not the main person in my party.
I mean, this game definitely has, or at least had that. I'm gonna mention this, even though it's a late game build, because it got nerfed. Not like into the ground, like you could still do it and it would be fine. But I'm just gonna mention one of my favorite builds that I ever had in this game, and that is the Storm Sorcerer Tempest Cleric, where with a certain combination of abilities, you will one shot every single thing on the screen, and some things that you can't see with double cast Chain Lightning. You can no
Damn.
longer double cast Chain Lightning, but oh man, that was fun.
There is a
Yeah, I
much
mean
bigger
my
bug related to chain lightning, but it's related to Act 3, so never mind.
the build that I played the first time was just I think it was 10 fighter 2 rogue and it was a fucking ranged warrior. So I just used a bow and I just like straight fucking normal attacked like six times around and everything just died. It just fucking melted to my warrior just left clicking on everything.
What was the monk skill that you said, Seth? Because I think I'm going to respec Shadowheart to be that.
You should. I
Brawler.
was just about to say you should definitely consider monk, because monk was traditionally very weak in 5e. It was fixed in 5.5 for the most part, but I think they definitely did some legwork to make it feel much more powerful in this game. And what you want to do is take a monk. They're going to go open hand. You can kind of go whatever subclass, but open hand is slightly better than all the other ones. And you want it to be a strength monk. Typically, they are dexterity, but you want it to go strength, and you're going to take Tavern Brawler, which adds your strength modifier to your unarmed attacks, which is what you do as a monk. And the reason I was actually going to suggest don't sleep on monk to sesh is because Step of the Wind is probably the most fun ability in any D&D game ever. Ben, I don't know if you fucked around with it too much, but just go ahead and read the text on Step of the Wind if you haven't fucked around with monk too much. It removes the bonus cost, or the bonus action cost of jump. That means you can jump as many times as you want in one turn. The way
That's
jumping
sick.
works in this game is the movement that jump uses always uses. I use metric. It always uses 3 meters of movement, but the length of your jump scales with strength. So if you have a Tavern Brawler monk that has 20 strength, and you activate Step of the Wind, you are jumping across the entire map in one turn. It's amazing. It's very fun.
I never knew about this, but I played Tavern Brawler without that like forbidden knowledge, and it was still fucking broken.
Yeah, it just does so much damage.
Yeah, it'll do like 500 damage a turn, like without batting an eye in the late game.
Noted.
Yeah, you've
I don't
had
know
your
if it's gonna do
struggle in
that.
Act 1 sesh. Now you get to unlock the OP shit.
Dude, just the fact to know that I can change classes is like fucking mind blowing. Because I was basically sitting here just being like, when am I gonna get a monk? When am I gonna get a bard? When am I gonna get
Oh,
X? You know,
I
like
mean,
not knowing that I had that the whole time.
Yeah, dude,
yeah,
just fucking respec, man. Just
Yeah.
experiment, because the gold cost is also effectively
it's
zero.
free.
Yeah,
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 you
yeah.
just steal it back. But
I mean, I have
also,
so much gold anyway.
yeah, for Karlak specifically, she has a pretty good build, but you might, depending on what you did in Act 1, you might have already skipped or sold these items. But there's this weapon called the Returning Pike that you can throw and it just comes back to you.
I
And then
don't
there's
remember
a
if I sold that. I might have kept that.
if
If you don't have a returning weapon, I believe the Path of the Giant subclass gives you a returning weapon at 6th level.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And what am I
Well,
doing with
I
the
think
returning
so.
weapons?
basically there's like this build that people do with Karlak. It's like a throw-it-in build. I guess that's what they call it.
Sure.
Because there's also a ring you get in Act 1 that says like it's like the ring of flinging where you just do an extra. It's like an extra damage modifier for when you throw an item.
Yeah, I think I have that.
And yeah, and then there's also something in the barbarian class feature, maybe like one of the subclasses that also like facilitates throwing shit. And it's a build that's very powerful that people like using on Karlak specifically.
I feel like I would
Uh,
benefit from like knowing what the sick builds are because I usually like never experiment with anything crazy like that or like I haven't even interacted with like the alchemy system at all, so it's just constant like you've unlocked
Yeah.
a new
Oh yeah,
recipe and I'm
and
like,
by no means is it necessary for like enjoying Karlak. Like the first
oh
arc
yeah,
of
yeah,
the
yeah.
game, I didn't know about that at all. I just gave her a fucking two-handed, whatever the best
Yep.
two-handed thing I had, and then I just clicked on the enemy and
Yep.
they
Yep,
died.
that
That's what I'm
was
yeah,
doing.
I mean
Karlak was just 12
I mean
barbarian for me.
Yep.
the one
That's
thing
what
I'll
I'm
mention
doing.
is just be careful with some of these builds because some of them are absolutely game breaking. Like that,
Oh yeah,
the Storm Sorcerer one I mentioned, I did not have to interact with any combat from the back half of Act 2 onwards. So just be careful with that stuff for sure.
Sure.
But if you want just like a secret tech for builds in general, you're almost never incorrect going 3 levels of Rogue Thief. Almost never is that incorrect.
What does that give you?
an
Extra bonus
attack.
action.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying earlier. Is like you dip into rogue, and that's like it's like a very common thing. At least when I was playing the game initially, to just go like 9 levels in some class and then 3 in rogue. I've been saying 2 because I couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3, but yeah, that third action for just the cost of 3 levels is like fucking crazy.
Yeah, I think the two most common dips are 3 levels into Rogue for the extra bonus action, 2 levels into Fighter for Axe and Surge because it's very good, and as of the most recent patch, 1 level into Warlock for Hexblade because pretty much any martial class can benefit from uh, making their main stat be Charisma.
Does all of that shit still work in non-honor mode? Because I know that they removed like just taking a bajillion turns in honor mode.
Uh, in terms of what, I'm not sure. Like all the ones I mentioned are like not like crazy OP. They're just very good dips.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is you can't go 3 rogue, 2 fighter. Like it does not let you do that, right? Like you can only take one
It
extra
does.
action a turn or something.
Action Surge is very unique in what it does. It will always let you take the extra
Well,
action.
okay, maybe it's the warlock one then that you can't dip because someone was telling me this in the
Okay,
channel when I was
so
trying
in
to
honor
back,
mode,
back
my
to the
build.
blade.
but yeah, so like the extra attack feats you get at level 5 for certain classes, those do not stack in honor mode.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Well, we're kind of just build yapping at this point, which might just be
Yeah.
conducive to talking in the text channels later.
Yeah,
Do you guys want to talk more about gameplay, or do you want to move on to the
we can
next
move
section?
on.
Yeah, I'll just close by saying that this game is a modern engineering marvel, and that's all that I'll say. This shit should be the fucking seventh wonder of the world.
Yeah, I truly, just to wrap up my thoughts on it, I think it's incredible how, like, it may not even be the most cohesive stuff, but it just all works together in the most spectacular of ways to allow for complete and total freedom in combat, and it's
It,
great.
it does immersive sims way better than actual immersive sims could ever even dream of being.
And
And
the crazy thing,
I mean that like completely genuinely. This game completely shits on like all those immersive sims.
the
Very true.
craziest thing to me about this game too is like there's no superfluous or unnecessary content. Like everything has a purpose. Like even if it's just kind of like a one-off comedic side bit because you're talking to a squirrel or whatever, or like random NPCs without a dialogue tree that are just like making their bed in the Druid Grove or whatever, like everything is doing something and everything leads to something and those somethings can be so wildly different based on small choices that you make. So yeah, like I said, modern engineering marvel, this fucking game.
And a great example of that, before we move on, is my boy Barkus Root, who becomes a lot of people's favorite character. He is the gnome, the deep gnome that is tied to the windmill that just so happens you can get in your party and just shows up regularly throughout the game. Great
Yeah,
character.
and he won't be showing up any
Yeah,
further in my
same here.
playthrough because I sent his ass flying from that windmill.
Yeah, yeah, we'll talk about that later in the text channel. Maybe send Sesh that video if you didn't see it. But let's move on to art, audio, UI because that was an hour and 40 minutes of gameplay discussion that we'll have even more to talk about in the next act. We got 2 more episodes of this shit. So I just want to ask, since we're like, we're pretty deep into the life cycle of this game. We're basically at the end of the like support of this game, quote unquote. They won't be doing any major patches. I'm just curious, especially for Sesh, did you guys have any like huge bugs affect your experience or like alter your perception of the game in any way?
So I mean, I had like a crash when I first opened the save menu, which was weird, which didn't really bother me. A couple times NPCs wouldn't render in cutscenes, which made it really weird. But that was like only like early on for me. Like specifically, like yeah, it would just like the camera would just switch, and then there would be no one in the frame, and so it would just be someone talking, and so that was kind of like jarring, but not terrible. The worst thing for me is if I go. Sometimes I go up a ladder, but then I teleport down the ladder, but then I click the ladder because I think I'm at the bottom, but then I'm actually at the top, and then it teleports me back to the top of the ladder, and then I walk down, and this has happened to me like 4 times, and it's really
Yeah,
fucked up.
I've done that too. Yeah, for me, the first time I played this game after release was kind of a mess because I had a PC that was kind of like treading water for the like requirements of this game. And on release, this game had like tremendously bad memory leak problems. So I was having to restart this game every like fucking 45 minutes to an hour. It was really annoying. And I was also like save scumming like crazy, so when I would have to reload, it would take fucking forever. But um, the difference between this game on release and this game now is crazy. I think I ran into one bug, and I ran into it today, and I was like, huh. Which was I pressed my quick save button and I got like error 804 could not save, and I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And then I just like clicked on the ground like 5 feet away and pressed F5 again, and it worked fine. And other than that, I haven't ran into
Weird.
shit.
Yeah, so I also have to echo that because I remember when I first played this game, there were so many fucking bugs, and also I had to play the game. I had to rebuy the game on the PS5 to actually complete it because my computer did not have enough memory. Like certain, like Such said, it was just like that, but like way worse. And like the cutscenes just wouldn't load. It would take literally 5 minutes.
Oh
I would
god.
just be, and it would just be just in the loading screen. So I just had to, and it's because I
Holy
only had
shit.
8 gigs of memory, which I mean that's my fault for just not buying a new computer in like 10 years, but I still I had to play on the fucking PS5. And and it's crazy because the Steam Deck actually just had more RAM than the PC I had at the time and ran fine on the Steam Deck.
Yeah,
But
so when just keep this in the back of your mind, Jordan. When we get to Act 3, if you can remember how like fucked up and zombified my PC was before
Yeah.
I like upgraded it, just think about that as you're strolling through Act 3. Is all I'm gonna say.
I swear I remember you posting like a video or maybe like you streamed while you were trying to play it once or something, and it was just like super fucked up and like artifacted and crazy. But I don't remember if that
That
was you or if that was your or you saying someone else had the same experience as you.
Yeah, that was something to do. I don't know what that was, but it didn't have anything to do with my PC because like if I captured video through OBS, it worked fine, but when I tried to
Oh,
stream
okay.
through Discord, it was fucked up. So I
Gotcha.
don't know, something was squirrely, and I don't think that was my PC.
Gotcha.
there is one technical thing that started bugging me, and it's only because I started playing on PC. Like this is actually my first legitimate PC playthrough, so I'm experiencing certain things for the first time, like the cloud save and the mods. The mods are amazing, and I love the fact that they propagate across different devices. So when I play on the ROG Ally, the mods are all there. You don't have to do any setup. My saves are all there through the cloud save. But like I don't know, I think Sesh, you talked about this. The cloud save, it takes fucking forever.
Oh my
like it's
god.
like, and it's okay, kind of, because like after you realize that you can still keep playing, but like seeing that message up there forever, you
Yeah.
feel like you can't turn off the game. Like if you want to just like
Yeah.
quit the game and you end your game session by saving like most people do, then you have to wait there for like another minute
Yeah.
while it's like does this cloud shit. It's just so weird because
I
like
Yeah,
there's
tried.
yeah, it's just annoying because it's definitely something that's like I feel is over engineered because it's not
Hmm.
just Steam Cloud. There's something else too where it's using like their Larian
It's the
pipeline.
Larian cloud, yeah. Because the Steam cloud takes a while too, but it's like 1/6 the time of what Larian's time was, and I fucking turned it off like through the Larian shit for the exact reason you said of like when I want to close the game, and then you just sit there like saving the cloud for like a minute, and it's like what the fuck. So I turned that shit off because it's insane.
fucking the first time someone, I forget if it was you, Jordan, or Ben, like posted a screenshot or something, and it had that message up there in the top left. I think I said, I was like, man, it would drive me crazy to see that message there all the time. And literally, every video, every screenshot, everything that Ben has posted has had that
Yeah,
fucking message
because
up there in the
I
top
save
left.
scum. Yeah, if you
He's
save
like, oh, I'm
scum,
taking a screenshot,
You
gotta save.
you literally just play with that fucking shit on permanently.
yeah, I do. And that is something you can queue the quick saves. So that's how that number keeps incrementing. So like when I get like super save scummy, but like I'm on a good gambling streak, so I have multiple quick saves going. And I do enjoy that where it actually queues them and it does save them all
Yeah.
in order. So when you do get a bad roll and have to reload, you do have like your choice of which which point to go back to, but you cannot quick load or you cannot load at all until until the quick save cloud shit is done. So you still
So
have to wait. And it makes save scumming like very, very painful. Like way more painful than what you guys already experience.
Oh
Maybe that's
shit, that's good
intentional to get
stuff.
you to avoid save
yeah,
scumming.
that's funny.
It's not gonna stop me, but I will suffer through it and I don't know, I won't complain about it because it is my choice to do it. I'm not gonna complain about it
I
anymore.
mean, the fact that it takes so long is definitely Larian's fault, though. That's just insane. It's 15 megabyte files, dude. That should take me like 2 seconds.
Okay, so let's talk about some art and audio, shall we? Uh, in my opinion, I think this game's fucking beautiful. But I think where it really shines the most is in its mocap performances.
Yeah.
The biggest negative that I can say about the mocap is that sometimes it feels like people are a little bit like bobbleheady, like their fucking necks are like on a swivel. And it
Yeah,
looks,
for sure.
I don't know if that's just like how they set up their mocap or if the actors were just like gesticulating fucking
Yeah.
wildly. But that's like the only negative I have because it's barely even a negative because it still looks fucking crisp.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
the mocap performances, which if you guys didn't know, all of them were directed by the voice actor for Astarion, Neil Newbon, and like he has a lot of theatrical background and shit, and it fucking shows because like if you just look at every single character, they just have this particular posture that they stand in, and their body language is very palpable through the dialogue that they have,
Yeah.
and yeah, I don't think I've ever seen mocap in a game like this as good as this. Like, yeah, you could say something like maybe Last of Us has really good mocap by comparison, or like Uncharted, but just the fact that they did that mocap for everything in this game is
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, that's the thing that I think is so nuts because like E33 has pretty good mocap, I think, but it's like 6 characters and like there's almost no one moving. Like this game has so many more moving parts and like it's better than that, which is just insane.
and there's something I have to super give credit to the devs work again because back on release, in the technical state it was in, it was pretty unoptimized. But now, when I play the game, when I first installed the game and ran it on the ROG Ally, and I went into the graphics settings, I just click on recommended, and I just expected to like just set everything to low because it's a fucking ROG Ally, and it set everything to ultra, and I was like, really?
Yeah.
And with the frame generation, yeah, it just works fine.
Mhm.
And it's beautiful too. It looks exactly the same as when I played on the PS5. It's like extraordinary, like what they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think the game is like the peak of graphics. Like I think it looks fine and it's like well stylized, but I'm not like holy fuck, look how good this looks. But the thing that's super impressive to me is how well it performs like no matter what. Like I don't think my game has gone beneath 240 FPS no matter what's been on the screen, which is insane.
Yeah, and that's like a complete like far cry from when this game came out. Like their performance patches were fucking incredible, and kind of the same thing they did with DOS2. But yeah, they put a lot of fucking work into this
Yeah.
game in the past 2 years.
And it
I'm just curious for Sesh to hoard a bunch of explosive barrels and explode like a dozen of them and see if that's still true.
Yeah, I mean I could check.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
probably so
I've
fucking,
never
but you're doing
noticed.
it on purpose.
I didn't notice
Yeah,
any frame hitches at all, even a little bit.
There are
Yeah,
some frame
it's
hitches, but it's been there. It's specifically in cutscenes, like the action-packed cutscenes.
Sure.
Whenever there's a transition between scenes, and then maybe it's because I still don't have enough RAM, but there's always a slight hitch when they're like loading in assets from one
I can see
transition
that.
to another.
I can
Yeah,
definitely see that if you don't have like a lot of RAM for sure.
I think I think the true test of this for me is going to be when I set off my rune powder barrel in the middle of Act 3 because I'm
oh
Dark
no.
Urge and that's how I roll.
Yeah.
I think to back up a little bit to the assets more specifically. First of all, I just think that this game it has an obscene amount of assets, and like yeah, it reuses them a couple like here and there. I'm thinking of like monsters and NPCs specifically. Like, but the fact that like look how fucking detailed the spectator is. And that's just one random
Yeah.
fucking encounter in the Underdark that's like pretty easily missable. Yeah, like the spectator model shows up in a couple other places, but an average player is only going to see one of them probably, and it looks fucking incredible. And the
Yeah,
game is
for
just
sure.
filled with stuff like that for just all of this different side content that they couldn't have expected every player to do, but like it's there. It's fucking insane. And like the quality of those assets, I'm thinking like specifically on the Nautiloid. Oh my god, everything in the Nautiloid looks so fucking good. And that feeling of like traveling through the fucking hells on this mind flayer ship, and you see the dragons in the background and you can see the hells in the background. Holy shit, that stuff looks good.
Yeah,
I have
one thing I want to specifically call out in that regard is fucking gear, like equipment on characters. Like all of it
Yeah.
looks so good, and all of it looks so good inside of the cutscenes. Like there's not like an ounce of laziness that went into the
Mhm.
modeling a lot of the equipment in this game, and it looks amazing.
It's a bummer they don't have transmog because yeah, like I want to transmog things, but since like it's not a thing, I'm like fuck it. So I just use like the camp transmog to at least like kind of normalize it for me. But I agree that like it doesn't look bad.
I can at least promise you this as a light spoiler. By the end of Act 2, all of the best armor is also the best looking armor, so you won't have to worry about that too
Yeah,
much.
I'll have to untoggle the camp every time, like the camp gear every time I get new gear. Because yeah, that's a good point. I like haven't looked at my characters outside of their camp attire in like 5 6 hours, so they might look sick by now.
Oh, that's funny, Thomas. But yeah, you get a couple pieces of like, especially the plate armor in this game. I think it looks so good.
Mhm. I think all
Some of
that.
the sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think all the headgear makes the characters look fucking stupid as hell, but
Yeah, I think a lot of like Thomas said, like a lot of the gear looks good in cutscenes, and like objectively, yeah, as an asset, I get that's probably
yeah,
true.
agreed.
But man, a lot of the Act One stuff just does not fit
Wait,
the characters at
okay.
all.
Yeah.
There's a minor criticism. There's a minor criticism I have to levy that you just brought up, specifically with headgear, especially with certain hairstyles where like
Uh-huh.
they can't render like all the hair.
Oh, sure, yeah,
Where it looks like every character's kind of like a little balding. Like
yeah.
my
Oh
Shadow Heart
yeah,
has like this hat where yeah, it just looks she looks like she has a skullet. It's kind of weird. And the other minor criticism I have to levy against this game's art direction is that all tiefling look same. Like just real talk, this is just how it is.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know what a tiefling was going into this game, so when like I first saw a tiefling, I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And I think it's grown on me just because I like Karlach as a character, but at the beginning, I could be like, "I don't like this design."
That's
I don't
how I
think
feel
all of
about.
them. I don't think all of them look similar. I think a lot of like rando NPCs might, but I mean like Zevlor looks really unique, Karlach looks really unique, Alfira looks really unique. I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah, well, I guess Zev looks different, but all the rest of them looks kind of the same to me.
For me, it's like even they do kind of look a little samey, but I like the way that it looks, so it doesn't bother me. What does bother me, and I'm really glad that there's not a lot of them, is fucking Dragonborn. Thank God there are not a lot of Dragonborn NPCs in this game because I do not like fucking looking at
Oh,
them.
and I'm so glad you could customize the Dark Urge.
Oh
I would
yes,
not want to play as a Dragonborn. And
Yeah.
also, I guess this is more related to art and stuff. The character creation is pretty fucking incredible. Like, and I'm a big fan of like wrinkles in games. I like putting wrinkles on characters, and like the wrinkles in this game specifically are very, very good looking.
I
That's
like
interesting because I thought
this.
the character creator was like limited compared to some of the other games I played recently.
I do feel like
I
it's
think it's
limited.
I think it's limiting in comparison to like fucking Korean games where like
Yeah,
there's a
I think
slider for
that's a good
fucking
point.
everything.
Yeah, but I feel like it's fun though, because like a lot of those games that have like those super like modular character creators, I feel like it's way too easy to make these fucking mutants, and then like I just end up like just clicking on reset to default.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I seeing like the characters that specifically the one that Tom made, I was like, oh, that's cool. And I tried to like make me, and like it didn't. I didn't have nearly the customization like in the Korean games
Oh
where I
yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
like be like cheekbone higher, cheekbone lower, face skinnier, all that shit. So it was kind of like basically, I felt like
Yeah.
if I picked an elf, I kind of looked almost the same. If I picked X, I looked almost the same.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think I wish there was more variation in like the actual facial structures
Yeah,
that you could make because I think they only have preset faces, right?
exactly.
yeah,
Or it's very minimally
Yeah.
changeable, if
yeah,
not.
and I guess it's just for me that like I appreciate the limitation because again, like I said, like in those other character creators, I just felt like too easy to make something too ugly. And also for variety, I haven't looked too much into the mods, but there's probably like a fuck ton of mods
Oh
you can
yeah,
use.
Oh yeah, for
I was just
sure.
about to say like the one data point I have that I mean it's not actual data, but if you go to the mod store or quote unquote store, if you go there, there are fucking millions
yeah,
of like hair packs and face packs
yep,
and race packs and all that shit. There's so much of it.
Yeah, I
definitely.
didn't even think about that. Fuck, if I hadn't started an honor mode playthrough, I would have installed a shit ton of those.
There's so
I
many mods, dude.
Yeah, I installed a bunch of like UI mods specifically. that like just show more information. Like I can see the armor class of enemies like without having to examine them and
Yeah.
stuff. And I think that's really cool.
I wanted this straight up experience as my first experience, so I didn't want to taint it with mods. But there was a lot that I wanted to
Yeah.
install like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
I had a lot
think
of
it's the way to
mods in
do
the
it.
past, but I didn't have any for this for the sake of game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
I'm just
that's
having my vengeance because all my playthroughs were on console, so I'm modding the fuck out of this.
Has there even been a Dragonborn NPC, by the way? I don't recall seeing anybody Dragonborn.
There's not many. The only one I could. So there is technically one in Act 1. If you kill Alfira, then you still get the dirge scene, and the new character that you murder instead of Alfira is a Dragonborn.
Oh,
But the
okay.
only other one I can think of is in Act 3.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I could only think of the Act 3 one.
Because when you guys mentioned it, I forgot it even existed other than the fact that I saw it in the character creator for like 3 seconds and was like, ugh, and then moved on.
I mean, I will say with Dragonborn, I'm very glad they're in the game. I'm surprised that they added them to the game. But the reason I'm glad that they put them in is because when I did my first Evil playthrough as Dirge, I still wanted to play a Dragonborn, but I didn't like the look of the white one. And so I made a black Dragonborn with red eyes and named him Evil McEvilface. And
Nice.
he looked menacing as fuck. Did
That
not
does sound
fit.
pretty.
None of the like intimate like sexual cutscenes looked good at all. But when he was just like staring down a character that he was about to murder, I thought they looked great.
Fuck yeah.
So, I guess that would be like, since Ben was talking about UI mods, I'm curious. So we've got 2 keyboard mouse players and 2 controller players. In my opinion, the keyboard mouse UI of this game is a clusterfuck nightmare of dog shit.
Yep.
Yeah,
Uh,
I cannot even stand looking at I watch streamers play this game. I can barely watch them because they all play a keyboard mouse and it looks like the worst game ever. I'm not even
Yeah.
gonna lie. It looks terrible.
I hate it. I hate like the buttons are all over the place. Like I don't like it's fucking so fucking fucked up.
So here's the thing, Jordan. I discovered, I can't remember if I talked about this already, but there's like options. If you go into the options menu and go to the tab that's all the way to the right, I think it's interface, I forget. There's checkboxes there that say like auto add spells, auto add items, auto add this like to your bars. Uncheck that shit right now. Because the problem isn't that it automatically adds everything, because like yes, that makes everything like super fucking clusterfucky. The problem is when it adds things, it fucking
Order.
moves all the skills
Yeah.
around.
Yeah.
So I can't just be like, well, I don't give a shit that I just added like
Yeah.
6 new skills because I'm just gonna click the same one I've been using. No, that motherfucker
Yep.
moved.
Exactly. I like lose track of what I even have equipped because things move, and then like I forget that I have the spells because it moved, and yeah, it's a nightmare. So I'll have to turn that off.
Yeah, man, it fucking sucks. I mean, you'll have to remember to like equip
Yeah, to
the
actually
skills.
add them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
I was mentioning it's really easy to forget that an item you have has a usable ability if it doesn't automatically add it.
But yeah, God, the fucking. It's like. It's easier for me to do it just because it's like how I started and I'm old and gay and don't like feel like learning a new thing. But my God, they could have done better. Let's just say that. And it's weird because maybe this isn't a fair comparison, but I felt like the UI of Divinity Original Sin 2 was fine. Like, it wasn't great, and it was very similar to Baldur's Gate 3, but this one, like, it went backwards. And the reason I say it's not fair is probably just because there's so many more fucking skills in this game than DOS 2, but yeah, shit sucks.
The thing that's confusing to me is like did this game. I think Ben earlier said the game didn't launch with controller support. Is that true?
Yeah.
How? That's
Wait,
fucking
really?
crazy.
I definitely played this on controller on my first playthrough when it launched.
What did you early access
No,
though?
I'm pretty sure that they did not have controller support until they released on consoles.
Maybe I played it late. I don't know.
I might be wrong, maybe, but I feel like I'm not. If I'm wrong, then I'm sorry, but
It according to Jippity, it didn't when it entered early access. It would come later, and it was added. It was added at first. I think Tom just posted it.
The Larian Studios text message.
Yeah, so yeah, they did. It wasn't there when they put it in early access, but at some point they had a limited testing and then full support when they did the 1.0 release, which I think is when it hit consoles.
Yeah, and I didn't think that there was like a huge gap between this game coming out
It
and
was a
when it
couple of
came out on
months, I'm
consoles.
pretty sure.
I mean, if you're talking about early access in 1.0, that was like 3 years.
Yeah, so if I was wrong about that, I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're not wrong. It didn't have controller support when it first showed up in early access. I don't know about when it launched.
Yeah, but I was talking about
I
when it
mean,
launched, 1.0.
I mean, regardless, I'm just glad that it does have it, and the controller
Yeah.
support is really fucking good.
Yeah, I mean, the point that I'm making though is like, how the fuck? Like, I don't understand how it wasn't there in the beginning, and people had to play this game like on controller, on keyboard, mouse only, but it feels like it's controller design. Because like, even something as simple as like going through a doorway is so fucking asinine in this game. Like, because the camera just gets fucking lost, and then I'm clicking on the fucking wall, and the characters don't know what's going on, so I have to like turn the camera. Like, it's so fucked up to just go through.
And-
Yeah,
door.
and KBM doesn't have the like area search that controllers has, does it?
I don't even know what that
God,
is.
that's the one thing
It's
that I
so
wish it
good.
I don't
It's
even
had.
know
so
what that
good.
is. What is
And that's
that?
another
It's like
on keyboard mouse, you can literally hold down a button and it area loots everything around you, so you don't have to fucking sit there and
Oh,
click
why
on
can't I do
every
that?
goddamn treasure chest in a
Yeah.
stack of like 9.
it's like almost even better than that because you'll hold it, it puts a circle around you, it highlights everything, and then it brings up a menu with everything that's interactable. So if there's just like a million bodies over the chest that you want to open and you can't click it because UI, you can highlight everything and then select the
Wait,
chest.
that's not a thing on keyboard mouse at all? That's so crazy that that's a system, but I can't do that.
Yeah,
having
it's
to
really
do, like,
I don't
annoying.
think it is.
Having to
It's really
click on the
fucking annoying.
bodies that are stacked on top of each other makes me want to die.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a
And it's
mod
like
for it.
There
it's like
has to
really
be.
easy. I think it's really easy to miss shit without it too, because like if the head honcho boss man's body is stacked below like 5 fucking rubes
Yeah.
bodies, but he's the only one with loot on him, how the fuck are you gonna click that?
Can you move the bodies? I
Here's
don't remember.
here's what you can do. If you hold down Alt, it shows all of the lootable
Yep.
things on screen, and if you have not looted something, it'll have an asterisk
Yep.
next to it. And I think you can click that little panel
The
that comes
nameplate?
up. Yeah, the nameplate.
I'll have to.
I guess at least there's an alternative.
When you say the
Yeah.
nameplate, what do you mean? Like,
Like corpse of like daddy's digits, and you can just
oh yeah, that's
click
what I
on
do.
that.
It
Yeah.
still sucks ass.
Yeah,
I don't
like
like doing that.
the area loot is so nice. Like,
Yeah.
I wish that this game could like freely switch between keyboard, mouse, and controller because it does not do that seamlessly.
Wait, you
Because
what?
I would literally just fucking have a controller sitting in front of my keyboard to hold down the area loot button if I could.
Wait, why doesn't it do that seamlessly?
It
You have to
does.
change it in the menu?
It's not.
No, you have to change it in a menu because the entire UI changes between keyboard, mouse, and controller.
I don't-
shit!
I never change it in the menu. I sometimes switch to, or
No,
like sometimes I'll accidentally switch and it'll.
So yeah, I actually have the option to turn it off, the hot switching, where it actually does like if you if you're playing controller and you press a button on the keyboard, it will switch to the PC UI.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I wonder.
There is like
I wonder if I turned that off on accident.
I don't know if
Yeah,
it's just
there's
my
an
computer,
option
but
to
there
switch.
is like a pause from the switch between UIs though.
Yeah, and that's why I turned it off because not only that, but there's like a hitch, a long hitch. Like for me, it was like 3 seconds where like
Yeah,
and it's reasonable for that to happen because it's literally like data
Yeah,
binding
feature the
all
whole
of the
game,
UI
yeah.
again
Mhm.
for a completely different setup. So it's gonna take a little bit of processing time. But also another thing to glaze controller and shit on KBM for is that I remember everybody complaining about how bad the camera is. I have never had
Yeah.
a camera problem in this game. Controller is
I-
godlike.
It's so bad.
I think the camera.
It for KBM.
Yeah, camera on KBM is like my least favorite thing.
Okay. The only thing I was going to highlight is that it, more than I think a lot of other CRPGs I've played, it has a really nice, I don't know what you call it, like when you're inside a building, but you can see through the building, like
Yeah.
an X-ray thing.
Oh,
That
yeah.
part of the camera is very fucking good on both KBM and controller.
Yeah, also I want to shout out the shader that they used to do that because it
Yeah.
looks fucking awesome.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's only a problem like on keyboard mouse. Like if you're trying to click something that's like high up, and then like the wall like renders or unrenders based on like when your characters are moving.
Yeah.
Like that's why like I think it's fucking so annoying on keyboard mouse to deal with the fucking
every
Yeah.
now and then I'll firebolt a chandelier.
Yeah, exactly.
Is this a problem for you guys, like you controller gamers, where when I open my map and I know that I have to move west, it takes me so fucking long to like orient myself. Like I rotate my camera to true north and it's like, okay, I've rotated and now I go this way. Like it is a fucking process.
Oh yeah, the blighted villages. I get turned around every single fucking time. I have to like face a direction and then look at my map and realize, oh, okay, I need a 180 from this direction.
Yeah, I literally have to like rotate my camera until I'm pointing north the entire time, and you can't rotate your camera on controller, right? Like it's just over the back or whatever.
What do you mean?
You can rotate.
Yeah, you.
Okay.
So
I
what I do.
didn't play it, so
Yeah, so you can rotate. It plays just like how you expect like a third person game would control. I guess like that kind of camera.
yeah, that's what
That's
I'm saying. Because
fucking crazy.
I wouldn't expect a third person camera angle to like freely rotate. I thought it was just like fucking Gears of War or something.
No, but I mean, Dark Souls and shit has like a free rotation camera.
I think the only downside of the controller camera compared to KBM is you can't like pan the camera forward easily because it's
you have
it's
to
a
like
locked
switch.
camera.
Yeah, you have to like
you
toggle
have to like
it.
go into a targeting mode and shit. Yeah.
Almost panning around doesn't even feel like a benefit.
Yeah, it's a nuisance.
Yeah,
it's
and then
literally it's something that I have to do that I wish I didn't have to
exactly. Like I feel like it was like a learning curve to learn the camera, and now like I'm pretty sick with it. Like what Tom said and everything. Like you go to true north, and then you figure out where you are on the map while you're getting to true north, and like I'm pretty quick with it. But it was like a learning curve.
Yeah, for sure.
It didn't feel good.
Yeah, this game feels like much more it was designed for the controller camera than the KBM camera, big time.
Yeah, that's why it blows my mind that they didn't have controller support from like jump, because it feels like the whole fucking game was designed around controller.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you went with KBM after everyone like sucked the controller's dick. I think I even told you to play on controller.
Yeah. I don't know if you told me, but I definitely remember you guys saying like it's so much better on controller, and I feel like to me it's so natural to play games like this on keyboard mouse that I had to, and also I had to see why it sucked. Like
That's
I could
fair.
just accept, like I want to switch to controller, and I meant to do that, but I just haven't yet.
Yeah,
It'd be interesting if you did that for Act 2, and then we can have your before and after.
If you do that, make sure to go into the options, and there's like a setting that says like reset the tutorials. You'll probably want to do that.
Oh, true. I mean, I feel like the game didn't fucking tell me anything anyway.
Yeah, but it's specifically to tell you like what the controller
buttons
buttons
are.
Yeah.
There's one more question I wanted to ask in the art audio UI section. It's a little narrative-y, but I do mean it more from like a visual audio perspective. And the question I had was, how did you guys feel about the tonal shifts between the Emerald Grove environs versus the Underdark versus Grimforge versus Mountain Pass? Did you feel like the transitions were seamless, or did you feel like they were like disconnected from each other rather than actually like connected and part of the world?
In my opinion, I think that stuff was done in Act 1 very intentionally as probably a selling point for early access. Is it bad? No. But I do think that including the Underdark in the same area as Act 1 is a little bit jarring, but on the flip side of that, I don't know how I would have done it, because it doesn't feel right to separate them into different acts. But it is kind of strange that these two like very discreetly unique environments are in the same act. But like I said, I think it was literally just so that they could like showcase shit during early access.
Yeah, I think it's super jarring, just because like there's no like the Underdark. You would think that there would be like Guardians of the Underdark, like not saying like for this specifically, but just when you think about something in games like this, you'd think there'd be like this like long pathway or like this gauntlet or something that you need to go through, or like this like trepidation of going down into it. But instead you're just like there, and now it's fucked up. So I think it definitely is like pretty jarring.
I will say I think there's two things that they kind of do correct with it. Well, first of all, aside from that, I think that the transition from Underdark to Grimforge is not nearly as evident as the transition from the Emerald Grove to
Agreed.
the Underdark. I'm really glad that I believe with every access point to the Underdark, there's a small cutscene that plays as you go into it, like climbing down the ladder or whatever. I think that's a really good way of like marking that pivot, even if it
Yeah.
is like tonally very strange and like alien when you go down to the Underdark. I think having the cutscene helps with that for sure. And also, I think that the Underdark specifically helps bridge a tonal gap into Act Two that would otherwise feel way more jarring. Like if you go like Sesh, you didn't do this, but if you go into Mountain Pass straight into Act Two, it's fucking crazy how jarring that shit is. It's fucking wild how weird it is.
Yeah, that's fair. That's actually a really good point.
Yeah, I don't know how the Mountain Pass one is, but yeah, I think kind of just like a little more maybe like preparation for what the Underdark really is for the player, I guess. I don't know. Preparation through presentation. Like you said, there is that cutscene, and I think that cutscene exists because they were probably like, "This is too jarring. Let's have some kind of something to break this up."
Right.
But I don't think that they did enough. But I mean, it's still like fine. Like it didn't bother me while I was playing it. It's only when you brought it up where I was like, "Yeah, wait a minute."
Yeah, honestly, like I don't really even consider it a negative at all.
Yeah.
In fact, it might even be a positive because
Variety.
there's definitely that moment, depending on your route into the Underdark, where you go down there and like this fucking sprawling cave, crystally landscape, and it's definitely kind of like a holy shit moment.
That's true. Yeah. And it also kind of avoids I don't think this is a spoiler, but like the entire setting of Act Two starts to kind of get old once you get towards the end of it, where you're kind of glad that you're out of this dark and gloomy place by the end of it.
I'm sick of
and
it
I
already,
guess
and I haven't even gone to the Moonrise Towers. I'm going to be honest.
and I guess having like a tonally unique place like the Underdark was to the Emerald Grove is important for stuff like that.
Yeah, like I realized the way I was describing it earlier, like it kind of framed it negatively, but I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think, again, I think it might have just been straight up good, even if it was like just a little bit kind of disjointing, I guess.
There's also like a pretty good build up, at least for the intended entrance to the Underdark, which is through the Goblin Camp. I feel like there's a reasonable amount of build up for that too, at least.
Oh, I just realized I forgot to like do that. I didn't even go that way at all this playthrough, which I normally do, because like it's like
Yeah, same.
usually it's what you do on the first time, but this time I went like every other way except that one.
I accessed it through feather falling at the phase spider camp or cave.
I couldn't remember if you could still do that. That's cool.
Yeah, because normally the way I did it the entire time, or every time I've played, is going through what Ben was talking about in the Goblin Camp, and I didn't know how to get into that little like I don't know what you want to call it, the fucked up house or the shrine, and so the way that they show you how to get in there is pretty cool because they have one of those fucking minotaurs go up to it and just get ass blasted by the fucking statues. And I thought
Oh yeah.
that was like a cool way of showing like, hey, by the way, if you come up here. And then once I got in there, it was a little confusing for me because I kept trying to figure out like how the fuck do I trigger Raphael? Because like I know he's supposed to be here, and I still don't know what
Yeah,
triggers
and it
that.
was weird that you mentioned that like it was in the Underdark because I've never had him trigger there. I've always had him trigger somewhere like on the surface.
Yeah,
Really?
it
Yeah,
triggered for me in Goblin Camp while I was fucking things up. Like after I fucked everything up, suddenly I got a cutscene with him, and I was like, "What the fuck is this
That,
now?"
that's crazy. I thought he was just in that one spot because it's the only place I've
No,
ever
No.
seen him.
yeah, he's everywhere. He can even visit you in camp depending on the triggers. I think I did some loose research on it a while ago, and the trigger where he can begin appearing to you is when you when you how do I say this? When you try to cure the tadpole in any way. So when you talk to Nettie and she fails, when you talk to Ethel and she isn't able to pull it out, any of those are a trigger for him to begin appearing.
and that makes sense in the context of the
Yeah,
conversation you have with
Yep.
him.
yeah, definitely.
And I
Yeah.
think there's like a if you waited too long, then he'll show up kind of thing too.
I think that's what happened to me because every time someone was like, "Remove it," I was like, I ain't trusting your ass." So I think Raphael just
Oh,
was just like,
I
"What
let
up?"
I let Volo take my eye because I mean it's a min max thing, but the the quote unquote rewards you get for letting him fuck up your eye is pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not. I mean, it's not great unless you have what is it like a high perception character. But I mean, it's
It's
still
it's better
it's not
than the
zero.
nothing that you get from the other people that
Yeah.
just fuck you basically.
All right. Do you guys want to move over to narrative?
Uh, I want to shout out one thing before we do that, which is that this game has the greatest modern voice acting or the greatest voice acting in a modern video game.
Oh fuck.
Period. Not fucking close. Not sure
Yeah.
if I can think of anything that comes close to this game until Expedition 33 came
Yeah.
out, which uncoincidentally has a lot of people from this cast.
Yeah, I totally forgot to talk about performances
Yeah,
here.
I didn't
Yeah,
even
I
think
mean,
of that.
Neil Newbon as Asterion won Best Performance this year for goddamn reason, which especially Thomas will find out in Act 3, because holy shit, that dude is so fucking talented, especially as Asterion. Holy
Yeah.
fucking Jesus.
And also like the cultural impact that this game has had basically like made those guys careers. Like me and my sister, we went to MagicCon here in Chicago. And we went there like and a lot of people went to it not to actually play Magic, 'cause, like who the fuck does that in 2025? We went to see like the D&D like Critical Role like hosted cast with the BG3 voice actors like Lazo was there, Karlak and Will, and they were there and like they just did like a D&D campaign and it was like fucking amazing and everyone loved them. And I mean their careers were basically like made by this fucking game, you know what I mean?
I also want to shout out, since I think none of you, I think Ben is the only one playing with Lae'zel. I think Lae'zel is kind of underrated for her performance too.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
she's the best character in the game
Like
in my
Yes.
opinion.
she's an incredible character, and just because Sesh, you aren't going to do this, and I'll type it into chat so that you can actually Google it without with being able to spell it. Look up the scene of Lae'zel going into the Zathis. That is like one of the best performances in any game that I've ever seen, and you can kind of tell that she was pregnant while she was giving that performance too. It is an absolutely spectacular performance that is unrivaled by anyone except Neil Newbon.
Yeah, I 100% agree with the Lae'zel take because I am playing with her in my party this playthrough because I'm loading up on the evil people, and I already played the game with Shadowheart, so minus her, and I almost regretted not playing with Lae'zel in my first playthrough, and I think a big portion of that is because I straight up missed the creche. And I think if I had taken her into the creche and got a little bit more like character building with her, she would have ultimately ended up in the first party I played the game through with, because her performance is so fucking good. Like that voice had to like hurt. Like if she wasn't a professional who knew what she was doing, I feel like if I was trying to do that voice, by the end of the day, I would sound like a fucking 80-year-old 3-pack a day smoker. But she sounds so fucking good. Her
I've
character
actually
is
never seen
amazing.
this before. I've always gone
It's
in.
really fucking good.
I've always gone into the Zathis. Like I forced the main character into there for min max reasons.
Yeah, like everything about it is good, from like what it means to Lae'zel, to the performance, to like the role that you're taking in, either encouraging her to do it or trying to stop her from doing it because it can kill her. Like, oh god, it's such a good scene. But yeah, I mean, performances in this game, from young Sonny Jim to every bad guy, all of them are fucking incredible. There's a bad guy later that is voiced by the same voice actress and Lady Dimitrescu, and she's fucking incredible. Everyone in this game is fucking great.
Like honestly, is there a game that up to the point that this game came out was even close? Because like Expedition 33 is close if not better, honestly, but that's also 2 years later.
I mean, Last
Like
of Us, I guess, but
Last of Us is it, but it's still not as good as this game.
it's close. I think that Baldur's Gate 3 is more impressive because it casts its net wider, as is true for many qualities of the game. But
Yeah.
what
think
Last of Us does is pretty incredible.
I think the hand that I would be willing to extend to Last of Us over this game is that it's what, like 10 or 15 years
Yeah,
older. So
definitely.
So
True.
that's pretty tight because I guess it like you could draw pretty much a straight line from Last of Us to this game. Like this game probably wouldn't have what it does without Last of Us, but I do think like and maybe pound for pound Last of Us is better just because it's like such a more like focused and smaller cast, but I in my opinion that's a point in Baldur's Gate 3's favor is that they have this massive ensemble cast and there's just not a weak point in it
Yeah.
anywhere.
Exactly.
Oh.
That's why I think it's better than Expedition 33 because just there's so many more people and they're all fucking good. Expedition 33 has like 10 characters to talk.
I think the one that also really needs to get highlighted that it's obvious in everyone's first playthrough, but the more playthroughs you have, the more absolutely fucking obvious it is. And I think she won a couple of game awards for best performance too. That's a fucking narrator, dude.
Dude,
The
yeah.
narrator,
The goat. The goat.
guys, you truly don't know how good this fucking narrator is until
I
you do
do.
multiple playthroughs. It's
No,
fucking
I
insane.
know.
I know more than everybody. You know why? She is the voice of a character in Wrath of the Righteous, the best character.
Yeah.
Wait, who does she play?
Wenduag.
Yeah, she's Windu.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's a range.
Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, the narrator's the first voice actor in this game where I recognized when I was like, she has a really good fucking performance.
Yeah, she's
Just
she's
so
fucking
good.
outstanding.
Yeah.
And also, I know more than Ben because I knew that, and in addition to the fact that she is the best voice acted character in Divinity Original Sin 2, which is Malady. She's fucking awesome as Malady.
I knew that actually.
Fuck you!
I just think
Why
it's
is this a
it's,
hipster battle?
it's it's just so interesting 'cause, like I wish I could find this online easily, but like there will be one line that she had to perform for every single origin. Like the line will vary depending on what it is and what the context is, but that line she will alter ever so slightly depending on who the character is. So like if your origin character is Astarion, then she's going to be more sultry and she's going to emphasize how sweet it is. But if you're playing Tav, it's going to be like authority, and it's going to be about the like mind flayer or the mind flayer tadpole that you have in your head and how that's like influencing you. Like she manipulates her voice in all these like subtle or not so subtle ways sometimes that just fit the bill goddamn perfectly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and shout out to her for every time she says the word authority because it's fucking sick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's really like a performance miss that I could think of.
There's no bad ones. Maybe some of the kids.
There's ones that I don't like, but I think it's more the fact that I don't like the character, like Zevlor. Like, I don't think the performance is bad, I just don't care for the character itself.
This is a hot take for me, but I actually don't really love Will's voice actor.
I think I can't tell if I don't. Basically, the reasons that Tom just said. I don't know if I
Yeah,
don't like the character, if I don't like the performance.
Yeah, Will is just fucking white noise. He's like he's the only companion that I just do not give a fuck about.
I think it's a pretty universally shared sentiment.
Yeah, the point that you made, which I don't know, I guess maybe is kind of a very light spoiler, but when you said that Will is the only character who you don't have to have in your party to do his companion quest, I thought that was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, and I do genuinely believe the devs knew in advance that this would be
Yeah,
the
like
prevailing sentiment.
no one was gonna want to play him, so we're just gonna like put his character quest like in front of you.
Yeah, it's probably a subject of the rewrites that happened to his character too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too.
Yeah, because Karlach was introduced was developed like way late into the development cycle, right?
Yeah, and they
And-
totally rewrote Will because Will sounded like a way more interesting character before they rewrote him.
And also, I know we're only talking about Act 1, but I'm just going to say now, Minthara hype. Oh my god, Minthara is great.
Oh, I'm so excited.
I'm excited
did.
to get there because like the prevailing sentiment when I played the game on launch was that like evil playthroughs weren't worth it because the only thing that you get is Minthara, and Minthara's story was so thin that she was like barely even a companion, really. Jesus Christ. So I guess they must have like patched a bunch of stuff in, and I'm pretty excited to see what they did.
Yeah, I think they patched in a lot more for her than they did for Halson, who was also like kind of a late added companion. Uh, Notable by the fact that they're both only companions once you get to Act Two. But I just think as a character, Minthara is great. She's just like a much more dry version of Asarian that I don't know. I just like having her in my party. She's a good time. Like especially if you're romancing her, she'll just be like, "You and me, my love, we will ride into the sunset and conquer kingdoms together. I love you, sweetie."
Yeah, also her sex scene was way more like involved than the other ones, in my opinion.
That's true.
Like
Yeah.
it was significantly more going on in hers than the other
Hey, you're like 69 and shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
and I
yeah.
do. Also, I think they have like separate like sex scene animations for like the short people characters too, which I thought was like a funny
Oh yeah,
detail that they
yeah.
had to
They
like
they they
mocap
patched
that.
they patched those in later. Those weren't in
Yeah.
at launch. They fucking added them in later.
It is a good touch
Sick.
though. Okay. Yeah, not much more needs to be said about the performances because they're all fucking goated 10 out
Yeah.
of 10, and they will be in every single act until the end of time. Shall we talk about the narrative, which I'm sure will be a short discussion?
I was just gonna say the music is sick, but there's only
Oh
like
yeah,
3 songs that I could really think of so
yeah.
far.
I meant to mention that actually because I think the soundtrack of this game is actually like really really good, but I don't feel like they do a very good job
Yeah.
of like showcasing it.
Agreed.
Like there's a lot of good songs, but they don't really utilize them in a way where they get like a certain level of punchiness. But the
Exactly.
songs themselves are very pleasant. I like
Yep,
them a lot.
they're super background noise. Like they don't try to like take control of a scene at all, but they're all fucking sick when you start listening to them, without a doubt.
I only
Very good
disagree in the sense
soundtrack.
that
Sorry.
disagree in the sense that I think the combat music is some of the best combat music in any game, and I think this game
Agreed.
should have won best soundtrack over Final Fantasy 16. But
I actually
Final
agree with that
Fantasy
too.
Final Fantasy 16 in this game is actually pretty close. I actually fucking love 16's soundtrack too.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, go ahead, man.
I was just thinking about the fact that like my sister bought this soundtrack on her phone, like on like
Damn.
iTunes, whatever, and she played it in the car like literally every time we were in the car for like a year. So I know like every song,
That's
and
sick.
it's a pretty amazing soundtrack, and especially the combat themes, which like
Yeah.
some like when I look at the names of like what they named them, like certain tracks, like there's always like
Yeah.
certain ones with like the word knives in it, like nine knives or like some
Yeah,
crazy
yeah.
shit. I was like, that's a cool name for a great song, and it's just like
Yeah.
it's some they pump you up like crazy. Like some of those combat themes, especially and the fact that like there's like two different versions depending on like if you're owning in the fight, and it will sometimes switch to like
Yeah.
a different version when you're getting fucked up. That's really cool.
Damn, that's sick. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the only other game that I've seen do that is like Darkest Dungeon. I'm sure there's others, but that's the only other notable one I can think of.
Yeah, I want to shout out the fucking like leitmotif that this game uses in a lot of songs, like the little harmony that you hear throughout like basically the entire game. I think that that shit is like a really good fucking anchor for just like the overall mood of this game. I think
Is
it
that the
works.
is that the Down by the River one?
Yeah.
There is one cool thing that you could do, but it's like arcane knowledge basically, where you can trigger this a certain song playing if you stand like behind Asterian's tent in like one of the camps, and I wish that was like easier to access, like stuff like that, like little Easter eggs.
That's crazy.
That's funny.
That's like some 1999 shit where they put some crazy ass content behind things that most players won't even fucking see. That seems crazy to me.
Yeah, because I've never actually seen or heard that part. I just have read about it so many times on Reddit. It's like they always like mention it's like you go stand behind this tent and like the song starts playing, and I've
That's
always wanted to
insane.
do it, and I just never do because I always forget about it until like right now when I remember.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And now
All
I
right,
can't do it because I think it was only Act 1. I'm sorry. We can move on.
All right, let's move on to narrative.
I want to start with
Okay.
narrative just really quick to say that a big reason why I like this game versus most CRPGs is that when you walk into a room in most CRPGs, it hits you with the most like annoying fucking description of everything that you could see in the fucking room, and this game does the exact opposite of that, and I think it's fucking amazing.
Like you mean like it never really hits you with descriptions, right? It's all just like kind of
Yep.
visual storytelling, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Versus in fucking Torment, where every time you
Oh, yeah.
interacted with something, it used 47 adjectives to talk about it.
All right, Torment versus this game is like also not a fair fight.
Yeah, and that's like
it's two extremes.
yeah, and that's one of the biggest strengths of this game as a CRPG is like its production value is like 10x all the other CRPGs in that that have ever been made and ever will be made. Like you can take all the ones made in the future, bring them back, and they're still less than Baldur's Gate 3 because that's how different like the production value and the budget was for like these games, and like it lets them do so much like show don't tell,
Yeah.
which is like
Yeah.
usually what CRPGs have to do because of their limited
Right.
shoestring budgets.
Exactly, because like what Jordan is describing plays into what is probably the biggest strength of this game in terms of how it managed to reach a wide audience, which is that there isn't a shit ton of exposition. There's like every so often the narrator says a few sentences, but there's not like these like long paragraphs of exposition
Yep.
like everywhere you go, which means that they were able to voice act 100% of the fucking game. And
Yep.
I think that that's a huge fucking deal.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why the other games do it. Like you guys said, like you can't do that if you don't have a shitload of money behind you. But still, I think it's so fucking sick that like even
Yeah,
when the narrator talks, the things the narrator says, they aren't this like crazy, grandiose fucking like nonsense of just like spewing at everything the characters can see or anything. It's just like a nice little context, and then you move on.
I think ultimately for a game like this, I think it is fair to kind of lord its quality over the other ones because it's a legitimate strength, whether it's like
Yeah.
a fair fight or not. Like it really just towers above them.
Oh
Like
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's unavoidable. Like, you can't miss it.
I mean that's the joke I was like trying to make is that like this game compared to Torment, I mean it's like
Yeah.
it's just fucking stupid. Like Torment is the most overwrought, overwritten fucking thing ever made, whereas like this thing is really lean, which I think actually I got to be really careful to keep my scope to Act 1 here, but it does like it does kind of bite itself in the ass sometimes too, I think. But that doesn't rear its head until much later on.
I'm surprised at how like succinct this game is.
Like in terms of the lines that are spoken.
It doesn't tell you too much like ever in any aspect. Like it's always just kind of like here's what the characters are, here's what the characters are saying, here's what you're doing, here's what like it's never just like it doesn't tell me more than I need to know, and if anything it tells me like less, but it doesn't do it in an annoying way. It does it in a way like an inquisitive way.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's
I actually,
that's like a huge strength of like D&D though, is like you give your players like four
Yeah.
sentences of context and then you let them take over.
Exactly.
yeah, I think like one of my answers to I think it was my first question kind of revolves around that where it's I don't know if I want to say it's saying more with less, but if nothing else, it's saying the same amount with like 75% or 50% as much as a lot of those other games.
Exactly.
And that's definitely a feat in storytelling for sure. Like I can't tell you the amount of lessons I've learned from this game that I've applied to my tabletop campaign. It's fucking infinite. And
So-
like to Thomas's point, that's why I think this is the best adaptation of D&D, let alone 5e, ever done, maybe ever, because it is so good at replicating that feeling of just presenting you these things or these characters or these environments and letting you do with them what you will.
So here's the thing, right? Is that Larian really leaned into their strengths with the narrative of this game because the thing about Divinity that sucks is twofold. Number one, the world building is an absolute fucking train wreck. You would think that the video game series that one company and one guy have been producing for 20 years would have some level of cohesive and decent world building. No, that shit is a fucking train wreck. And then they are not good at writing like cohesive, coherent stories. Like my biggest complaint about Divinity Original Sin 2 is that it's just written really fucking poorly. Like the actual plot details, the actual story beats, It's not good. Like, you play that game for two reasons, which is the combat is fun and the characters are actually really compelling. And so for Baldur's Gate 3, they were able to just kind of vacuum up a pre-established canon, i.e. Faerun, and they even though it's not really like a direct sequel to the original Baldur's Gate games, they still had some like story context that they could go off of. And even though, in my opinion, the story of this game is pretty thin, what they did really well again was just lean into their characters
Oh
and the
yeah.
characters that they have crafted. So Larian was like tailor made to make a fucking game like this because it throws out all the things that they sucked ass at and like really honed in on the stuff that they were good at.
Speaking of the characters specifically, I remember when the game first came out, when I first played it, I remember one of the criticisms was that like all of the main characters had like these very fantastical origins that were like kind of like like too zany maybe for some people. And I think I did feel that way when I first came out, but now that I've like replayed the game so many times, I really do like how unique and um never mind, I'm not going to elaborate how good the characters are.
No, no,
Yeah.
you're definitely correct, and I mean that's just another point of what I was saying when I felt like this game was just so good at replicating tabletop, which is like, yeah, these characters are fucking zany. I think like one of the things me and Cass talked about a lot when this game came out was it just feels like Larian was the definition of a yes and DM because if you take some of the character concepts for your companions in this game and tried to apply them to tabletop, you'd have to have some serious talks with your DM. Like, I want to be a vampire spawn, and I want to kill. I want to try to kill a party member when I meet them. Like, hold on, slow down, buddy. Let's rein that in a little bit. We're not in an evil campaign just yet. Or like, I want to be a secret worshiper of Shar. Wait, hold on. You know what Shar is about, right? Are you sure? No, she's about like darkness and like hiding stuff, right? Bro, she fucking tortures people. Are you sure about this? But they just had the yes and DM of Larian that somehow tied all of this together in such a nice way and just allowed for so much freedom from the player. It's so good.
Speaking of freedom, and specifically for Dark Urge, I love Dark Urge at a mechanical level because it lets me legitimately role play a min maxer where like I'm like this psychopath, like charismatic murderer. You know what I mean? I'm doing the quest legitimately, getting the people's good graces, and then at the end of the act, I determine whose importance will propagate forward, and if their importance does not propagate forward into Act 2, they're dead, and they become experience points.
They become
Yeah.
summonable as a zombie from a raid.
Yeah, and again, that's why my favorite playthrough was my evil playthrough, where my entire like guiding compass behind every decision was power at any cost, because that is exactly what it is. Like in an evil playthrough, you might think that like you would just instantly murder all of the Druid Grove, but no, let's get in their good graces, let's side with them, and then fucking backstab them at the right moment, and the game sets that up for you.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I've usually this is the first time I've ever done an evil playthrough in any video game because I usually don't like it at all. I've played Mass Effect multiple times and I've never done an evil playthrough. I don't even know like I know what happens because I've read about it, but I've never done it. And Dark Urge specifically, this is not the first time I played Dark Urge. The first time I played it, I did have the intention of doing evil, but I there were like certain things that I just could not stomach doing to certain characters that like I knew later on in this. I'm not going to elaborate. The point is like I actually just went from an evil playthrough and I swapped immediately into like being good and resistant to the urges, and I thought that playthrough was incredible. But now that I've had enough time since that last playthrough and I'm not so like emotionally connected to the characters, I think the evil playthrough is very, very fun. And like I'm actually looking forward to like there are certain characters, like a lot of all the Tieflings basically, because spoiler alert, I killed them all, that I realize that I won't have to hear their whining anymore for the rest of the game because they're dead. And it's like, yeah, it's like this playthrough is gonna be so different from my first one because so many people are dead now.
Yeah, dude.
I think for the evil playthroughs, like it's not quite as good as something like Wrath of the Righteous in terms of what it lets you do, but I think that they kind of acknowledged that that wasn't the scope of what they wanted to do. So they just turned every opportunity into a power grab for you. And I just think that's awesome.
Yeah, I like it.
Tom, are you doing Dark Urge Resist the Urge?
No, I'm doing Dark Urge evil as fuck.
Okay.
Like, I gave Marina to fucking Ethel and all that shit.
What do you guys think of the goblin man that shows up? I can't remember his name.
The fucking guy with the fucking clown costume.
Yeah.
He's got a
the
weird ass
butler?
name, like Fizzlebix Buttfuck or something like that.
Scleritis fell or something like that.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about him. I can't say too much because I've played through the whole thing, so I know the storyline. But uh, he's I think he's okay, but I don't think he's like a highlight or anything to me personally.
Yeah, I think at this point he's showed up what, twice, I think? Maybe
Yeah,
maybe only once, but I think twice.
yeah. I
The
think
second
at least
time
once for me.
the second time he showed up, he gave me that fucking overpowered ass cloak. So I'm
Oh
just
yeah.
gonna say I fucking love him.
Oh yeah, never
Yeah.
mind. That's right. That is okay. For me, in my mind, that was the first and only time, but that is the second time. Um, yeah, I guess hmm. He probably is a really good character, and I just need to like pay more attention.
So
And the problem is that
here's
he doesn't show up that much, though. I guess is that
yeah, here's like an actual opinion, which is that um, I actually like it a lot that he shows up because it adds a lot of dynamism to Dark Urge that doesn't exist at all in the other playthroughs. And I think it's like kind of like weird and wacky enough and builds up enough mystery for me that again, I don't know anything about Acts 2 and 3 Dark Urge. Um, where this guy's showing up and it's doing a good job of building up like the who the fuck is this guy thoughts in my head and wondering where it's going. So at the very least it's compelling.
yeah. I actually do. Now that I think about it, I do think he's pretty good, and he definitely adds a lot to the Dark Urge playthrough. I just wish he showed up a little more often, maybe. Although maybe not, because when he does show up, it's usually pretty impactful. So maybe not too much. Maybe they did do it right.
Yeah, after Act 2, you might wish that he shows up a little bit less just because of
Yeah.
the shit that happens. But yeah, no, I think he is like pretty important for the Dark Urge playthrough just because he makes it a little kind of like Thomas was getting at. It turns it into more of a mystery rather than just pure I'm murdering people and I'm an amnesiac and I'm going to murder people for that reason. I think it adds a little bit of mystery that you know makes you want to go into the next act and everything and leaves you wanting a little bit more. And to that end, I also wanted to ask Sesh. So I had some feelings on this on my first playthrough, so I was curious about yours, how you felt about that like driving element of the plot with the finding the cure for the tadpole, especially in the like first big chunk of the game. Did you feel like that was like a reasonable, like reasonably enough interesting to keep you motivated in the main plot?
Not really. Like, I don't give a fuck about the fucking tadpole in my head, honestly. Like, I don't. I care more about like Shadowheart's memories that she like can't access right now, or like getting the infernal engine out of Karlach much more than I give a fuck about getting the tadpoles out of my head. But so I kind of like that it takes a backseat to the characters so that I can focus on the characters and then just kind of go through whatever the game wants me to take with, rather than have to like focus on this crazy narrative as well as those things. So yeah, I don't think it's good, but I think it's good that it's not good.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, which is another reason why I wish they didn't like highlight the urgency of it so highly. Like they could have highlighted the fact that the astral prism is protecting you like much earlier.
Yeah,
and I think it would have
exactly.
been fine.
I
But I also think that they don't do a good job of explaining what's going on with the tadpole because like I got this sense on my first playthrough, like once I was understanding everything, that it was really weird that like this super powerful wizard Gale is with me, and he's like doing all this crazy magic shit, even though we're fucking level 1, and like there's
Yeah.
this vampire spawn, and Shadowheart seems to be like a semi-high ranking member of the Sharan Church, and I really feel like the game does not do a good job of explaining that the tadpole is dampening the power of the people that it sucked up. The only person
Yeah.
that even kind of explains that is Asterion, and most people are going to boot him out.
Yeah, like isn't Karlax wasn't she like a super badass?
Yeah, yeah. And like Will
Gale
also.
Gale is literally fucking the goddess of magic.
Yeah.
Oh
when you
yeah.
meet him.
Yeah, like Karlak, Will, and Gale should have so many more lines. Just considering the like, man, I'm a lot weaker than I used to be. What the hell's going on?
Yeah. That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah. And also this is related to like what you were talking about earlier, Sesh, about like the urgency and how it was
Yeah.
odd that like in that how did you feel about when you learned that you could eat tadpoles to become stronger? Did you even want to do that? Did you
No,
do
not at
that?
all. No, I didn't do that at all. So when they were like, yeah, when she was like, embrace this, I was like, oh, fuck yourself. I didn't even consider it.
Wait, what are your feelings on the Dream Guardian right now then?
I like her as like a character. I just don't want to do anything with the tadpole. Like I gave her a hug and everything when she was like looking like she was stressed out, and that was nice. That was like a nice little interaction. But yeah. But in terms of like, embrace these fucking mind player fucking spawn, whatever the fuck things, I was like, nah, no thanks.
Man,
I
that's
feel like
crazy.
if you do it, I feel like you probably get strong as fuck. It's probably some cool as shit. I don't even know if that's like its own playthrough or whatever the fuck if you embrace that shit. But
You can, I mean, did you look at the talent
Um,
trees for it yet? You can
no, I
look
don't
at
know
it
anything about
without
it.
like, or do you have to consume one
I
to even look at it? I'm not sure.
I haven't interfaced with anything.
I will say that my first playthrough, I was good, and I did embrace the sucking of the tadpoles, and uh, it doesn't add so much that you would regret not doing it. I'll just say that.
I think I'm already pot committed to this point, so I won't. But yeah,
Yeah, I was more bringing it up for like the narrative purposes. When you learned that it was something you could do, how did it make you feel about the main story quest?
I think it's cool and that the way you can interact with it. For me personally, like usually I stray far away from any kind of that like weird shit that's going on. Like embrace the evil like Sith side to get stronger. Usually I'm like, nah, fuck them. But I think, yeah, I mean, just like the trees that this game lets you go down and all the decisions and everything is fucking mind blowing. Like you can play as every companion as like the main character, right?
Yeah.
I remember that
Except
correctly. Like,
for Halson.
Yeah,
and
there's a few
Yeah,
you
yeah, yeah.
can't.
is that like a different playthrough than if you play as Tab and have the companion in your party?
The main plot points are all the same, but there are absolutely unique cutscenes for all of them. Like, for example, every single time that you see Shadowheart like wince in pain at the thing on her hand, that is a cutscene.
There is one thing to note, and I've never done the Origin playthroughs, but my sister did, and she told me that even in the Karlak playthrough, like I think there are a lot less voice lines for your Origin character. Is that correct? Because I've never done it.
They don't speak as much. That is true, yeah, because you're just selecting their dialogue, and the ones you
Yeah.
choose aren't voiced. But you said Karlak. Her playthrough is fucking hilarious. Oh my god, she is the definition of just like breaking the fourth wall at all times. It's a very funny playthrough.
Are they like full Act 1, Act 2, Act 3 playthroughs too?
Yep.
That's fucking insane. Like that to me is so fucking mind blowing.
Yeah, and again, like when I was talking about the narrator voice changes earlier, that's what I was talking about. Like every single Origin playthrough has a unique narration for
That's
every
so
single line. It's
that's-
crazy.
Yeah. That's like unfathomable on like a first time playthrough. Like I can only marvel at what that feels like, but I don't even know. Like, yeah, that's too much to try to fucking soak in.
Yeah. I'm also I got this feeling very strongly after my second or third playthrough, and I could be wrong about this, but I'm like 99% confident that a lot of the individual lines from companions and maybe the narrator too will change depending on their level of approval towards you. It might be the same line, there might be no difference in consequences, but the performed line will change depending on if they like you or not.
That's crazy.
I never knew that actually. I thought they were
I'm
just like different lines, like totally different lines, but I didn't know that they were like the same dialogue but with different like intonations and stuff.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that that's true. If someone finds out that I'm fibbing,
It
please
probably
tell
is.
me.
Yeah.
But I'm fairly positive that that's true.
It probably is, considering everything else this game does. I'm sure it is true. I'll
It's
take your word
crazy,
for it.
man. It's like, yeah, like a first playthrough like doesn't even do justice to what this game is.
Yeah, that's why I've had to put like over 600 hours into it at this point. It's
Yeah.
wild. Are you guys romancing anyone?
Asterion.
Yeah, for me, I'm technically doing Minthara, but I installed a polyamorous mod, so I don't have to worry about it.
Nice.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, so I'm doing all of them, but
Hell yeah.
primarily Minthara for like the keystone cutscenes.
Yeah, I did. I was either between Shadowheart and Karlach, obviously, but since like the first romance scene with Karlach is like inconsequential, like it doesn't change fucking anything, I was like, whatever, I'll just go with Shadowheart. But I really wish I didn't because it turns her into like a high school girl when it comes to interacting with you, and I fucking hated that.
It's actually funny because this is the first time that Karlach has ever been interested in me, and it's on the evil playthrough, and that's how I found out that like anytime you do anything evil, she usually loves that shit. Like
I think it's just like combat related. Like if you basically show that you want to fuck something up, she's like, hell yeah.
I don't know. I've done so many good playthroughs, and she's never been interested in me ever, and this is the first time ever that I've ever seen any Shadowheart romance stuff.
Oh,
I
you
can't
mean
believe she's
Shadowheart,
still like
or do you
that.
mean Karlach?
Yeah, who do you mean?
We've lost Ben. He's dead.
Wait, what? Sorry.
Do you mean Shadowheart only responds to evil things, or do you mean Karlach only
No,
responds to evil things?
Shadowheart. She surprised me with how much evil shit she
Okay,
enjoys
so you
to
mean
the point
Shadowheart,
where
not Karlach. Got it.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
Karlach, she's not in my party anymore because she can't. I
She
killed her.
will not tolerate evil shit. So I was
Yeah,
really
Okay,
I was really
okay,
confused when you kept
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Wait,
why
how
is
she
she
not
in
in
your
your
party?
party?
Yeah, in an evil playthrough, Karlach's just not there.
Yeah,
I think
Shadowheart's super fucking evil, like just like naturally, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
and that's
I
what I
think
found out.
I think Shadowheart especially is the biggest example where a character's approval or disapprovals will change depending on past decisions. So if you're like already going down an evil route, she's going to be much more likely to approve of evil decisions.
Yeah.
Like basically the more you push her in one direction, the more she'll stay in that direction.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's very cool. That's a thing. But yeah, I fucking romancing her was such a mistake. I'm still pissed about it.
I will say there's like rewarding moments. I don't think you'll hate it after all said and done.
I'm
But
trying to
Karlach is
like
goated.
avoid interacting with her as much as possible until she stops like doing like the "there's butterflies in my stomach" thing to me.
Oh, that's what you meant by that. That's funny.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. Like she goes from like this borderline like evil character, and then suddenly she's just like a high school girl, just like that time meant so much to me, and it's like fuck off.
Well, I think with Shadowheart, like, yeah, that is kind of jarring, but it's also kind of like who she is as a character as a result of being a cleric of Shar.
Yeah.
Is like she's very guarded and defensive, but once she starts opening up, it's all open.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I
I
think
understand it.
she's a like traumatized little hoe with kind of a heart of gold. I think is how I feel about Shadowheart.
It's probably better to not romance her the first time, I think, so that you could kind of see what a kind of a character she is, and then you could have that frame of reference for her. But like to go from, I don't know, being like 6 hours in with this character, and then suddenly she's like will do anything for you, seemingly, it's like nah.
A lot of the characters in this game come on real fucking strong. It's like it's kind of a criticism about it at first, but I think that was also related to bugs. But
Yeah, on launch it was bad.
yeah, the characters come on very, very fucking strong.
Yeah, like I remember when I was talking to my coworkers at work, we were like in a daily stand up, and it's when Baldur's Gate 3 was really popular, and my coworker bounced off the game because of fucking Gale. It was really the reason. When Gale came on them, he was like,
Dude.
"I am not for this," and he uninstalled the game.
Dude, that's what I was
That guy's
saying
a
when
homophobe.
like
Holy shit.
like when I was talking about bullying Gale so much in my first playthrough, that was why. Because I think I misunderstood one of the dialogue options and I accidentally romanced him, and it cut me out of romancing Karlach in Act 1, and I never forgave him for it. So Act
That's
2
funny.
onwards, I took off all of his clothes. I think I stuffed as many curses onto him as I could. Oh yeah, because there's all those the like
Bottles
poisons that
from
Ethel has. I fucking force fed all those fucking things to him because I was so pissed off at him.
That's funny. I did the exact same thing minus all the bullying, where I accidentally ended up like making out with him or something. I was like, wait, that's not what I want to do.
Yeah, and like he cut me out of romancing Karlach. I was so mad.
Are there certain points when you can like romance people, or is it like certain plot points in the story when you get a chance? Because that's what I thought it was.
It's pretty sequential. Like the big one is always at the after the goblin camp when there's the party. That's always when you get the first big cutscene with each one. Like that's when you can fuck Astarion for the first time. You can talk to Shadowheart. I think.
I mean because that's basically what the only part that I've had where it was like interfacing with romance, and I don't know if I'm missing something at this point of where I am in the game, or if that's going to happen again in like Act 2.
Definitely missed some. You missed some probably from not resting enough.
Then that's crazy.
I mean, you're not going to miss companion quests, like period, point blank. I think, but a lot of those companion quests are very, very, very reactive, depending on whether or not you're romancing someone, especially Astarion and Gale.
Can I just chain long rest together and I could catch up?
Yes.
I'm doing that next time. I'm gonna boot up the game.
Yeah, just don't.
Karlach. Woo woo.
Just don't use your camp resources.
Yeah,
and
I have like fucking 900 of those though because I haven't used any before.
The only thing is, since you moved to Act 2, you might have lost out on some.
I just want to fuck Karlach, and I feel like I couldn't do that until Act 2. So.
Yeah, I actually didn't move to Act 2 yet because I got to make sure I didn't fuck up my romance with Astarion because.
Just
at the post Goblin camp, I selected Minthara just because I wanted to see the dialogue in the cutscene. I was like, I'm pretty sure I can still romance Astarion after this, but it hasn't been going well.
Yeah, you might have fucked up.
I swear I looked it up before I did it, but say I'll be if it doesn't.
He's
work.
an interesting one though. I mean, are you at least like? Do you know about his scars?
I don't think Joker? So. You know what? The one thing I have not interacted with on his dialogue tree yet is letting him sug me again. So I'll just let him sug me again. Maybe that'll get me there.
Yeah, if you don't know about his scars, you might have missed out on some stuff. But I think there's some openings to it later. You just have to like basically let him talk to Raphael whenever you get the chance. Anyway.
Yeah, I was just curious if I fucked up. But it sounds like I'm all right.
You get additional you get additional opportunities to fuck Karlach.
Yeah,
I really could think. Go ahead, Ben.
I think for Karlach specifically, you might want to look up. Hers is. How do I say this without like spoiling?
I mean, the big thing is just doing requests with the Infernal Engine.
Yeah.
I guess what I mean is that there's like a lot of moving parts to it compared to the other romances.
Yeah, I can touch her now, so that's why I'm like, I just gotta figure out how to fuck her.
Okay, gotcha. So I think you're good to go.
Long rest, here I come. Anyway, sorry to go off on that.
I mean, I could gush about the story of this game for a while, especially like as we get deeper into Act 2 and Act 3. My only real criticism is I just don't find the tadpole plot particularly like enthralling in Act 1. Like, yeah, it moves you forward, it does its job, but I think they could have done it a little bit better. Is there anything you guys want to wrap up before we just jump over to the questions?
I mean, I agree with you.
Nope, I agree.
Yeah, I'm good with everything.
Okay. We'll go ahead and get into this first question. Do you get the feeling in Act 1 that this game sacrifices narrative depth for reactivity and/or casting its net wide? How did that affect your experience? Why don't we start with Thomas?
So, I thought about this question. I feel like I like flip-flop every time I think about it, but I actually think that like it's not necessarily a big problem, but maybe it is a problem with Act 1 that it serves more as like a super broad way to set things up for later. There's so many like threads that are introduced in Act 1 that don't really like have a bow slapped on them until much later on. And given how long Act 1 is, it's pretty easy to feel disappointed with a lot of the threads that start in Act 1 in a vacuum. Like, there are some that do tie themselves up, like, kind of within Act 1, like Ethel and Kaga's quest and some of the Underdark stuff. But I don't know. It's tough for me because, like, I suppose that overall, the game's strengths really are in its reactivity and not so much its narrative depth or like flavor, in my opinion. So, like, when the reactivity gives you ownership over the story in a way that feels richer than something like an Expedition 33, for example, it isn't a bad thing necessarily. And if you're gonna have these like millions of fucking bifurcating routes through a story that still needs to find a way to reach like a shared confluence later, it's probably better to spread yourself like really wide in order to give players a lot more meaningful choice. So again, it's hard to like wrap my head around how I feel about it in Act 1 specifically, but I guess well, it does come at the cost of like really digging it deep into a chiseled narrative, which Act 1 doesn't do. What they did serves the game significantly better because it leans again into the strengths of the game.
I agree completely. And it's like all
Yeah.
like a lot of that is what I wrote in my answer, just paraphrase, and you did it a lot more intelligently. And I do like I wrote specifically that I thought that the sacrifice was a strength because it just especially if you're going into it with like very little to no knowledge of D&D, like the fact that there isn't like some heavy narrative that you have to like process and you're kind of just like given this playground to experiment. I feel like just being able to focus on that and like you might have to have faith that the story like gets more involved, and in my opinion it does without like elaborating, but I still think the fact that I think the sacrifice for the increased reactivity is very much it's very much the right decision for design,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah, I would basically
So
just be repeating what you guys said because yeah, if there was like this crazy narrative, I don't know how you make a game like this with all like the choices and everything that you would have. Like that would truly be like the evolution of what like uh, beating this game would be, where you could have like a just completely different fucking shit happen based on like insanity like that. But I don't think that that's really like reasonable. So yeah, I
Yeah.
think that I think that yeah, they did it like perfectly and focused on like just the right things to tie the characters together well enough while not being boring. And yeah, I think they did a great job.
Yeah, it was
yeah, for sure.
earlier on in the channel today, I was thinking about this question. And it was what led me to like saying something about how I'm really curious how like fucking AI and shit will influence these types of games when you can just have some fucking like AI generated narrative that's like chiseled into stone with like a
Hmm.
bajillion fucking choices just because fucking Jippity is like capable of doing a lot of the like
Yeah,
heavy lifting.
exactly.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you guys said. I think there's two interesting points I heard in there. Well, I mean, several interesting points, but two that I can remember consciously. One was it felt like they sacrificed a bit to make sure everything in Act One was pretty cohesive. That makes a lot of sense to me. And Ben, what you said about like not like if you're not familiar with D&D, it might be difficult, and that can affect your experience of things like Shadowheart's reveal of being a Shar worshiper. Like if you don't know who Shar is, that might not feel like a big deal since the game doesn't have stuff like active time lore, which I think actually like manifests very well in this game. I think that the lack of active time lore actually somehow works really well, in my opinion. Maybe we can talk about that later, but um, what I wrote down is actually a lot of what a big part of what I wrote down is something we talked about earlier, which is the fact that like so many lines from characters in this game are so much shorter than the paragraphs of texts offered in other games. In Act One, I think it gives off the impression that the characters and plot are more simplified. You don't get that sense of deep and complex motivations for the villains of the Goblin Camp, for example. But that being said, even in Act One, I think there are complex characters that are more than just what their role is. I don't know if any of you guys mess around with Saza the Goblin, if any of you even know who that is, but that's an
Yeah.
example of a character that you would take on in an evil playthrough, but Minthara's disdain towards her may still cause you to side with Saza, and that's like an interesting, like isolated thing that is really only applicable for Act One. So yeah, even though this game doesn't have like the crazy complex like moral decisions all the time that go like super super deep, I think it just has so many of them that are serviceable that it still functions very well to get you introduced into the game.
Yeah, and with Saza specifically, I had never really interacted with her until this playthrough because of the evil playthrough. And even doing that, there were so many different decision points where you could, like you mentioned, like veer back to good if it got a little too uncomfortable and you're like, wait, hold
Yeah.
up. You know what I mean? And I like that, like those options were there.
I failed a
Yeah.
bunch of rolls and Saza died. She got fucking shot like a fucking animal in the cage.
Jesus. Yeah, Saza is one of those things where I'm like, man, I can't believe I didn't find this in my first playthrough, but
Oh,
it's so fucking cool that it's in the game.
yeah, and also to speak on the narrative reactivity of Saza, what I've usually did in the other playthroughs is after she gets shot up and dies, you just cast Speak to Dead on her and get the information you want.
Yeah.
Is that the bitch who's like she's like in a cage and then like you
Yeah,
have to talk the lady out of
Mhm.
shooting her? Oh yeah,
yeah, yeah.
that's one of the NPCs that was invisible for me.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Oh,
Like
that's
Saza
yeah, that's
herself?
unfortunate.
yeah, it was just the bitch like yelling and then the cage would talk back.
Yeah, yeah, that's like some Ram shit, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, there's
So,
like a whole quest with her where you escort, like you free her, you escort her out of the grove, you take her to the goblin camp, like, yeah, let's go tell Minthara where the fucking druids are. But then Minthara is like, no, you fucking suck, you can go die. And she's like, what? It's a great little bit.
Yeah, and at that point you can vouch for her, or you could just say like, yeah, she fucked up, just kill her.
So I'm curious about the stuff I was typing in the Discord channel. So, Seth, you said that you didn't think that this game needs active time lore, and initially I was like, yeah, that's very fucking true. And then I thought about it, and I was like, well, that's just because I'm like super fucking familiar with everything inside of like the established canon here. So I'm curious for you, Jordan, as someone who is not super familiar with it, like when you hear these names like Char or fucking Loviatar, if you talk to that guy, like when you see those names, are you like, who the fuck are these people? Why the fuck do I care? Like, do you wish you could? Do you wish you had active time lore?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because yeah, basically like what Seth said with like Shadowheart worship Shar, and it's like apparently that sounds like a big deal. I still don't know if that's a big deal. Like I don't know. To me, it's just like some kind of bad lady. I don't know. So she's not good. That's all I know. I don't know like the gravity of what that really means. So I would definitely benefit from them being like even like what place names are or races or anything like that. Because like I don't know what a tiefling is. All these like words that Seth are saying now, like Githraki or whatever the fuck. I have no idea what the fuck that is. So I have like no. Whenever the game says something, I'm like either you'll tell me this eventually, or it wasn't important enough for me to try to figure it out.
I will say there's like a lot of stuff in this game is like pretty self-contained where you don't need a lot of outside context, but like specifically the stuff you're talking about with like the races and the various like gods and goddesses, and there are a couple of locations. I mean, specifically the namesake, fucking Baldur's Gate,
Yeah,
um, where I guess some of that stuff is maybe filled in through like the various like books and manuscripts and shit you can pick up. I don't know if you're the kind of nerd that reads that shit, but I am. But yeah, I was thinking about that. That's probably like it would have been a good thing to have like some kind of fucking in-game
yeah,
encyclopedia or some shit.
I
yeah. Like without
I
a
think
doubt.
that's. I mean, I won't say that the addition of it would help. I think specifically, and maybe this is a hot take, so I'm curious of your guys' opinion. I think that if this game had active time lore and I knew nothing about D&D, I think I would have had a more frustrating experience trying to understand everything rather than just kind of like accepting it, letting it move on, and if the game wants to explain it to me, it'll explain it to me.
So here's what I was thinking though, because that was initially what I was thinking was, man, if someone was coming into this raw and didn't know any of these words, and there was active time lore trying to info dump, like it would get overwhelming really, really, really fast in a game that's like already really fucking overwhelming. But I think the solution to that is like kind of obfuscating the active time lore itself, like hiding it behind the button that brings up like the old dialogues and like having the Wrath of the Righteous hover mechanic in there or something, or just
Yeah,
like putting it in its own
Okay,
fucking
sure.
menu or something. Like hide
Yeah.
it a little bit so that you don't feel
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
compelled to do it.
Yeah, because what I would not want is like for me to understand all this lore, I have to ignore all of the amazing performances because I'm reading the lore, right? If it had active time lore.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
yeah. I
But
think there's a way to do it for sure, but I think it is like a tough problem to solve. But I would like if it was like there in some capacity, but I think they do a well enough job. I just don't understand like the gravity of some things, like basically like Char and shit
yeah,
like that.
So
But
I
about
I'm
mean
not
the
out here being like upset that I don't understand it.
the only thing I want to quickly say, I'm sorry I interrupted. I just want to quickly say that I think some of it is intentional because I think it just assumes that if you're not engaging with that stuff, then you're just not interested in it and you don't need the explanation. Because for the two
Probably.
examples that you gave up, specifically Githyanki, like Lizelle is a Githyanki. She tells you all you fucking want to know about Githyanki if you ask her about it, right? And no spoilers, but you're about to find out a lot about Char. So
Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
Like I agree with that 100% because like I said, the stuff that the game doesn't provide context for is kind of few and far between, and it is kind of like that extraneous stuff, like who Shar is, who Vlaakith is, who the Githyanki are. Like they explain enough to where it like maintains the compelling plot, but it doesn't need to like give you a shit ton of info on these things
Yeah, that makes
because
sense.
when you say you don't know the gravity of it, the gravity is not like insane by any stretch. Like she's like Shadowheart, for example, being a priestess of Shar. Like, is that like not a cool thing? Like, yeah, like, but she's not like fucking ISIS, you know?
yeah, and
Yeah.
there's to the Sharon thing specifically. I think that they actually did a good job of letting you role play as someone that doesn't know or doesn't care. Like they give you the lines of like, I don't care if you're a Sharon,
true,
like just
yeah.
straight up. Just
Yeah.
like I don't even know anything about it. I don't care.
Yeah, that's
They have
true.
those dialogue options in the game for you to
Yeah.
role play that like legitimately. So I like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. You guys want to go to the next question?
Yep.
Sure.
All right. Generally, what are your feelings on games that require multiple playthroughs to experience all content? For example, Infamous's alignment systems, Undertale, this game, etc. How do your feelings on those games apply to Baldur's Gate 3 as of Act 1? Why don't we start with this one, Sesh?
Yeah, I mean, I think if the game is good, then it's a good thing to put in, and if the game is bad, it's like the worst thing that you could do. Because like yeah, if Undertale sucked and then like you finish the game and then it's like, hey, you fucked up and you need to go back and do like basically the whole game again because you killed one enemy or something like X amount of enemies, then it would be a fucking terrible experience. So I think it just really depends on how good the game is specifically. Um, and I think this game is like a masterclass in that though, to the point of where like I don't even put this game in like Undertale in like the same kind of vibe of like what it's going for. Because this game gives it like complete different like replayability from like completely different angles that is just like impossible to comprehend until you like have played the game for hundreds of hours, which is like very unique to this game because no one else has even like come close to this. Like with like a Mass Effect Evil playthrough or something is like laughable compared to what this game does. So yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I think
it's
that's a good
like the
point about the
player
quality of the game.
numbers. Yeah, the player numbers for this game still to this day are pretty crazy. Like
Oh
people are
yeah.
just playing this game over and over again. Like my sister played this game 7 times, like straight up, just just 7 times in a row.
It sounds gay to say this, but I really think this game is like the modern version of Skyrim, truly.
Oh, it's so much
Like
better
what
than
that-
Skyrim. You don't
I was
have to
gonna
mod
say,
it.
I just mean like what that game was at the time.
Yeah.
I know what you're going for with what you said, but I think it's an insult to
Yeah.
this game.
Yeah,
And I-
it made my head hurt, but I understand the sentiment.
And there's something
I
about
like
like
this game more than
really,
Skyrim.
yeah, I hate games that advertise like on the back of the box like a Mass Effect where it's like you get to do 2 full playthroughs,
Yeah,
one
exactly.
with the blue color and with the red color. I hate that shit so much.
Fucking Fable.
And this game is nothing like that. This like
Yeah.
everything there's like there's so much like bespoke reactivity and also systemic reactivity that it's just you want to play the game again, like even if
Exactly.
you don't know it yet.
That's the best way to put it. Is
Yeah.
like those other games like basically present that you have to play the game again. This game is like you can do whatever you want, but if you play it again, know that it's not going to be the same game, which I think is fucking nuts.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. How about you, Thomas?
So I think my opinion differs from you guys only maybe slightly, and that's only because I feel kind of generally ambivalent about it, to be honest. So like, um, how do I word this? So like, my personal thoughts are that I don't have any desire to play through 110 hours of Wrath of the Righteous for a second time just for like a slightly altered experience when the option to like read a summary of those differences and fill in the gaps on my own is there, and I feel like a game like that is conducive to that. So um, like I don't need to like actually go through the motions of doing a Swarm That Walks playthrough to understand that like conceptually it's cool as fuck from both a narrative and gameplay standpoint because I already played through the game as a lich, so I can just kind of fill in the blanks without having to actually go through and play through it a second time. Because usually I'm not going to. Like, I almost universally these days will only play through a game one time. Like this game is a very glaring exception to that. But there's a lot
Yeah.
of games that I fucking love that I have no desire to play through it a second time, even if there are like differences in the narrative. So honestly, overall, I just really don't have a strong opinion on it. Like I can take it or leave it because, again, the odds are that I'm only going to play through it once if I'm left to my own devices because I don't really feel like I miss out on just like YouTubing or reading summaries of the rest of the content. So there are some really fucking notable exceptions here, though. Undertale is one of them, and that's just because those playthroughs are so vastly fucking different, right? Like it's almost like 2 different games. It's not just like slight variations on the choice and consequence. Um, and Disco Elysium is another one because there's just like a lot of ways that the just overall tone and vibe of that game changes in ways that makes it kind of a lot more stimulating. And then there's Near Automata, which like yeah, but um, I guess really it's just a matter of exactly how different the content is at the end of the day. That would like force me to like stay within that game's like gravitational pull to actually want to go through it and spend all that time doing it again. So if a game presents me like a totally unique experience on a second playthrough, then I'm more likely to do it. Like I'm on my 3rd playthrough of this game, for example, and which again kind of violates those rules. Disco Elysium, I've played through that game like 4 or 5 times now. But Near Automata, despite what I just said, I've still only played through that game, A through E once. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I guess at the end of the day, it's just a matter of how different the content is to pull me back in.
It's also, I think what you signified there is also it's that plus the amount of commitment it would take to do a second playthrough. Like Wrath of the Righteous, fuck that. Near
Yeah.
Automata, fuck that. I don't want to do like I enjoyed the game the first time, but that's a fucking commitment. And
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3, even though it's a like 90 to 100 hour game for me, because I 100% it every time that I do a playthrough, like I think it's just like easy enough to play that it's like it's doesn't feel like that big of a deal.
Yeah, and I think I'm definitely where Thomas is at with a lot of this stuff, where it just absolutely depends on the level of experience that's changing. Like the point you made about Undertale functionally being a different game is absolutely true. And like what's so interesting to me about Act One, even though it's not my favorite act, is that some things are just so tucked away that even if they're interesting and I would do them like naturally if I found them, I won't find them until another playthrough because my decisions would lead me to exploring those areas that I otherwise wouldn't have. So, like for
Yeah,
example,
for
when you
sure.
free Saza, the intended way of getting her out of the grove is to take her through the little like tunnel that's behind the jail cell, and it's very easy not to find that in a regular playthrough. But if you're freeing Saza, then you might do that. And the game is just so full of things like that. Plus, obviously, like narrative choices that change, romances that change, that it's just a fucking million games in one. And that's not even talking about the combat, because I think the one of the biggest things comparing this game to Wrath of the Righteous and different playthroughs is that like you can just play a different goddamn like party composition, a different build every single time, and like yeah, you can do that in Wrath of the Righteous, I guess, but maybe that's more of a
You're
criticism of
way
that system than 5e. I don't know.
no, the game is that game specifically requires way too rigid like breakpoints of like armor class that you pretty much, unless you're playing on like journalist difficulty, you pretty much have to metagame. So
Yeah.
I can understand what you're saying. Like you do feel like you're
And
like shoehorned into certain builds, whereas like
yeah,
you play Tavern Brawler because it's fun as fuck in Baldur's Gate 3.
yeah, and also like I guess when I brought Wrath of the Righteous up, what I was really referring to is like the gameplay additions that the different mythic paths in that game offer me aren't as significant as like some of the class subclass options, which isn't a fair comparison, I know, because I'm comparing the mythic paths to classes which are also in Wrath of the Righteous, but that's just like the feeling I get in terms of like the role play that the game offers me.
Yeah, for sure. Because like that's basically like what I was trying to convey is that like um, even though like Wrath of the Righteous does have a lot of like very strong reactivity, I think like the pull of it is to like choose those mythic paths and see how like the major decisions that you make in that game would unfold. And like I am content with knowing the umbrella that those decisions are underneath, right? So like I know generally how the plot is always going to play out, and just seeing like those like big shifts at the certain breakpoints of the story is like I'm totally okay with just like reading that on a wiki or something, you know?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's just such a different feeling than like every single cutscene potentially has like a class option for dialogue in Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, like, and to your point about like this game feeling different every time you play it, like this, I don't know how to pronounce this fucking character's name, so bear with me, but this is the first playthrough where I found fucking Boag or Buag or whatever. I didn't even know that that was a thing until this playthrough when I just like stumbled on their fucking cave. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I
Oh,
wish I had
You
known
Bual.
mean
about it. I wish I had known about it beforehand because I would have taken Gale so that I could fucking feed him to him.
do you mean Bual?
Yes, in
Yeah,
the
Bual.
Underdark. Yeah, Buol. Yeah, sorry. In the fucking
Yeah, that's a good
Underdark.
one.
Yeah, like I had
Yeah,
no idea that was even a thing, and I just stumbled on it in this game, and I'm in my third playthrough.
I don't
and
know
how
what that is.
fitting that yeah, it's very fucking tucked away and hard to find, but it's like this very small section that you get to through the Underdark that has a small collective of Quotoan cultists. And Quotoans are really fucking cool. They're kind of like Marine. What are they? The Space Marines in Warhammer, where their belief creates their god, and you stumble onto a collective of them in the Underdark. It's really funny.
Damn, sounds sick. I mean, yeah, that's like the cool stuff, right? Like typically in a game where I feel like I miss something, it's like fuck. But in this game, it's like I'm kind of expected to miss stuff, and it's kind of more cool to figure out like how could I possibly miss that, or how could. But I'm not like frustrated by it. I'm more just like, God damn, how's there still more?
Yeah,
Right.
it's not that like persona feeling where like
Yeah,
what
exactly.
you feel like you missed something along a linear path. It's like
Yeah,
the fucking path in this game is so like fucking timey-wimey, fucked up, good place looking chart shit that like you have to accept right away that you're gonna miss a bunch of
yeah.
shit.
Comparing it to Persona is like a good point, yeah, because that game also has a lot of content, but like you need to fucking have a walkthrough open to experience
Exactly,
all of
and that's
it,
why
and
I
if
hate
not,
those
you feel
Yeah.
games.
terrible. Yeah, exactly. It
Yeah.
sucks.
And honestly, as much as I love the Astarian romance, that is the biggest part I dislike about it. Is I feel like I have to have a guide for it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean that sucks for sure. It's the same thing with like I mean here's like a deep cut, but Final Fantasy X 2 getting like the 100% in it is like why are we doing this?
Heard that
Yeah,
game
for
is
sure.
good. Never beat it though, but I'm not gonna derail.
I
Sorry.
mean, yeah, 10-2 is
I
great,
like
but
it.
the way you get 100% is like you need to do all these like very specific fucking asinine things, like worse than Persona, or else you miss it. And even when you think you did everything, you still miss it. But yeah,
Oh, that
anyway, not
sucks.
to derail.
I bought X2 recently. I don't know if I'll play through it after all this.
Do it for this. Fuck it.
True. You guys ready to go to the next question?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna warn you. My answer is really long, so
Start with Tom.
call on me as you see fit.
It's all right. I'm just assuming I'm gonna have to spend an entire day editing this one anyway, so it's fine. All right. Was Baldur's Gate 3 successful in making you care about your companions as you met them and learned more about them in Act 1? Thomas and Ben. What are qualities of companion introductions that you love in these types of games? I think the only one I didn't start with was Ben, so you can go ahead and start. We'll save Thomas for last because his.
Yeah, so I felt that the companions were the best part of Act 1 because, as we've kind of like talked about earlier, they are pretty high point compared to the main story, which kind of meanders a bit in Act 1. And I guess that was like what we kind of like agreed upon, which I feel is true. Is that correct? I don't want to put words in people's mouths.
Wait, say again?
Yeah, what was the
Like
question?
the characters
the
were like the
highlight
best,
compared to the
yeah,
narrative.
compared to the
Yeah,
main
yeah, yeah.
story.
Oh yeah, big
Agreed.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to like put words in people's mouths, but
No,
that's just
you're
how I feel
right.
about it.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
as for qualities I enjoy in companion introductions, it's definitely like a case by case basis for me. But if I were to like try to generalize it, like I guess like the general qualities would be stuff like having a direct or strong tie back to the main story beat, which they actually do. Like as fantastical as the characters are, they do like they still are involved with the main story like quite a bit. Like even with the tadpole, like the characters themselves, like every character is involved in some way, especially some more than others. But like Lae'zel especially and Shadowheart with relation to the relic and all the cutscenes relate to that are main story, but they're like the characters themselves serve as like a multiplier for like how much I enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, that's about all I got.
Sesh?
Yeah. I think the main thing about what I really like with the companions in this game is that when they all show up that I can think of, there's some level of agency that comes with the characters. So like shows up and it's like with the artifact, and then Will I don't fucking remember, and like Gale he comes in like a cool way with the fucking like just has the hand there, and then like Karlak when you get her she's like, hey, I want to go fuck these people up. You want to help me? Like so they all come in and they're all like kind of charming, and they feel like that they're characters that like existed before that you like realize them, and I think this game just does that like fantastically well. Um, and I don't like have a lot of exposure obviously to like other kind of introductions other than Torment, which I think is like was terrible.
Oof.
But
Yeah, throw that shit
uh
out.
yeah. Yeah, I just think this game does a really good job of making you care about the characters basically like from the first second. Uh, yeah, I'll let Tom take over with his points that
Go
I'm sure I'm
ahead.
going to super agree with.
So, yeah, you are, because what you said is basically what I'm about to say in a lot more words. So, I actually focused a lot more on the second part of this question, which is what are qualities of companion introductions that you love in these types of games. So, like for me, I thought, like personally, it was just kind of inherently obvious that this game was successful in making you care about your companions because, I mean, the game has a lot of notoriety for that. So, uh, one thing in Larian games that I noticed is that, and we kind of talked about this, I think, a little bit earlier, is that they're big on introducing your party early and through some form of like action or in media res. And this game's absolutely no exception, right? So like pretty much every one of your party members has something going on when you meet them. Like Shadowheart's trapped in a pod, Lae'zel's trying to break out of the Nautiloid, Gale's trapped in a portal, Asterion is like slinking off and puts a fucking dagger to your throat, Will shows up during the Druid Grove Goblin fight, like so on and so forth, right? So I think that this is a relatively effective way to characterize someone like right off the bat without doing too much legwork. Like right away, you can tell that Lae'zel's kind of aggressive, kind of a maniac. You can tell that Shadowheart has like secrets to hide. Asterion isn't above murder or doing evil shit. Gale's a fucking goober, and Will's just kind of like generic hero guy. But I think that this quality alone does a really good job of setting the stage for them in Act One, and like the like we've been saying before, like the whole tadpole MacGuffin thing, like it helps move things along and provides like context for them, and mostly just like their general attitude and their like demeanor towards the world. So, like as I got thinking more about this, uh, I I went through the very painstaking process of trying to select five of my favorite companions from five different CRPG series. So the ones I chose were Losa from DOS2, Fall from Grace from Planescape Torment, which also could have very easily been Dakon, but I settled on Fall from Grace. Kim Kitsuragi, Viconia Devere, and Arushale from Wrath of the Righteous. And so when I was like sitting here looking at these five names, I was like, there's absolutely fucking nothing that ties these characters together, like in the way that they're introduced. So it was like really hard to find a commonality. But once I zoomed out a little bit, I think what I noticed is that in each of the way that these characters are introduced, the player has the chance to make a choice in a socially charged situation. So, like Viconia, when you meet her in Baldur's Gate 3, she's a drow, and people do
Two.
not like
Baldur's Gate
drow.
2.
Baldur's
What did I
Gate
say?
2.
Yeah,
You
2.
said
Three.
you said 3, but you
Oh, yeah,
meant
sorry.
2.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 2. Yeah, she's literally in front of a fucking lynch mob. Kim Kitsuragi is dealing with fucking Harry and his like ridiculous chaos madness. Arushale comes to you in a dream, begging you to help her resist being a demon. Los is on a shipwreck, and Fall from Grace is like waxing philosophically with you, like in her brothel or whatever. So, like, I think that an important component is just establishing some sort of like contradictory plot thread or tension through those choices right away as well. So like not only is Losa inside of this like shipwreck and everything is kind of like holy shit what's going on, but she's like a performer who is like possessed by a demon. Fall from Grace is a succubus who's fucking celibate. Again, Kim Kitsuragi is kind of like the grounding force for an agent of fucking pure chaos. Viconia is a part of that evil race that a lot of people don't believe deserve any sort of like saving. And Arushale is a demon who's looking for redemption. So, like, right off the bat, they communicate these things through a very like charged drama where you have a choice. And maybe I'm just like a really big fan of like redemptive plot lines or something, and the fact that like yeah, but um, it's a really tough question, and honestly, I didn't really like arrive at a good or satisfying conclusion at like what it is that like pulls me in to these like gravitational forces for these characters that I really like. But again, I think like a really good way of doing it is probably just a really good way of doing it in any story, just period, right? Is like put a character in a dramatic situation, communicate what like the tension in that character's personality is, and then just kind of go from there, right? So yeah, again, kind of a long-winded way of saying the same thing that Jordan said, but um, it was a tough question, honestly. I loved this question because it made me think
Yeah.
really hard.
I mean, I
There's
agree with what you said. I think that that's like a key thing. Like all the companions in this game, except Will, when they show up, I mean, even Will, but I don't like them. You're basically faced with like a reason to give a shit immediately when a lot of games don't give you a reason to give a shit about characters. So you're just like, okay, say something funny or I don't like you.
Yeah, and like when I was answering this, I kind of approached it in a similar way to Thomas. But I just want to say when I wrote this, I was trying to write it through the perspective of my very first playthrough. Again, the one in which I booted out the majority of characters, that fucking kicked out Asarian. I think I let Lae'zel die to Kithrak Voss instead of like joining that RP or something. So I ended up just having like 2 or 3 companions by the end of the game. So I actually wrote that I did initially. I felt like it was not successful in making me care about those characters. Because again, first playthrough, booted out Astarion, never found Lae'zel, but if I had, I don't think I would have hung on to her if she had tried to kill Shadowheart. And I think that the more I thought about this, and especially as Thomas was talking, I realized it did make me care about those characters, actually. Like, I felt strongly enough about the Astarion reveal to be like, no, I don't want a fucking vampire in my camp. And in a way, that is caring about the character. It's just, caring in the opposite direction. I very much agreed with what Thomas said in terms of, like, each of these needs a interesting, like, social dynamic and specifically a meaningful choice in order to be interesting and make you care about the character. And so it's kind of funny. The example I drew of a good one of this was from Tides of Numenera. I felt personally, as I was playing through it, I really liked functionally the decision that you make between Calistige and Aligern at the start of the game, because you're functionally choosing between those 2 companions by either going to the Cult of the Changing God or going to the Order of Truth. And I just think that as a meaningful choice of what to do with, like, the information of you being a cast-off is really interesting. And I think that does actually, like, apply very much to each of the characters or each of the companions in Baldur's Gate 3, even if I didn't realize it in the beginning.
I big time agree about the torment thing. Like, giving you 2 companions and then basically saying like you get one of them is like a really fucking cool idea.
Yeah, actually, I thought that was a really good shout. I mean, the tragedy of it being that those characters fucking suck, but
Yeah, I left that part out.
yeah, the introduction is definitely really cool. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, meaningful choices is definitely where it's at with companion introductions. And like, again, I've really reframed that Astarion one after hearing what you had to say, Thomas.
There's actually something that I just thought about that, like, because we've been talking a little bit about Will, right? And I just thought about the fact that, like, I never, because in the evil playthrough, like, you can kill Karlach, and he never gets turned into a tiefling, and I just realized that, like, I'm not going to experience it because he already left because I'm doing evil playthrough. But like, if I kept going with him and he goes through the rest of the game as a human, like, how does that change, like,
Whoa,
his story?
that's crazy. I didn't even think of that. That's nuts.
And I never thought about that until literally just now when you guys were talking about character introductions. I was like, his character introductions, for how boring he is, like, there's a lot of different varying outcomes, including the fact that he changes his race.
And that was a big part of why I had Will in my first playthrough, is like, say what you want about his, like, overall character arc, his, like, just general character is, like, kind of boring, kind of lame, whatever. But that initial choice is a really interesting and cool one.
Yeah.
And also, I think that Evil, without spoiling too much later, I think Evil Will Origin playthrough is actually really cool.
Wait, you could do all the Origin characters good and evil? God, dude, this game's crazy.
Yeah,
of course.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like, there's, in terms of, like, gameplay, there's functionally no difference between the Origin characters. You can make all the same decisions. It's just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's all just, like, reframed through the character that you're playing. It's the same for Dirge versus Tav.
God, I really do agree that it's a modern engineering marvel. Like, I can't even think of all the different kind of playthroughs, never mind the fact that they made them.
Yeah, there's...
Wait until you're done with this game and you find out all of the
Yeah.
weird, subtle little things that can happen. It's fucking crazy.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, there's
Yeah, that's what I'm
like
saying. Go ahead, Ben.
there are so many things that you can try in this game where I think like Thomas, you mentioned this like way earlier, maybe in Discord, like in like a passing conversation where it's just like you can try something in this game and the result is that the devs thought of it and it's that way for like 100% of things you do.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
There is only one example of that, or one example of something where they didn't think of it in all of my time playing this game that someone posted to Reddit where I was like, oh wow, they actually didn't think of something. And that was the first time that I had seen that after all of these years of playing this game. It's fucking crazy. I'll mention it later because it's Act 2 stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like I that's why I'm saying like I think this game is like impossible to like fathom for me of like how sick it is from like that perspective, like on a first playthrough.
Yeah.
Because yeah, it's just like yeah, I'm experiencing things for the first time. Never mind all of these fucking insane permutations on a massive level. Never mind like the micro level ones.
Yeah, like I said, like there's a reason you had all these fucking AAA developers after
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3 came out who were like, do not expect us to make this
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
We can't do this.
And they did it in
Yeah.
like what, like 7 years?
I think 6 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. That seems like such a short amount of time.
Same amount of time as Silk Song.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, but to be fair, Silk Song's not out yet. They might be saying that about.
Oh, true. They might delay it.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh no! I was saying that Silk Song might be a game changer. I wasn't saying they're gonna take long.
Oh shit! I was hoping we're gonna get to September 3rd, and they're like, wait,
Dude, that would be
next year.
Dude, they might have to go hiding.
Oh my god.
Well, they got the whole Outback to hide in, so they're good.
Yeah, it's been kind of interesting, like seeing Sesh like come to that slow realization of just how fucking deep the rabbit hole of this game goes. And buddy, we're not even in Act 2
I know,
yet.
wait
till Act 3.
That's the crazy part, man. Like it's unfathomable.
Did you hear my prediction for like the arc I thought you were gonna go through in this game? You were gonna start off hating it, and by the end you were gonna love it. So far, so good.
Yeah, I think it's true, and I think the main issues that I have with the game, I was gonna say for the review, but it's just I think this game's combat is like Dark Souls in that it does a really shit job of telling you how to play it, but once you know how to play it, you think it's the best game ever.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
No doubt.
5e is really good at that, where it's like a very simple system that once you grasp it, that the fucking world is your oyster.
Exactly. Yeah, and like for me, like I still don't really have a grasp of it. I have a better grasp than I did it at hour 1, but still like at hour 25 or whatever I'm at, I'm still like even like interacting with items or anything is still like not something that my brain goes to. I'm basically just like swing the axe, kill the guy.
It's really interesting too, because like that experience is not like unique. Because, like I said, that was like a very common criticism I heard from people who didn't have familiarity with D&D, that the game was just too fucking hard if you didn't know what you're doing. I'm kind of surprised that like through all the patches and stuff that they did, that they didn't actually put any sort of like, I don't know, tutorialization anywhere.
Yeah, it's really weird. I will say though, like fucking Explorer mode fucking owns. Like it basically like solved all my problems in like one click of a button.
Yeah, I've always been a strong proponent of journalist mode in every game. I love it.
Yeah, no, I definitely could see that. Because if you're like, because I was just like, I never died in combat, but like things that would happen would just be frustrating. And then when I went to Explorer mode, I was like, it's gone. There's no frustration anymore.
Yeah. And that's actually one of the big things that annoys me about tactician / honor mode, which is that a lot of the difficulty literally just comes from enemies have higher AC and they have higher to hit. Like,
right.
Okay, well, that sucks.
Exactly.
That just means the stats change.
It's like, it didn't take much, but now it's a fucking nightmare.
Well, yeah, let's do reviews before we start just kind of rambling about the game writ large here.
Well, we got to do awards first, but we're almost at 4
Oh
hours.
shit! What are the awards?
Do we have awards?
Yeah,
we do. Yeah. There are 4 of them. Or 3 of them. 4.
It's the second pin.
Well, I'm picking these on the fly, boys.
Yeah, same. I didn't know these were even there.
Whoops.
It's
Okay.
fine.
We'll start with an easy one so that you guys can kind of look over the best dungeon one, which will probably take you a minute to read. But what was everyone's favorite companion? Ben, why don't you start?
I put Asterion so far, but I have a feeling that it will change once I get the wife into the party. And that's a
Thomas?
big disappointment. Sorry, I have to point that out. It's a big disappointed act when I did not know that you would not be able to play with Minthara yet. Like, it's actually really annoying.
Bro, it fucking teases you with both her and Halcyon, where they're like, I think they're
Yeah.
in your camp, or they're like,
Yeah,
that, like you go to the goblin, the party after the goblin camp with them, and it's like, yeah, banged Minthara, banged Halcyon, fuck yeah. Wait till Act 2 to have them in your party. God.
Yeah, it's weird. The Halcyon one is fucking weird because it's like all set up. Like, why not just fucking give them to me? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there were development reasons for it, but it does suck. Thomas?
I'm gonna pick Act One in a vacuum as a whole, not just like through my like current playthrough. I think my favorite companion is probably Shadowheart. I think that she does a really good job of maintaining this like air of mystery and making you wonder what the fuck this thing is that she's carrying around and why the Githyanki want it so much. And Jennifer English is a goat, so Shadowheart.
All true facts. Sesh?
Yeah, it's Karlach not close for me. Like, I think Shadowheart kind of competed a little bit until the whole romancing thing, but I don't know. Karlach is like exactly what I want out of a character, in that it's like lighthearted, but like badass and kind of funny and like ragey and yeah, just
I
like ready to romp. Fucking perfect.
She's also fucking great.
yeah, I agree with you. Like normally that would be my answer is Karlach. I can't use her in this one because she's dead because of the evil playthrough. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Karlach, I fucking love Karlach. Like her
Yeah.
whole. I'm not gonna elaborate, but I love Karlach.
Yeah, I think like I'm kind of just going off of. I'm very I'm very much trying to keep it to Act 1 only, and like if I'm going off my first playthrough, like yeah, absolutely fucking Karlach. Like from minute fucking 1, she's just so charismatic,
Yeah,
and you just
exactly.
like you want to be friends with her, and it's great.
Yep.
But I think with this playthrough, I really started noticing just how good of a character Lae'zel is, so I'm gonna pick Lae'zel.
Good choice. She's
Yeah,
really
you
I
guys
good.
are
fucking
kinda
love Karlach.
or like as much as you guys are like gassing her up, I was like, maybe I should have recruited her. Oh well.
I mean,
That's a
it is
playthrough
what it
too.
is. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
it's the whole missed content thing. It is what
Yeah,
it
yeah.
is.
I'm not too. It's the same with like Astarion, right? I had to basically like make a point to go with my gut and not what you guys say of like him being the best companion. So yeah, that's kind of just what I've been rolling.
Uh,
I'm definitely like a little bummed out that I don't have Lae'zel, but it's fine.
do you not have her at all?
No, I left
Oh
that bitch
shit.
in a mountain pass when she was there with like after the dragon encounter. I was just like, see ya.
Oh yeah, you didn't even do that combat, huh?
I know, I did the combat. Like she was in the combat as like a NPC on my side, and then
Oh,
after
I
that,
see. I
was
see.
just like, bye.
I wonder what happens to her if you do that, because a lot of
I'll
that
let
shit
you
gets
know.
called back later.
Yeah, I'm
I
wondering.
think.
She probably shows up
Oh,
somewhere.
I'm pretty sure you just find her dead body in Act 2, but
Oh,
Yeah, I don't
that's
know.
right. I think I've seen that before.
I'll let you know next time. I haven't seen her yet. I'll let you know when she shows up at the next, or I guess I'll just post it at the channel.
all right. Best dungeon. We'll just keep going top to bottom. We'll start with Ben. Again, dungeons include Ethel's Lair, Under the Well, Grimforge, Goblin Camp, Nautiloid, the Monastery / Creche, and the Arcane Tower.
In this playthrough, I gotta say it was the monastery / crush, and that's because it's like one of those like really just do on a replay, but I've always read about a certain outcome you could have from that dungeon, so I did it, and it was awesome. And it was also way easier because something that I learned way late about this game is that like even though like like how there's different ways to complete quests where the outcomes can vary very wildly. They do a pretty good job of equalizing the amount of experience you get. Like if you solve a dispute that could be a battle between like a lot of people with like just using like deception or something, you will get the experience that you would normally get for just killing them all. Like I think it's basically the same amount of
Yeah.
experience. So I thought that was really cool that like normally when I go through the crash in a playthrough, I treat it more like an actual dungeon where I just kill everyone for experience because they're all enemies. They're red. I kill them. But in this playthrough, right after getting the main like story cutscene stuff, that I recommend you look. Well, no, maybe not. You know what? Forget that suggestion. After like the main story stuff that happens in the crash, I did the Blood of Lathander thing, but instead of putting the crest in, I just I just let it nuke the whole fucking
Yep.
building, so I could see the special cutscene you get by having Asterion get trapped in there and get obliterated by a fucking like holy laser beam.
That's funny.
It's one of the best lines in the entire game.
Oh, that owns. I can't do that, or else he will really not want to romance me.
Yeah. Do you have any idea how much that hurts? Thomas?
Dude, this is a hard choice. For me, the top three are Ethel's Lair, Grimforge, and the Goblin Camp. And I'm actually gonna go, maybe surprisingly, with Ethel's Lair, because I really like the overall horror vibes of it. I think the boss is really fucking cool. I think all the people that you can like liberate from like her fucking witch shit is really fucking cool. All the like goofy fake out potions after you kill her are cool. The fact that you can get her hair and it raises a stat is cool. Everything's cool. It's a nice little horror dungeon, and it's nice and compact, and it's very tight.
About the dungeon specifically, and this is a pro tip. You know those like vents that spew gas?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to go to the trouble of disarming them, you can throw a rock into them and it'll stop spewing gas. Or you could throw like excess equipment like a sword onto it or like a robe and it'll stop the gas from uh spewing out.
I just ritual cast Featherfall on everybody and jump to the bottom.
I've
That's
never
fair.
done that. I didn't even think
I
about
should have
doing
done that.
Huh.
Sesh?
That is a lot easier. Sorry. Yeah, we can move on.
I just want to say I completely forgot this until literally Tom was talking about it, where like the only time in the game I switched to knocking out people in Ethel's lair, and then I didn't go back to them after I killed Ethel, so I don't know what the fuck happened to them.
You,
assuming it's something
that's the character you chose not to kill.
Well, no, I killed Ethel, but you know, like the people that you like knock out on the way to her, like the
Yeah.
liberate from.
Oh,
like I didn't go
okay,
back
yeah.
and check on them after she was like, I don't know.
that's
if that's
that's
the thing.
funny. They're
I
doing
completely
they're doing
forgot.
better.
I completely
they're
fucking
doing
forgot
better.
to do that until right now.
Thomas asked that question in spoiler chat, and yeah, they're good. They're cool.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, no, Ethel died.
Well,
Fucking, I was making
so-
sure that bitch was dead. She died hella bad. I didn't do any level of saving that bitch.
I just wanted to just clarify that at least in my playthrough, those people are in fact not okay.
That's good. Yeah, I think I agree with Tom on the top three. I think for me, I think I like the Goblin Camp just because it's like to just fucking kill all of those motherfuckers. I don't know, it's just kind of like badass. But I think
Yeah.
Goblin Camp, Grip Forge, and Ethel's Lair is all really good. You guys are making me think that I missed out on the best dungeon in the Monastery Crash by not interacting with it at all. but yeah.
No.
For me, it's specifically because of what I did in this particular
Sure.
playthrough. I think as far as like in terms of quality, I think they're about the same as like
Yeah,
the ones you like.
it's good, but it's not like, yeah, I'm not telling you to like reload your
Sure,
fucking
sure.
game, man.
Yeah. Also, I think that like the particular thing that Ben is talking about is also really fucking hard to find if you don't know about it. So I don't even know if you went there if you would find it.
I mean, even between that and then just like going to like talking to that god or whatever the fuck also sounds sick.
But yeah,
that part is cool.
To piggyback off Jordan here a little bit, I fucking love the Goblin Camp because it really just feels like you're walking into the middle of a giant party with a bunch of like degens.
Yeah.
Like the first thing that you see is them like terrorizing fucking Volo. And then you go inside and like the fucking cult leader bitch and the Loviatar guy. There's just like a lot going on, and it's just a lot of really fucking cool role play.
It's fucking go, Seth.
it's got so many tiny little things in there. Like, how many of you talked to the goblin that was eating a dwarf over the spit?
Oh
Did you
yeah.
guys talk to that guy?
Yes.
Like it's so hard to find some of them just because there are so many goblins and like so many of them have unique interactions like that. Like he's roasting a dwarf over the spit, and you can like convince him to give you the poem that he had in his pocket that like tells you where some treasure is or some bullshit like that. Like there's so many cool little bits like that in there. The Loviathar guy. Yeah, no, I love the Goblin Camp. I think like if you really press me, I would probably say it's the most well designed dungeon out of all of these. But I'm gonna go with the Arcane Tower because I was reading, like I was trying to read some of the like books and pages and stuff a little bit more, and I think the Arcane Tower is really nice. It's really sweet, the lore there.
Yeah, Arcane
yeah,
Tower is
about
also good.
yeah, when you learn about what Loretta, was that her name? Or am I
Yeah.
making that up?
Something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Lauren something. Yeah, I just like the idea of like needing the password from her favorite poetry book to talk to the robot. I really like that as like um, it's like kind of a reactive thing where you like have to read the book and that gives you the password. I think that's cool.
Yeah,
I didn't know that's what you're supposed to do. I killed the fuck out of that guy. So that's why I was like, I don't know why you like. I don't know. When you said Arcade Tower, I was like, that's weird. I feel like I missed something.
yeah.
Oh.
So the thing about this question, I guess specifically that I guess I had tripped up by is that it said dungeon. So I considered them dungeons specifically in the context of when you are purging them of life. So if we're talking about them as like as an area, I would say like the Goblin Camp is like heads and shoulders above like all the other places.
No, I
It's-
mean, like I think what makes a really good dungeon is when it can be both. Like that's why I
Yeah.
didn't really
Yeah.
answer Ethel's Lair or Under the Well because like yeah, they're really good for that like purging like dungeon crawling experience. But I think what ascends Arcane Tower and Goblin Camp to me is the fact that like there are just so many fucking possibilities, especially for Goblin Camp.
Yeah, and there are
Yeah.
so many secrets like in the Arcane Tower specifically, like where what is it, the stool, you can break the stool and get
Yeah,
like, the club of giant hill strength because
Oh yeah.
yeah, just stuff like that is just so cool to me.
Definitely missed
And
something with the Arcade Tower.
yeah, that's something that you would never
yeah,
get
it's
unless you read about it
Yeah, for
basically on
sure.
Reddit or something.
yeah. I think
I
the
went
Arcane Tower
there-
has just like so many tucked away. It's very hard to find everything there.
Yeah, I don't even. I went there. I got like the flower. I fucking turned the generator on. I killed that guy because I didn't know the password, and then I was like, all right, I guess I'm done here. Like I feel like I missed the whole point of the area.
No, not too much.
There's
Actually, I think you got like the main
You
beat out of it.
you got the gist of it.
Yeah, but I feel
I mean,
like I
there's
missed
the
all the
big,
cool stuff that makes Seth like it.
I mean, there is like what I think the area that I really like. I don't know if you got there, but it's the I don't remember exactly what unlocks it. I think it's a button on the top floor where the robots are that you press and it unlocks the study at the very bottom. Did you get that room?
No, I couldn't figure out how to open that fucking wall because
Yeah,
I saw
so-
that you could go by the wall, but I was like, how the fuck do you open it? Whatever, and I forgot about it until right now.
That button doesn't show up unless you do the thing with the dude that gives you the ring that highlights that button.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
Seth
yeah,
wouldn't
that's
have seen
right.
it because he killed this thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a hard one to find, and yeah, you get like a little bit more lore. There's a lot of stuff down there.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's just a lot of like small stuff around the Arcane Tower that I think is really cool. Anyway,
No, I agree. And yeah, the fucking the permutations of the Goblin Camp is fucking insane. Like all the characters feel like real
Yeah.
characters. It's fucking nuts. And then you just kill them all, and they're all gone.
One thing I will say is that I do like the way that the turrets worked in that dungeon, like those arcane turrets, but I did not enjoy the execution of like destroying them. I thought that was annoying,
Yeah.
and I thought that like if I
Agreed.
didn't Google it, I would have never figured out, and I would just have never done the dungeon.
I don't even know how you destroy them. How do you destroy them?
I
You
just
have
turn on
to-
turn-based mode and go punch them.
You have to like throw. Well, I guess you could do that, but you also, that flower that like turns off magic. You could throw it at them, and then because they're magically powered, they shut off, and then you can destroy them.
Oh, that's clever.
yeah, the anti-magic flowers can do a whole lot. They can do a whole lot. Okay. What was your favorite instance of reactivity, Ben?
My favorite one was in the Goblin Camp in this playthrough because I was evil. I killed Halsin, and when you cast Speak with Dead on him, it like it actually gets you way closer to finishing Act One than like I could ever imagine. Like the information he gives you, you basically can just go straight to Act Two. And I thought that was really cool that it would update the journal in that way just from like getting his information.
Sick.
Thomas.
My answer's kind of boring because I didn't really get to sit and think about it too much. But honestly, I really like the way that the Holocaust at the Druid Grove plays out because I spent all of Act One doing every single quest for these people and
Oh
like
yes.
being like a subtly evil fucker who like manipulated what's her name into getting snake bitten, but still like on the surface being like servicing these people and helping them out and shit. And that moment where after you do all of that and then you come back to the grove and you open up the door to let Minthara in and Zevlar's like what the fuck is was like a
That's
really
crazy.
pivotally cool moment.
Yeah, yeah. Now, damn, that is actually like because when I wrote this answer about Halcyon, I wrote this like way earlier, way before I did any of that. I just thought it was really cool right when it happened. I just penciled in my answer. But that part you're talking about, I never experienced, and I never would have without the evil playthrough. And it was really cool and also really hot because it was Minthara. Like, and she was like she was like telepathically talking to you, like giving you orders to fuck these dudes over while you're doing like the Trojan Horse shit.
Jesus.
Zed?
Crazy. Yeah, this one's tough because for the same reason as Tom, like I just forgot that there was awards, and so yeah. I guess for me, like a funny answer is talking to the fucking I guess the spiders in the Grimforge, and then
Yeah,
basically like yeah, just getting them
Oh yeah.
to yeah. I just thought that was fucking hilarious, and it feels like a thing that like most people miss because they're not going to have like I assume you need to talk with animals to get that
yeah, you do.
interaction. But yeah, I don't know. I thought that was fucking awesome. That's when I was really like, dude, talk with animals. This was like made for me. I fucking love to talk to animals thing.
Yeah, it's really good. Thomas and I were talking in spoilers about how there's a fuck ton of good ones,
Yeah.
in basically in every single act.
I mean, I just like
As
talking to the animals, like the person, like the personifications they give you to so many of these animals is
Yeah,
just like spot the fuck on, even if it's
yeah,
like
it's
tiny.
awesome.
Oh
Did you
yeah, yeah.
talk to the horny hog in the grove?
Horny hog? No, I don't think so. I think I missed that one.
Oh yeah, he's the
I
one that's
talked
like
to the
rubbing
weird
his belly
ox.
on the floor. Oh yeah,
Yeah, the weird
he's
ox is funny. I mean, no spoilers, but I know
yeah,
like what
yeah.
he is because I got to him again in Act
Oh,
Two. But yeah,
okay. So
and
you
that's a
got
good one.
do you, okay, yeah.
I'm basically about I can go into Moonrise Tower like basically anytime I want to is where I am.
Yeah, I'm just gonna refuse elaborating because
Yeah,
of my propensity to accidentally say
yeah.
things.
All right, Seth, what's your favorite instance of
Uh,
reactivity?
so I didn't do this one particularly because I'm not doing an evil playthrough, but I did read about it. And I thought it was fucking awesome. So I think even you guys that are doing this evil stuff, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you know you can do this, but the idol that the druids are using to cast the ritual of thorns or whatever it's called, you can steal that idol, right?
Yeah.
You guys knew about
Yeah,
that,
I
right?
did. I did it for the quest, and if you get caught, it's a really fast way to get everybody killed in the grove.
Yeah, very quick, very very quick. So you go, you give that to Mole. Mole reacts to it and everything, right? If you pickpocket it off of Mole afterwards, then when you talk to her later, she will react to the fact that someone stole it, even though you completed the quest with her.
I never thought about doing that, but
Jesus,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
that's crazy.
I would have never thought of doing that, even though it's obvious. Like after you say, it's like, yeah, I could have just done it.
Yeah,
That's
it's
insane.
fucking wild.
I can't believe
Like
they have
literally has a
checks for
voice
that.
acted, mocapped fucking line of dialogue for it.
Yeah, and there's something similar in Grimforge when you find that one gnome with the rune powder that's threatening to blow everyone up.
Yep.
Yeah,
If you like move it and like just take it away from her and then like switch back to the character in dialogue, then they have like a special scene where she realized that you basically felt at her and she basically has to capitulate to whatever you say.
damn,
Yep. Yeah,
that's
that one's
nuts.
insane. And again, that's one where it's like you're in the cutscene with her, and it dynamically changes when you affect the cutscene outside
That's
of combat.
crazy.
Yeah, that's another thing about the reactivity. There are so many fucked up things you can do by locking NPCs in dialogue and then switching to a character that's not in the dialogue and doing like things you shouldn't really be getting away with.
All right. Everyone's favorite class, subclass, Ben.
Warlock, and I forget which subclass I'm using. Warlock, um, I guess it's the one. I don't think it really matters because I only use it as a splash. But level 2 Warlock specifically is my favorite class because it is the intersection of god tier power and easy to play. Because you need literally one cantrip for the whole game, and that is Eldritch Blast, and you don't need to do anything else.
That is such a Ben answer. I fucking love it.
And it's so powerful. It's beyond godlike when like
Bro,
you get the upgrade that the repelling blast that make that like pushes them away like a decent amount and you just knock people off cliffs and stuff. It's so good.
yeah, fucking triple Eldritch Blast with fucking Spell Sparkler damage riders and non-honor mode. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. You just get a million numbers on your screen. Thomas.
Mm. Monk. Goddamn, Tavern Brawler is so fun to just absolutely fuck shit up while running around freely and just punching the fuck out of shit.
I'm
I don't
fucking,
have I don't have a deeper answer than that. It's just fun to punch shit.
I'm fucking stoked to be back into that. 'Cause
Another
it sounds
yeah,
sick.
another goad for monk because they don't need weapons. It's just easier to like gear up the other
Oh yeah,
characters.
that shit's like the best part of Monk in every game, where you're just like, I don't need no
True.
fucking weapons, just punch him.
And like I think more than any other class, in my opinion, Monk has a lot more gear specifically intended for it that like would just go to
Yeah,
waste otherwise.
That's
yeah,
sick.
for sure.
Sesh?
Yeah, for me, I mean, obviously, I just think it's Berserker, right? Because I mean, I have like a Paladin, a Wizard, and a Cleric, and those are kind of boring. And then Berserker goes around, Karlach just goes and just fucking mobs the shit out of everybody. So, but
That's
I think it's
fair.
probably going to be Monk next time we talk.
Yeah, I think Berserker was my favorite of my first playthrough too. But I'm trying to make all my characters use the new subclasses that were added in patch 8, I think it was. And oh my god, Blade Singer, dude, Blade Singer is so fucking sick. It's stylish. It's full of flourish. When you use it with upcasted Shadow Blade, holy moly, it pops the fuck off with psychic damage, and I don't even have a full like build for it going yet. Very fun subclass.
I feel like I'm gonna like the gameplay of this game a lot more when I change classes. I don't feel like I'm railroaded to these boring
I
ass
don't,
archetypes.
and it doesn't help at all that like some of the choices like Shadowheart's original
Yeah,
class is fucking butt cheeks. Like
Yes,
what the
Yeah,
fuck did
so
they
that's what I'm
think?
boring.
That's what
Sash,
sucks.
I'm gonna give you the best decision you could possibly make, other than making a Tavern Brawler monk. Respect Shadowheart to a Light Domain cleric. Holy shit, that shit's fun,
Light domain
and also
cleric, got
really
it.
good. And also really good in Act 2 because light in shadow place is good.
Got it.
All right,
I
I
mean,
think that was.
go ahead.
Huh?
I was just gonna say that I'm probably gonna spend like 2 hours looking at all the classes now. Next time I open the game.
All right, I think that is all of our awards. Why don't we move on to our scores and wrap up this 4-hour fucking long episode? Ugh. I think I'm most curious about Sesh's score. Why don't you start?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. The only downside for me was like the gameplay, right? Like I kind of highlighted that, and even so, this is only of Act One, obviously. So I wrote down the score specifically when I was done with Act One because I think I like the game more now than I did when I wrote this down. But for me, yeah, it's a 8.5 where we're at.
I
I'm
nailed it. I
so
fucking nailed it.
good.
I fucking nailed it.
Fuck, I hedged on cynicism.
Bada bing. I'm fucking locked
That's
in.
good shit.
Damn, right on the money.
Thomas, if you have a monologue, then why doesn't Ben go next?
Sure. Mine is a 10 out of 10 with an asterisk. So I think this game is fucking amazing. So when I first I judge this game differently than I normally do. I started at a 10 out of 10 and then I subtracted 2 points for the cloud save bullshit and then I added 2 points for the mod support. So it's a 10 out of 10 with an asterisk.
That's awesome.
Thomas.
Yeah, that. I think that was
Oh,
easy
yeah.
for everyone.
Yeah, I put in 10 at first, and then I was like, wait a second, don't put in 10. Go to 9.5.
Yeah, just do 9.5. Yeah.
But I was like, it's the most obvious 10 I couldn't possibly give.
Maybe we
funny.
should weigh dead on answers heavier.
Yeah, I mean, we do it all for fun anyway, right? So it's
Yeah.
like whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why I didn't pitch.
Yeah, it's not a
change
big
because
deal.
What's the point? Yeah.
Also, I feel like fractions are just bullshit anyway. Like just having to guess for them, that's kind of bullshit. That's my opinion.
I want V-Bucks for a dead on answer.
All right. Did you want me to go, Seth?
Yeah.
My answer's long. So
We're ready.
Go for it.
buckle
Are you saying you want me to go
yourselves
first?
in. I don't.
We can have
I
Seth
don't
go
care.
first. I think that works better for pacing to just have Seth go because I might mean I can say as much, and then you could finish this out.
Mine's dramatic.
Yeah. Have Seth go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 holds a very special place in my heart. It's like the first game that me and Cass like truly bonded with and like played together and just poop socked together. Like I have very memorable experiences with it, even outside the game itself, such as when I got to Act 3 for the first time and someone drove a car through Cass's neighbor's apartment. That was a pretty wild experience right in the middle of playing the greatest game of all time. Yeah, that actually happened too. We have pictures. It was wild.
Holy shit!
No one was hurt, luckily, but yeah, it was fucking crazy. Whole building shook and everything. But yeah, I mean, this game, like Thomas has said, is just an absolute achievement of mankind. I can't believe that it exists, and yet, my ever critical self refuses to give a 10 out of 10 for Act 1. I will give a 9.5 for Act 1 because I feel like the difficulty curve is just a little bit unbalanced, like we've kind of talked about. I was not immediately in love with the characters until I finished the game. So if we are going act by act with these, I'm trying to be objective with that, and I want to keep Act 1 slightly lower to commemorate my love for the future acts.
Fuck yeah.
Spoiler alert, my next few ratings are also easy to guess.
Yeah, same. I guess I kind of gave mine away, huh?
I think we're probably gonna nail each other's. Like it's basically, can you guys guess where I'm at?
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tom.
So, Baldur's Gate holds what I think has maybe a level of incalculable influence over my life. I still remember being a small child because I was 9 years old when Baldur's Gate 1 came out. And I was on a family trip somewhere in Florida at my grandparents' house. I was only just starting to like really get into games. Like I had a Super Nintendo and an N64, and I was like just starting to get into all this shit. And I remember I was talking with my cool cousin, like the one who burns you a copy of the Deftones White Pony album and when you're 10 years old and then says, "Don't tell grandma," who immediately just becomes the coolest fucking person to exist in your life. And he showed me 3 games on his computer. He showed me Diablo 1, Fallout 2, and Baldur's Gate 1.
That's crazy.
And so my family had only just bought a PC or was like in the process of buying one, I forget. But I remember the first trip that we took to Best Buy after that, and I fucking begged my mom to buy me 2 games. Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine, sweet game by the way, and Baldur's Gate 1. And I was so fucking pumped to play them when I got home until I found out that computers apparently needed these things called graphics cards. And so my mom probably still has the recollection of how pissed off she was when we left our family PC with the fucking Geek Squad or whatever the hell the like 1999 equivalent of that was at Best Buy, as they like struggled to find a way to fit a fucking Voodoo 3 graphics card into our ancient pre-made compact PC's case. It took them a week, by the way, to do that. And so it was probably one of the longer weeks of my entire life up to that point. But eventually, the PC made its way home, and I was able to crack open the fucking the packaging for Baldur's Gate 1. I cannot stress enough how fucking sick it is. It has one of those thick ass fucking like instruction booklets. It's got a fucking like a letter opener type deal, or like a letter that folds out to have the fucking 5 discs that the original game came on. And the fucking instruction manual was so sick because like it needed to have both the general game info and to have a printed rule set for fucking Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Like this thing was thick, right? And I cannot tell you how much I played that fucking game when I was a kid. I was so fucking bad at it, as most kids probably were when they were playing it. But I still have vivid memories of every time the game would prompt you to switch a disc. Like when you get to the Friendly Armin, you switch to disc 2. When you get to the Nashkel Mines, you switch to disc 3. Disc 4 in Cloakwood, disc 5 in Baldur's Gate. All of these memories are so completely seared into my brain, but they are the progenitor memories of what became a lifelong love of CRPGs. And from Baldur's Gate 1, I went to Fallout 2, then Diablo, then Planescape, then Baldur's Gate 2, then Icewind Dale, on and on and on down the line of the various Infinity Engine games and the diaspora of content created by the Black Isle proteges after that. So, segueing here into Baldur's Gate 3, Ben and I talked about this earlier, but I wasn't excited for this game prior to its release, which may sound insane given this whole diatribe I just gave you, but I actually thought that Divinity Original Sin 2 was pretty fucking overrated, and like everything was so convoluted, everything was uninteresting. But eventually I did like I got sick and I was in the fucking hospital and I came home and I had time off from work. I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna play Divinity 2. And I actually ended up liking it a lot to the point to where it actually made me excited to play Baldur's Gate 3 and finish it, and then convince Ben that he also needed to play Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm really fucking glad that I did. So I really just like off the bat, before we talk about this game for another couple weeks, like preface how important that these games have been throughout my entire life, because they are truly foundational to my development as like a person who plays video games for a god knows how many hours a week. And those fucking 15 minutes that my cousin spent showing me a few games on his PC just ended up becoming this decades long passion slash obsession slash whatever. So I'm super excited to talk about this game. I can't wait for us to be through with it by the end. Act 1 has issues. I wish that they did a better job of introducing the story and making it more compelling. But this shit is still a easy 9 out of 10.
Think I nailed it. Let's see.
Wow, 9 out of 10 after all that? Oh my god.
Yeah, I was hoping it was gonna be
Oh,
7 out of
I'm
10.
God. Oh, my
Wow.
powers are back.
I can't believe you went with a 9 after how much gushing was happening in the
Yeah.
channel. Holy moly.
To be fair, that is gushing. Well, okay. This game is going to be 10 by the end. Let's just say that. But I think Act 1 is the weakest of the 3 acts, and it's purely because you guys know how much fucking weight I put on like compelling and interesting stories, and the story of Act 1 is not
Yeah, true.
compelling or interesting.
Very
That's
true.
definitely true.
Yeah.
Story-
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, honestly, there's basically just not a story until Act 2. Like, legitimately.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, again, it's pretty... Anyone who's ever talked to me about this game, it's going to be obvious that by the end of it, it's a 10 out of 10, but Act 1 itself is not
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
I'm still shocked.
Definitely
It was
fair.
9. That feels
Yeah.
low as hell.
Yeah, I thought you were going to be a 9.5 like me, but
Yeah, same.
I changed my mind halfway through while I was talking.
That's funny.
Oh, incredible! All right, so we're
Oh,
nearing
we're doing
the end.
intermezzo. Oh, it's
Yeah,
hella
that-
chart
Yeah,
too. Sorry.
actually,
That
what
is-
are we
well,
doing?
It's hella
Yeah,
chart
that's what
too.
we need to decide right here, because me and Thomas at least have plenty of time to play this weekend, and we're both pretty confident we could finish Act 2 in 1 week. So it's more of a you question sesh. Do you still want to do an intermezzo game to have 2 weeks?
Yeah, I would say still do 2 weeks. I don't want to have to. I don't want to like sour the experience from trying to like because if I get to like Friday and I have like I don't know X amount of content still like left, I would have to like marathon through or something. Like I don't know. I think that would sour my experience a little bit, and I don't want to be subject to that. So 2 weeks would be
Okay.
preferred.
That's fair. So hello, Charlotte, episode 2 for next week then.
Yep.
That sounds good to me.
Works for me.
Coolio.
So,
That's an
wait,
episode.
let me just confirm, right? So we're gonna do 2 weeks for Act 2, 3 weeks for Act 3, and just kind of play Silk Song sort of in between that whole shit.
I'm assuming I'm not going to need 3 weeks for Act 3. I will probably be in Act 3. My guess is like by the middle of next week.
So
Uh,
Act 1 is the longest, Act 2 is much shorter than the other two, and then Act 3 is like somewhere in the realm of Act 1 length-ish. Maybe, yeah, probably about the same.
yeah,
It's
my guess
it's
is
like
it'll
weird though
probably
because there's sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Just because like Act 3 has a fuck ton of shit, but the vast majority of it is like very very optional side content.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's hard to really estimate.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that all of the optional content in Act 3 might as well be mandatory because all of it is so fucking good.
Even then, I feel like Sesh is far enough ahead that 322 is. I think
Yeah.
that's like the way to go.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
we
no,
can just
that's
figure it
totally
out by
fine.
then because I think by 2 weeks from now I'll have a better idea of like where I am in the things, and then yeah. So just don't commit to either one. Just at least 2 weeks for Act 3, and then we'll just see as it gets closer what we want to do.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
That sounds good to me.
Cool. And that'll be an episode.
That's a wrap.